very much. Very good morning to all. And again, I welcome on behalf of ICFRE to this auditorium. We have three lady speakers for this session, and we have Dr. Madhu Verma, Dr. Sugato Dutt, and Dr. George Rapport. So may I request them to come to the dais, please. And again, we have the last minute, in fact, addition in the session, but we don't have the chair right now, so I'll invite Dr. Promita Ghosh, not now, but sometime just before the session to make presentation on her topic. The session title is Intersectoral Coordination in the Policy Planning for FLR, and as you know that we have around 46% of the global area under the dry land, and the dry lands are most vulnerable as far as the degradation and the desertification is concerned. Around 100 countries are affected by this problem, and around 3.2 billion, more than 3.2 billion people are affected by this land degradation. Species diversity, of course, we are losing, and in same time, there is increase in the release of the carbon to the atmosphere because of the degradation. There are two main issues, in fact, which are related to the FLR. The first is the land owning, and in fact, different countries, different areas have different, the tenancy rules are there, the land related laws are there, and at the same time, then policy issues. In fact, there are different sectors which are associated with the land, and there are different sectoral policies based on the work which those the departments or work which is being done on those sectors. So these are the two issues which we can say that are central to the forest land. We have, in fact, we have been doing here in our country a lot of work as far as land degradation restoration is concerned. But till now, still we are finding that year by year, there is an increase in the degradation of the land. So, what is wrong with those policies? Whether the policy, there is inherent fault in the policies, or there is the inherent fault in the implementation. If I, enlist the land-related policies which are there in our country, then you will be surprised to know that we have National Forest Policy, we have National Conservation Strategy and Policy Statement Environment Development, Policy Statement for Abatement of Pollution, National Environment Policy, National Biodiversity Action Plan, National Agriculture Policy, National Policy for Farmers, National Agroforestry Policy, National Water Policy, Fertilizer Policy, Biofuel Policy, Mineral Policy, Tourism Policy, Environment Act, then we have the acts also, then PESA, Panchayati Raj Extension, so Scheduled Area Act is there, then Biodiversity Act, Manrega, then Scheduled Tribe and other Forest Dwellers Act, CAMPA is also there, and then the regulation of felling of the trees. So you can say that so many these regulations are in place, but despite having so many regulations, we still find that we are not able to resolve this issue. And although these acts and policies are well directed, in fact, but as per analysis done by somebody, then it has been mentioned clearly that the most of the policies are generic in nature, and implementation mechanism of these policies is not clearly spelled out or is not strong also. So the solution has been, in fact, given that we should have the FLR. And if you have FLR in place, then we should certainly consult the stakeholders first. And then we should have a consensus to develop the policy, to have all the policies in the place. So the best thing is that whatever the policies are there, sectoral policies are, those should be mapped first. And then those policies should be adopted on priority. It's not that all the policies should be there, but wherever you want the policy, it should find a place. After this incorporating all the policies and consultation of the stakeholders, we should have clearly the role of the different these organizations identified there, so that they work in coordination with the other agencies also. Then we can have the financial mechanism, and certainly the deliverables should also be clearly spelled out. So this is as far as the FLR is concerned, but we have the speakers here. So let me introduce four speakers I will say. Then we have with us Dr. Madhu Verma. She is I will say the well-known in fact expert as far as her area is concerned, and she is senior economic advisor at IUFRO Ecological Solutions. She had been chief economist at the World Resource WRI New Delhi earlier, then professor in environment and development economics at IIFM Bhopal. She worked as a professor in Bhopal University also, and she is a Fulbright Nehru Environmental Leadership Fellow, Lead UK Fellow, World Bank Fellowship awardee, and has the credit of more than 50 plus papers and reports. She has co-authored Millennium Economic Assessment, the Economics of Ecosystem and Biodiversity, an intergovernmental science and policy platform for biodiversity and ecosystem. And in fact, we know her more for her contribution in assessing the ecosystem goods and services of tiger reserves. I think 4 tiger reserves, 6 tiger reserves, yes, 5 plus, yes. The next lead speaker is Dr. Sugata Datta. He is a retired Indian Forest Service officer from Tamil Nadu cadre and has a widespread experience of biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. He has worked on livelihoods in protected areas of Bangladesh when he was in Honolulu in East-West Center. He is as a member secretary to Tamil Nadu State Planning Commission. He developed an interdepartmental program supporting water and production landscape and connected livelihood in the Western Ghat. He has expertise in habitat management, working on invasive species in both aquatic and terrestrial habitats at Tamil Nadu. Third lead speaker is George Rapport. And Dr. George Rapport began his professional career in 2001 as head of secretariat of the Austrian Forest Dialogue in the Austrian Federal Ministry for Agriculture, Forestry, Regions and Water Management. In his capacity as an expert in the forest and sustainable policy, he represented Austria in various European, international, multilateral and global bodies and processes. In 2015, he was promoted to the head office of the Forest Director General. He holds MBA degree from University of Salzburg, Austria, and PhD in Natural Science from University of Natural Resource and Life Sciences. And the fourth, in fact, speaker will be Dr. Protima Ghosh. She is head Center for Socio-Economic Development, Govind Ballabh Pant, National Institute of Himalayan. This is Kosi Katarmal Institute of Ministry of Environmental Forest, and she will be speaking on a bioeconomy model for reforestation value chain framework needed for sustainability and perpetuity in rehabilitation sites in IHR region. This is the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. So this is all as far as the introduction of our lead speakers are concerned. Time allotted for this session will be 60 minutes, and we expect that each speaker gets 15 minutes, first three speakers, and since the fourth speaker doesn't have the full presentation, so we'll also give you some time, but not exactly 15 minutes. So kindly bear with us. And after the presentation by the lead speakers, we will give 2 minutes time for question answer. And then after the session also, if time permits, then you can have the question answer also. So I will request Dr. Madhu Verma to make presentation.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, IUFRO ICFRE, for having me here. It's like coming back to my own turf after my stint in WRA for 3 years, where I worked in a different domain, but of course, the same thread of ecosystem services valuation continued. What a wonderful day to start, and my presentation as well as, the day as such, because day after we had a very heartening news of 4 cubs being born to a female cheetah recently, which is our eye of, everyone's eye, and definitely day after tomorrow is going to be 50 years of completion of Project Tiger in India. So we are going to have a great celebration in Mysore from 9th to 11th of April. So I just have that kind of a background because Rawat sir, introduced me as a person who had done this kind of work on Tiger Reserve, which has been greatly admired. A lot of adoration we received, a lot of comparison being done, and it was the first such study we conducted in the globe as such to talk about the habitat of tiger. So we talk about, resilient landscapes. When we say resilience, resilience means biodiversity. Resilience and biodiversity means climate change. It means safety nets. So wide a variety of, benefits we get when we conserve these landscapes. And it also reminds me of a very interesting work we had done with ICFRE, so if you might remember, and many of you might remember. I think almost 20 years ago, we had a committee which talked about landscape restoration and planning. And I happened to have visited ICFRE many a times for developing that particular basic report for the first such report taken up on landscape restoration. Well, the current, I think, domain of discussion and current initiative, it's not current exactly, we have been doing sort of ecosystem restoration or ecosystem management centered around, ecosystem or management of the economy centered around ecosystems for a very, very long time. But given a new nomenclature called as nature-based solutions, if somebody would ask me, I said I would all my life been working on nature-based solutions, starting with my work on wetland restoration and demonstrating through the modeling and through evaluation the value of the wetlands, and talk about huge amount of work on forest as such, different states and tiger reserves and many such areas, and agricultural landscape as well. So there are 3 basic pillars in which I would be talking about, and as I rightly said that, many times we wonder whether policies are wrong or there's something wrong with the implementation aspect of policies. Of course, whenever a policy is being made, it has an intent of being a successful policy with all good interventions being suggested, made in that policy. But what I found through my own work that policies have good intent, but they have got bad outcomes many a times or sometimes. Why? Because the institutions to implement policies are weak. The markets don't exist to take the values of policy interventions forward in terms of economic instruments, and we do not have at place the payment for ecosystem services kind of a mechanism. So lots of such, enabling mechanisms are lacking. That's why policies fail. So we cannot throw the baby along with the tub. We must make corrections in the whole system. That's what is the discussion, concentration would be for me as well over here. This is the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. India embarked upon, rather submitted a request to FAO, then went to UN to declare this particular year as International Year of Millets, and Uttarakhand is a leading state in millet production where we are standing right now. They are also biodiversity rich kind of crops, climate resilient, and they provide safety net for many more things. And we have research project Tiger 50 years of completion, and we have Shalini sitting here. We have been part of, many of you would be also part of so-called IPBES process, a parallel to IPCC process called as Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. A new nomenclature has come out for ecosystem services to connect well-being of populations, as I was also trying to point out. Ultimately, the intent and outcome should go to a whole set of stakeholders. A new nomenclature came up for ecosystem services as nature's contribution to people. We can understand better, can connect better, and take things forward. So I'll not read the slide as such here, but because it talks more about how by recovery of these ecosystems, their restoration, we get the whole benefit or flow of ecosystem services and support. And not just, we say when ecosystem, not just forests, but the farmlands, we call agroecological systems, cities, wetlands, oceans, rivers, grasslands, even in deserts have got their unique value of contribution to the economy. Well, when we say nature-based solutions, as I said at the very beginning, they are nature-centric interventions. They're very cost-effective. They're supposed to be, quite, that way, we're able to give you amount of return. Of course, rooted in local traditions. We have been having in India, if you look at our Vedas and all those, mythological documents, you find that we talk a lot about nature. We talk about how to organize nature, how to get benefit from nature, how to give back to nature also. Not just talk about rights, we talk hugely about responsibilities of human populations as well. And that provides localized solutions to lots of global problems, and they strengthen livelihoods, they create social capital, they create natural capital, which John was talking about yesterday. We talk a lot about various kinds of capitals, physical, financial, social, intellectual, human, but we never think about, not majorly think about natural capital, which gives you all kinds of, the capitals can work only when natural capital exists. It's something minimal to be invested in a system which gives a large amount of returns. So this is what, we try to, take forward in all our studies and do that. So it's a paradigm shift which talks about moving beyond GDP. We talk about well-being, we talk about wealth of nations, we talk about ecological wealth of nations is more important. And a lot of hidden values which exist, we want to make them visible to the radar of policymakers and a whole set of stakeholders by doing what is my domain, ecosystem services valuation, and then definitely take it forward in terms of various other values. If you look at the illustrative diagram, you can find, if you look at forest, they not just provide you local values, but a lot of values go regional, national, and global. The list is enormous. We think forest only gives us timber and some NCFPs, maybe some landscape value, some oxygen, some carbon sequestration. But many more values are prevalent like climate regulation, water conservation, genetic pool of resources, nutrient cycling, pollination. Huge number of services come on account of, organization of these ecosystems, which are categorized by Millennium Ecosystem Assessment as provisioning, cultural, supporting, and regulating services. Nature-based solutions, as I said, cut across various, ecosystems, and they give lots of, economic benefits. So the return on investment is very high when you follow this particular technique of nature-based solutions to produce outcomes. Well, the whole structured way of, also working out the outcomes of landscape restoration, which are nature-based solutions we're trying to provide. We use systems modeling using Invest in Stella. I started my international work with the University of Environmental Studies, the Free University at the Institute of Environmental Studies in Netherlands. I was just talking to a couple of colleagues here, and Stella is an outcome of that. Invest, when we work with US, with Stanford, Minnesota, and they've all Invest pseudo software. So we talk about a couple of frameworks in which I had worked to also give a kind of a systemic review or idea or view of the whole amount of output coming out of these management of landscapes and reviving and restoring these landscapes. We use IP-based framework, we use DPSI framework, we use cost-benefit SWOT analysis, United States statistical divisions, system of environmental economic accounting, and a couple of stakeholders consultations we do. We convert economic valuation into community-based or stakeholder-based kind of economic valuation. Quickly about, I just put some slides, you can have a look later on because time is limited, about where I've joined. IUFRO is a young organization that I just wanted to help and set up this startup further, because we have been doing work together for many, many years. over there. They worked a lot on nature-based solutions, climate solutions, carbon credits, and an interesting study they had, done for FCDO regarding analyzing the interventions being made in India about, across the sectors of land restoration, forest, biodiversity conservation, food security, energy security, water security, and all that. And they all have been a successful, models in the country. They implemented Rome across 5 states in India, which is the tool definitely works on restoration opportunities, assessment methodology. When you restore, what you actually get, incremental benefits or any such changes happen, they quantified. And Vivek is sitting here, they did work for Haryana as well. I have some slides, but not actually going to present them, those slides. So try to work out using this set of indicators how the restoration opportunities have led to incremental change in the system. Well, the crux of the entire thing is to value the interventions which are being made in terms of ecosystem services and flow, which you can see from here. When you physically quantify these services, then give them a technique of valuation to capture these values. We put them in the environmental accounting system, which is the standard system, developed by United Nations Statistical Division. And ultimately taking the values forward. What next, when we first of all physically quantify, what next? We do valuation. What next? We do accounting. What next? Taking the values forward through policy, market, and institutional mechanism, and some kinds of economic instruments, incentive-based mechanisms, payment for ecosystem services. So this is all you can see in this particular slide, or the variety and the landscape that is restored, what it leads to finally. Of course, the connect is with the human well-being, and that's what we talk about a lot. Oh, sorry. This is just few examples of studies that I had done when I was in the sort of forest management. Some of them were done in collaboration with IORA and Forest Survey of India, because we require data. Data is definitely the repositories for Forest Survey of India, and a lot of primary visits were also made to collect data from the ground. So across the states, for the Finance Commission, for the ministry, for various other ministries and organizations, international organizations, the study was done. I'm happy to see a couple of colleagues from Vienna, Austria, and a couple of other cities in Austria. We had a chance to develop a carbon accounting model with IASA in Austria, and that has been for Sikkim and Madhya Pradesh, then contribution to forests. And we talk about the leakages from the system to work out the net value of carbon accumulation happening on account of your restoration activities. Some recent publications, and I happen to have been interviewed by Bloomberg, Dalberg Association as well, and a couple of international organizations to talk about more about tiger conservation in India. It's quite a fascinating topic across the country, across the globe rather. And ultimately coming to connecting the entire value restoration activity with the quantifying the interventions, the value of interventions through the payment for ecosystem services. Quickly run through some studies that we have done. Of course, what is on eyed upon mostly also the international 50 years of celebration coming through is the tiger study. We covered 16 tiger reserves in 2 phases, six tiger reserves based upon the ranking of their performance, management effectiveness analysis is being done, and they are picked up for analysis. 6 tiger reserves initially covering Jim Corbett, Periyar, Ranthambore, Kanha Tiger Reserve, and Sundarbans that we covered, and of course Kaziranga. And then 10 tiger reserves were covered. Quickly just show you the results, what happened. This is a typical diagram which explains you the true contribution of a sector. What is happening in forestry sector, especially talk about more, because it is the, of course, not just forestry, we talk about all the entire landscape, but for any ecosystem, you must, express, demonstrate its true contribution to the system. It's so ironical. We have a mandate, all the foresters sitting here, you have such a tough target in front of you to reach to the target of 33% of the geographical area under forest and tree cover. But the budgets given are what? Minuscule budgets, 1 to 2% of the national budget, and similarly 5%, maybe sometimes 3% of the state budget, and you have to manage such a big target. How could it be possible? Why it is given such a small, you are given such a small amount of money? Because we are not able to demonstrate what we contribute. What is the effort that I have made across different states for the ministries in present value study and a couple of other studies of cost benefit for the Finance Commission as well? What is the true contribution of forestry sector to the economy, not just local, national, but the global economy as well? And why can't states who are conserving forests be compensated for their effort? So we talk about internalizing the policy, internalizing the institutional mechanism, internalizing market mechanism. That's what this diagram tries to explain. I'm not going to details, but this is how, when you combine together, for example, market intervention is the assigning the economic value of that, or maybe economic instrument, maybe a charge or a cess, maybe you impose taxes and you get a price for that. Institutional mechanism is charging a cess, charging a maintenance cost, a user cost, and policy is kind of giving a subsidy, maybe because we give subsidy, we make a scarce resource abundant, and that's why there's a lot of problems come across to, decision happens for those resources. So when you combine all of them together, we do with subsidies, we put a user charge, we put a market tax, then it becomes a higher price, and then you realize this is the true value. You would use it sparingly, you will use it very carefully, these, in the future. So it is launched by Honorable Prime Minister, and I'm happy that he will be also inaugurating the 50th celebration definitely. So we just quick snapshot of what we had done. It's not possible to explain everything, and just to give you an idea, and of course slides, and I'll give you links to all the studies, and anything you have a doubt, you can always come back to me. We first of all listed for tiger reserves the ecosystem services that we are getting from them. Of course, this could be enormous. We have to be practical. We have to be, also look at the aspect that what data we could get, for these ecosystem services. To identify them is the first task. Then how to use a single indicator to be very simple. In a very first step, we can do complex modeling. We have done invest modeling for Periyar Tiger Reserve, tying up with Stanford University for water provisioning, for accumulation or carbon sequestration and nutrient retention. But it was a very data hungry kind of a system, but that should be ultimately done to understand where actually these services are available. You can't generalize for the entire tiger reserve. This is a value available across a tiger reserve, but it may be some points where they are in concentration. That's what you also need to do, to have a management plan in a very succinct way. So then we have this indicator across each of these ecosystem service, and we did quantification using the evaluation techniques. Just to show very quick value, you're sitting in Uttarakhand, the Sundarban's value, you can see. I can't see it much here. Yeah. So the stock value is the value of timber which is accumulated in Sundarban Tiger Reserve, and the carbon stock, which you're not filling, it will always be there. But it does have a natural capital value. So what is the value of natural capital? We try to estimate using the market figures for that. Then what is flowing out of in terms of water, in terms of carbon sequestration, in terms of pollination service, gene pool regulation, couple of such services quantified. We found it to be 14.7 billion rupees per year. Which is a very minuscule amount, which is you are quantifying right now. That's what is entering in our accounts, not getting through, the total value calculation doesn't get through in the process. But what triggered in my mind, keeping, while I was a student studying the Keynesian theory of economics, we talk about investment in a system leads to what many times return on the investment, because it has a coefficient of multiplier. So we found that if you invest a rupee in, we compared simply the flow values, as compared to the management cost, which is being put up for managing a tiger reserve in a yearly basis. We did not do detailed cash flow, but we just tried to do a simple, kind of a multiplier value. We found if you invest a rupee in Corbett Tiger Reserve, you find 368 times the value of return on your investment coming out of Corbett Tiger Reserve. Similarly, we found very interesting values for Sundarban Tiger Reserve. It has a very wonderful function of nursery where the fishes will, populate. They will breed, and when they grow up, they move towards Bangladesh, providing all the benefits free of charge. The habitat function is rendered by Sundarban side of the India, and then the benefits go largely to Bangladesh. Similarly, Calcutta city does not have any waste treatment plant. The entire work of waste assimilation, it's reprocessing and then coming back to the normal situation is done by Sundarban Tiger Reserve again. So we did all the backwards calculation. If they were to have a treatment plan, how much money would have gone into that, and what is the O&M cost and capital cost? That is the value assigned to the waste assimilation function of Sundarban Tiger Reserve. So similarly, we did lots of calculations. So just a snapshot of that. And the best, it's not, we cannot compare, Tiger Reserve because they have got their uniqueness value. But just to, highlight, a rupee investment in Sundarban Tiger Reserve led to 530 times the return of original investment. This value was an eye-opener to the policymakers. When they made a presentation, it really stirred a lot of, discussion and understanding, and then definitely it led to many more outcomes. I'll share with you what happened. Similarly, we covered, in the next assessment which was done, we improvised our technology, our methodology, our data sets, and added the value of bamboo, added the value of climate regulation, which is a major change maker in the entire value assessment. And it's changed tremendously for the next, 10 tiger reserves. So the outcome was, just 2 minutes, I'll close. Outcome was this led to the understanding of appreciation of investment in tiger habitats. Otherwise, you receive a lot of flack of why so much money is going to tiger habitat, tiger conservation. People talk about this tiger. Tiger is a top story animal. When he or she is there, it manages the entire system. Not just, its own habitat gets, facilitated, but the entire habitat of all kinds of flora and fauna gets facilitated, and they get huge amount of, support from those, that kind of intervention. So this is what, it also is one of the reasons of claiming for much higher budgets for tiger reserves and increasing the number of tiger reserves. We talk a lot about Yellowstone National Park example, but never know, we don't even know that more than 600 rivers and tributaries originate from India's tiger reserves. So we must manage them for that, even if not for others, at least for conservation of, provisioning of water. So this is what you can set up instrument kind of thing for against them. Uttarakhand also we did the similar work and tried to work out the multiplier of investment in Uttarakhand forest. Huge amount of change in the terms of value. What is accrued right now is 2,832 crores annually, but actual value contribution 95,000 when we take into consideration these values. The next was, which is again a kind of a change maker in the entire system, is the work that we had done for the finance commissions. I did a study of working out the value of diversion of forests. So I said, when you divert forest, actually you are earning revenue. But when you conserve, you have a directive by Supreme Court forest policy to conserve high altitude forest, and definitely the states rich in forest cover, they have to maintain that. Many states have got green felling ban. So what is their fault? But the fiscal disabilities are being created through these kinds of policy networks. I work out the, the conservation value of these forests and, work for 3 finance commissions. And first finance commission, which is 13th, for which I worked, led to 5 times increase, rather, it was 1,000 crores went up to 5,000 crores. And then when we talked about the whole gamut of, indicators in the 14th Finance Commission with other, kind of, definitely lots of discussions went on for that. And it led to creation of a value in the formula of the allocation of budgets in the Finance Commission. You can see in the next slide. It was nothing, but became to 7.5. And further in the 15th Finance Commission, we made a case of not just for forest, but for the whole ecology. Climate change environment is a part of, forestry. So then the budget was given as, forestry and forest and ecology, which went up to 10%. This is what, we must demonstrate the value of intervention. If you're restoring a landscape, managing a landscape, what it contributes, whether you like it or not. I'm an ecological economist, notorious for putting value in whatever exists on earth, but that is, I think makes sense. At the same time, a rider that not everything can be quantified, can be put in the monetary terms. We also do qualitative valuation assessment, where we have stakeholders consultation to also qualitatively demonstrate these values and try to make a case of conservation finance for what is being conserved, environmental finance, what is being degraded, and had to be rejuvenated back in the original forms. Thank you so much for giving me your time. This is my content. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So quickly we can have 3-4 questions. So is there any question? Yes.
Slide, you gave for green you gave some formula. Of course, I understand that you're not going to tell much details, but what I want to know in a very broadly, in 4 or 5 lines, is that like this valuation depends on a lot of assumptions. Now, assumptions vary. So, is there any system, or is there an national forum which stamps those assumptions? Which standardization, and talking about standardization, so these things stand nationally or internationally. Of course, they stand nationally and internationally. Not they stand. They more. Thank you.
So, can we take all questions? I can reply to this.
Yeah, please.
So, yeah, thank you for this very interesting and very useful question. Well, there's a standard system available. Definitely, we have a lot of databases, a lot of frameworks. I talked about few frameworks which I also have used, but things vary as per the local conditions, as per the local what we say pressures and threats and conditions. So you can actually assume, like I talked about a carbon accounting model that we had done. So ultimately making a case for carbon credits in the market, but it should not be real stock of carbon. There are lots of leakages happening in the system as well. Like in forest, you have forest fires, you have conservation, you have upgradation, you have enhancement of stock, at the same time degradation of stock also happens many a times. Similarly, there are a lot of leakages in the system. Maybe the society is dependent on forest and too much of extraction is happening, then the rate of its restoration or rate of recharge, and there's a net negative balance is there. So to get a real picture, you have to look at the local conditions. We must have to involve the social parameters for that, which may not be so much prevalent in case of international frameworks. So to adapt that framework as per the local conditions, and that's what we do, stakeholders consultation, try to improvise or adapt the methodology as per the Indian conditions and try to work out these values. So we have done in all cases this kind of consultation.
Thank you. Yes, yes, please. Any question?
Thank you, Dr. Verma. It's a very, very good study on ecosystem service restoration. Studies have shown that it is very, very, very costly to restore, reconstruct, or rehabilitate already degraded ecosystem. And I would have expected more message, because it's very clear now that it is very, very costly to the either local, national, and global economies to really reconstruct back to the functioning level. And the messages should be coming out very clear for policymakers and actors on that particular direction, that that is the way. And also, you have also shown clearly that up to about 70% of the benefits usually go to national and then global. It means also the cost and the loss or opportunity cost of these services also as is distributed that way. Then the actions also should flow and the investment should flow that in that particular direction. With 70%, those then the global community 13%, up to 15% of the benefits. So all these resources should be channeled in really moving or retaining functioning of this ecosystem. Thank you very much.
I want to add to your comment. I forgot to mention, I always try to make a case, two cases. One is cost of inaction versus benefits of action. If you don't make an intervention, what would happen? And if you have to make an intervention, it might look expensive currently, but in long term it pays off much more than a stitch in time saves 9 kind of a situation. So a thread is always like that whenever I do a kind of analysis. So because of paucity of time, we did not mention. We did, in fact, an estimation for an imaginary landscape in India, where we found it to be, if you lose all tiger reserve and to recreate a tiger reserve, how much cost will go? It is huge amount of money. And that will use all the government data sets for rehabilitation, for recreation, for fencing, for creation of habitat, transportation of animals to the site. And it turned out to be a huge amount of value. Not like the quote figures, which because it is again, depends upon the actual data available, the values available then. It is 10 years old study which I'm talking about now. But it's a huge amount of money than what you invest now and save these tiger reserves. So that's what cost of inaction versus benefits of action is a model that we try to use. And as the sir was rightly pointing out, many times policies are based on the, I would say, narrow knowledge base. Because you have that much data information available. So you have to expand knowledge base. That's what we try to make an effort to provide strength in hands of the policymakers, stakeholders to give much larger knowledge. Because we are the researchers, we can gather information and then work in unison with policymakers to help them out to take decisions based on a larger body of knowledge. Thank you.
Yes, one more question. You can have it. Okay, there is no question, then thank you very much, ma'am. Then I invite Dr. Sugato Datta.
My PowerPoint. I already gave it to you.
Very difficult.
Last call.
Moreover, so much of the work you have done, so present that within 15 years is very difficult.
Scroll forward करें तो इससे ना.
Yes.
A very good morning. It's exciting to be back again at the campus of the ICFRE after a fairly long gap for me. And it's even more exciting to be in the midst of practicing foresters, natural resource managers, and of course those who help us, or rather guide us, and help us plan and formulate and finally implement all the beautiful, wonderful conceived programs and policies that deal with the natural resources. I'm going to talk from the other end of what Dr. Madhu Verma has spoken. The messy end of actually implementing schemes and policies. And I'm going to take a little case study for us all. I'm particularly excited to see within the audience members from the less developed world, because that's where the action is, whether it's from the African continent, further off overseas, South America, closer to us, our neighbors in Bangladesh, Nepal. And this is where we test ourselves in being able to see if we are indeed being able to deal with the larger challenges that have been placed before us on a global platform. Let me start. How do I get this? Yeah, let me start by reflecting a little bit on what forest landscape restoration might be. There's a concise appraisal. I've been scurrying around and looking at our good friend Google Scholar, and I found 3 elements that do stand out for me. Of course, it's an effort to regain ecological functionality, and along with that, human well-being. And the area of action would be the deforested and degraded regions of the world. We aim then to address, and this is significant, the human dimension of the restoration process. This includes an interaction and engagement with the local community, with resource investments, and so significantly for every one of us here today, jobs and income opportunities that come in from here. Let's go ahead and look at this a little more closely. Forest landscape restoration then is an active process that brings together our peoples, their institutions that aim to identify and then negotiate and implement these practices. And this then is towards the goal of promoting an optimum balance of economic and social benefits from the forests, from the trees that we plant, towards framing a broader pattern of land use. And all of this that I've just, blurted out before you comes from the Global Partnership of Forest and Landscape Restoration. So how do we go about it? Let's take a close look at the forest cover in the state where I've worked in, the state of forest cover in Tamil Nadu state. For those of you who've gotten over their jet lag and are still figuring out what the geography of the country is, Tamil Nadu state is towards the southern end of our country, and the ecological region that I'd be speaking about is a nice long linear mountain chain quite parallel to the western coast of India, and the mountain chain in question is named the Western Ghats. Now, Tamil Nadu has a forest cover of about 20-odd%. 1/5 of the land, the geographical area of the state is forested. The forests vary in quality, and since we are on the subject of restoring the degraded mass, they'll spew out some facts for you. The very dense forests, the better ones, are something like about 2 to 3% of the entire forest cover. The bulk of the cover is of medium quality, the medium dense forests, as the Forest Survey of India classifies them. And then we do have, struggling to reach the next level, a lot of dry, deciduous, or even thorn scrub forests. They are degraded, they are threatened, but then that is exactly where the most marginalized section of the population lives. And that is our target group, and that is the section of the Indian population that we need to address in our work. I'll go ahead, have a visual presentation, give you an idea of what the Western Ghats looks like. It's spectacular scenery. Some of you have gone ahead and looked at the mountainscape at Missouri yesterday. I'd like to think this is more beautiful. I'd like to think this is more aesthetically pleasing, but it's ecologically extremely diverse, and we'll get to that in a minute. What does stand out in the landscape is that is within of Tamil Nadu, it is the fountainhead of not one but two but 7 river systems, river basins. They all flow out from the mountains of the Western Ghats. The landscape, a lot of it is natural, of course, but the land use has changed. The Western Ghats have been very popular with the British colonials for their plantation work. There is the tea estates all across. There is, of course, a lot of investments made by the British colonial administration into raising exotic species, which today are a bad word, by the way, but at that point in time were remarkably useful in generating revenue. Eucalyptus as well as the wattle, all the way from Australia, were planted there. And there are, of course, within the Western Ghats, a large number of spice gardens, native and indigenous to the region. In the foothills, then, you have coconut, areca plantations. The Western Ghats are also very valued, sought after, for mines and quarries, not so much within the state of Tamil Nadu perhaps, but the mountain chain is extremely long. It covers about 4 or 5 states. Other than that, the Western Ghats are exceedingly interesting for the fact that they are the location for wildlife within the country. And Dr. Madhu Verma would be finding this quite fascinating, that within of Tamil Nadu, not 1 but 2 but 5 tiger reserves are located within the Western Ghats belt. Now, once again, there is the human habitation. I'll come to that, but I want to inform to you that it is a landscape punctuated by villages, by what we call town panchayats or growing urban pockets, a few municipalities, but it's mostly a landscape where there is plantation labor lines and farmlands as well, spice gardens as we mostly refer to them. Now, the climate regime bears a little attention here because it rains something like 10 months of the year, varying intensity of rainfall, and it gets the benefit of the southwest monsoon, the full blast of the Indian monsoon. But because of the range of topographic variation within of that mountainscape, there is a huge range of habitats of different moisture content. And what is significant then, I already mentioned this, is the rivers that emanate from them. And in the rain shadow, it is these rivers that give the irrigation water that helps the farmlands to prosper and develop. All across the state, some of our wealthiest states in terms of per capita income, wealthiest districts in terms of per capita income happen to be just adjoining the Western Ghats in the rain shadow area. We'll go ahead. I won't dwell too much on the ecosystem values. I've listed out what's prime in yellow. Their usufruct values, timber, bamboo, non-timber forest products. There is wildlife values. There's fisheries values. They're rare medicinal herbs, plants. Systems of medicines benefit a lot from the herbs that grow in the Western Ghats. Their watershed values, I've already mentioned that. There is across the mountainscape swamps, brooks, streams, lakes, and then of course the production landscape consists of tea plantations, timber plantations, wildlife sanctuaries, a whole lot of recreation areas, the resorts of the country. Some of the most choicest resorts to visit happen to be in the Western Ghats. And then of course there is the hydroelectric power that's generated from this very same landscape. Communities. what do we have? What makes the communities? What makes the local population? They're plantation workers, they're farmers, they're hospitality sector workers, they're small industries that are scattered across the landscape. There are the wealthier urban professionals. They happen to be businessmen, industrialists, and of course, some people like us who are privileged to work for government, and so on and so forth. I have highlighted in yellow those that make up the margins: the plantation workers, the many farmers. Most importantly, very significantly low in number, but the tribal communities that live within of the forests, many of them to this day belonging to the most primitive tribal groups in the country. Land degradation is growing. There are landslides, there are invasive species. The industries that populate the foothills mostly let off a lot of effluents into the river streams. You can see the last picture on the right, lower right. The fish catch has gone for a full toss here, and that is a consequence of the pollution of the rivers. Yeah, okay. Very quickly, some of the major points that I have to speak about. Dr. Verma brought up the subject of valuation, economic valuation. Now, we work in a system where this concept of restoring the landscape, restoring the degraded elements in the landscape, is through different silos or departmental sectors of the government. Now, there is, for instance, of course, the forest department does the tree planting that looks after the wildlife sanctuaries. But then, of course, there's the Department of Water, there is the town panchayats, there's the district administration that looks into every sector of development within of the country. And it are these diverse sectors of administering this major development effort that does not have a common framework. And the opportunities do exist, but the relationship of what we do in investing on landscape restoration and the impact it does have on that very marginalized section of the community remains unclear, unmeasured, and therefore unmonitored. And that, to me, is the principal challenge that we face today as professionals that will engage in this particular venture. I'll stop here, and I'm sure the other speakers will bring up many more aspects. I could take a few questions if there's time, and we can go ahead. Is there any question? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Krishna Tiwari from Nepal Institute of Forestry. Yes, for the nice presentation. But my concern, we have also the sorts of leasehold forestry program in the mountain where the degraded forest area. But the thing is, we have maybe last 30 years we did this one after the community forestry program. Then we practiced the leasehold forestry. Those are the leasing the poor people to the degraded land. But the thing is, although the forest has livability improved, landscape improved, but you talk about this poor and marginal community, what we talk about the ecosystem service or the carbon section, whatever we talk, but when you see that the poor people, I don't think about the livelihood, because the land already degraded and the people are dependent on the, but I don't think how the livelihood of these peoples to the improvement about the, in terms of ecosystem service, what they provide, I don't, it's not significant sorts of these degraded lands. What is your experience in your area? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it was more of a comment on what I was saying than a question. I think the blank space that we all need to fill in is that consultation process with the stakeholders. So as implementers of various programs, that I think is the gray area that we do need to address. Most of the conception of all the projects and schemes that we formulate are fairly top down. As even as we speak, I'm sure most of us that are sitting in this audience will not be the ones to sit down and benefit from, I guess, what the program intends to provide. So we remain fairly ignorant of how these processes of implementation and actual achievement of benefits will flow down to the actual target group. That's significant. I think I'd just take a minute or two to talk about an effort that we make in this direction in the state of Tamil Nadu. We have a fairly widespread network of village forest councils or village forest committees and self-help groups. These are the ones that take decision making, decentralize it, and devolve decision making to the basest level. And interestingly enough, one of the programs that we worked on within the state of Tamil Nadu in the southernmost district of Tirunelveli, some of my colleagues are here, Rakesh Dogra and Dr. Pramod Khan sir. We've been engaging a lot with the community, and a very dramatic, very dramatic revelation was made, as we discussed with the poor marginalized farmers at the boundary of the tiger reserve. They were not interested in the conservation of the tiger. They were not even interested in the beauty of the landscape. That was for the people who came in from the cities. What stood out for them in this great effort of conserving the landscape in the Kalakad Mundanthurai Tiger Reserve was that it provided them water. I don't know if I can break into Tamil when I say this, but the words that came out from their mouths was, Sar idu oru nadi saranalayam, idu puligal kapagam illai. I'll quickly translate that.
So which is your presentation, sir?
This one?
First one?
The first one, yes.
So please be cautious about this fire.
How should I use?
So you should use these gloves.
Good morning to all, to you here in the room, but also to those who are back home behind the screens. Thank you, Mr. Director General, Mr. Rawat, for inviting me to your session. I'm going to share with you Austria's view, approaches and experiences regarding forest landscape management. Looking beyond the landscape. With this slogan, I would like to highlight that both ends of landscape management have to be considered equally. Upstream activities are as important as downstream measures. Ms. Werner already pointed out that there are so many value chains interlinked and connected to landscape management, and therefore there are also so many different policies in place. In my presentation I focus on the wood-based value chain and respectively on wood policy. Something is... So we are all of 1990 and 22. And in Austria we had some similar situation about 200, 250 years ago. And what was our solution to this? Just in a nutshell, it's active, sustainable forest management, stable tenure rights, and responsible ownership are core of healthy ecosystems and long-term income and prosperity. Of course, there are much more other elements which are important, and you always have to adapt and bring in new instruments, and this is even more true as the environment, society is changing very tremendously. Here I am showing you a chart from your OECD. I've chosen this because you can see India is highlighted. It shows the global middle class consumption until 2050. And here you can see the consumption in India, for example, will double or even triple until 2050. So growing demands for natural resources need government accountability. So government has to bring up solution and support the people and the landscape with specific frameworks and policies, always having in mind upstream and downstream solutions. So it's of utmost importance that we are striving for a balanced, multifunctional landscape. So, again, our experiences in Austria, active sustainable forest management and forest landscape restoration helps to diversify livelihoods and landscape, increase the land productivity. So this is the upstream part. And the downstream part, it's about building up green value changes, because this helps to meet the demands for materials and support the sustainable local economies. And I just would like to highlight with some figures from Austria. So the Austrian wood-based value chain achieves over 20 million euro per year. Every euro generated in the wood and timber industry triggers an additional euro in other sectors. And every 7th euro is generated from the wood-based value chain. And every 5th job in Austria is provided by the wood value chain. And this is a rather success story, but this is also because of this stringent policy we are implementing, always looking at the downstream and the upstream side of landscape management. So, but as I've said, the demands are changing. It's about climate change, it's about other factors which are always in change, so we cannot stand still. So we have to be innovative and find efficient ways for a sustainable livelihood in our regions. And therefore, in Austria, we have established the Austrian Forest Fund in 2020, with an amount of 350 million euro. This is a 6-year program where we, with this forest fund, we invest in activities in the downstream, upstream activities in the sense of that we support active sustainable forest management, we fund projects regarding forest restoration and forest adaptation to climate change. On the other hand side, we also, and this is the first time in Austria that we took both parts into one program, we also focus on establishing green value chains. And we have gathered all these measures and activities in a program, and we call this program Austrian Wood Initiative. This is just some general overview of the Austrian Wood Initiative. So we are focusing on different areas. It's about governance, education, innovation, communication. It's about the material use of wood, it's bioeconomy, etc. But for this point here, I just would like to draw your attention to the governance measures. Here we are trying to build up green value chains, and where we are going to implement also wood policy platforms and cooperation in the sense of sustainable wood value chains. So for us, it's clear that we are not secluded in Austria and that we are part of international and global world. So for us, it's important to really regard all levels which are affects the value chain. So we are starting at the global level with the national wood policy, where we just implement a range of different measures to bring and to foster national wood policy activities. But at the same time, we are part of the European Union. So here we also support the networking of wood policies and those who are engaged in building up wood value chains. So we have established the so-called wood pop platform. This is a platform which we, together with Finland, have established on the pan-European scale. And the same activities we are also planning to carry out and financing at the global level towards a global wood policy platform, where this is also funded by the Austrian Forest Fund, and it's implemented by IUFRO in cooperation with FAO. So here you can just see the picture. This was the starting point, the official launch of the European wood pop, together with 16 different countries, and there are about 20 pan-European countries involved in building up this wood policy platform in Europe. And here you can see the notions and the goals of the global wood policy platform we are striving towards. It's our starting point was the ministerial call on scaling up sustainable wood-based pathways, which was adopted at the FAO World Forest Congress, and where Austria was one of the signatures. And basically this project will initiate global and regional wood policy dialogues, and will and should support technical knowledge and scientific knowledge exchange. And you, of course, all welcomed to step into this project. So to finalize, cross-sectoral up and downstream engagement is crucial for forest landscape restoration. It's about linking the landscape management and supply chain governance in a constructive way, and as we can experience in Austria, this is a real promising response to the challenges of sustainable land use. And the basis for all of that, and we have heard it from the previous speaker, is this multi-stakeholder involvement and joint public-private initiatives. These are really of utmost importance, and here you can see also some pictures of our workshops where we invited people from the downstream and upstream sectors to sit together and to work together to strengthen both management activities, but also value chain activities. So I guess with that, I would like to thank you for all your attention, and of course, I'm open for any questions. Thank you very much.
Very good morning to everyone. Myself Gitanjali, I'm an Indian Forest Service officer, and I'm also pursuing my PhD right now from the University of Helsinki at Finland. So I just have some comments drawing on from Dr. Madhu Verma's beautiful presentation about the concept of ecosystem services and payment to ecosystem services, and the following two presentations. Just in continue to it, with my Indian experiences and study abroad, I have two comments. It is like, in India, at the point, we have around 23% of the geographical area under forest cover, and only 5% of the area as protected areas, be it national parks or wildlife. And when talking of landscape level conservation, we definitely need increase in these areas beyond this 23% and 5% when we talk of landscape approach, and we need buffers and corridors, ecosystem zones, and so on and so forth. India has started a venture of going beyond this command and control methods in terms of, like, we have now community reserves and conservation reserves coming on. But then these community reserves are going to be on the private area owned by the people. Buffer areas are going to be in the private area owned by the people. So there comes the concept of best, which Madhu Verma was saying in terms. So we need to compensate for the opportunity cost borne by these people on their land if they are offering them for conservation. So then the question comes, all these market-based mechanisms, where do we draw the funding from? How do we compensate them? Then I try to draw from my experiences of studying the PES or CES, what they call an compensatory compensation for ecosystem service or payments for ecosystem services in other countries. So that can help us extend our protected areas. So a few examples to quote, like for example in Finland they have a Metso program. Finland has most of the area under private forest, and people cut the trees and replant it. But the government now realizes the biodiversity, in spite of this huge amount of private area, the biodiversity is reducing. So they come up with a scheme called, they will compensate the farmers not to cut their trees, maintain the old growth forest as such with the biodiversity, and they go into a contract with the farmers and pay them. And UK, for example, there is a UK land stewardship scheme where the farmers are paid to maintain old trees on their lands or some scrubs, or maintain the flowering herbs and weeds for pollination and so on. So not only in the developing countries, there are hundreds of, not only in the developed nations, there are also hundreds of examples in the developing countries as well. For example, there is a PEST program in Costa Rica, and there was a chimpanzee conservation scheme. By compensation, people were able to conserve the forest for the chimpanzees and so on. So I would try to trigger the thought process, at least for India and the concern. These sorts of things should be thought of and roped in a matter of policy level and also in the implementation level into the existing policies and schemes of the Government of India and also by the various states. For example, in our Green India mission or the CAMPA program, CAMPA, we need to buy lands and plant them. We buy degraded land and plant them. Never they are going to be of the same quality of the pristine forest we cut. So rather than if we have some private forest, for example, in Punjab, at least I can say there is a 50% of our forest area is in the lower Shivalik belt, which is being closed under the Punjab Land Preservation Act. This is a special act when the British left the country. They made it so that these forests are not cut. But then these are private forests. How long can we keep our forests and wildlife conserved by sticks? Somewhere we need to offer carrots, at least when the land is under private ownership. So this is my submission, just to ignite your thought process. Thank you.
Respected Shri Rawatji and honorable distinguished speakers of the dais, honorable audience from India and abroad, very good afternoon to all of you. No, it's still morning. It is my pleasure to get an opportunity to speak on the topic, the bioeconomic model for reforestation value chain framework method is needed for sustainability and perpetuity in rehabilitation sites in the Indian Himalayan region. My previous speaker, Dr. Sugata Datta, has already made my work easy by igniting the questions and the major thrust area where we are actually lacking when we are conducting the rehabilitation of the projects. I represent a sister concern of FRI ICFRE. It is GB Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment. It is located headquartered in Kosi Katarmal, and we have our presence across the Indian Himalayan region, including Leh, Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh, Garhwal, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and Northeast. And our establishment is almost more than 35 years old, and since 1992, we have been undertaking many rehabilitation of degraded lands across the Indian Himalayan region. During the COVID time, we were actually held inside our offices, and we could not take field trips. But then suddenly our late director, Dr. Raval, he ignited a very big thought process, and he called me up and telling, Paramita, you're a rehabilitation restoration ecologist, but find out, go and see how many of the rehabilitation sites that we have conducted are actually functioning and how well they are functioning. So we decided to find out the questions, and I took up the challenge. And at random, we picked up 4 or 5 sites in Kumaon region of Uttarakhand because it was near and I could come and go in a small span of time. And we found that the sites were really not performing as when the interventions were going on. Once it was a mostly Government of India money, and we spent 5 years, at the most we extend to another 2 or 3 years, and after that we exit. And once we exit, it is handed over to the stakeholders, maybe to the Ban Panchayats or the self-help groups. Sometimes it is also even in a private land to the private farmers. And whoever is the stakeholders, they are definitely very marginalized people in the Indian Himalayan region. And somehow when we are there, fodder, fuel wood, these are some of the major outputs, non-timber forest products. But they're doing well as long as we are going and intervening. But once we are out, the process is gone. Can you move this poster a bit? So we started with the objectives to how the planted trees were performing, has the area, the identified projects been maintained beyond the project, and what factors have influenced in the overall success or failure of these projects. So we conducted some socioeconomic analyses, and the questions were asked is already present. You can see here what the people are using from the site, what quantities of important products they're harvesting, who is managing. I have very less time, so I would skip the scientific part that I did. So please come down, up. Then when in a socioeconomic survey, when I was making, the reasons, what were the reasons why there's failure or non-performance of the sites after we have exited? It was lack of enough resources for all the stakeholders around the year. And then the exclusion of value addition and marketing of mainly non-timber products, introduction of programs that are by the government which are more lucrative than rehabilitation. Government of India has launched many programs. Rehabilitation is quite extensive, laborious work, so people prefer to go to other programs rather than participating in rehabilitation. And then there is a lack of commitment of a share of the village's green bonus, as already described by my previous speakers, and change in mindset of the people preferring rural livelihood from more urban and industrial part. And then there are financial technological supports were received during 5 years, and after that they still need some. Many people agreed, 76%. And lack of government support schemes of insurance against wildlife, insect pest attack, etc. Can you shift the poster a bit high? Now, the major reasons that came out were lack of linking the carbon market. A young forest is a very high carbon sequestering zone. So if we can actually join the stakeholders with the carbon credit programs, then maybe the sequestered forest or the rehabilitated forest may be perpetuating beyond the exit point. Forests have lost their relevance because in the Indian Himalayan region, to support 1 hectare of agricultural land, we need 10 hectares of forest. But people are living agriculture, they are into tourism or other livelihoods, but agriculture is now not a very lucrative trade, so they are giving up agriculture, so no longer interested to support the forest either. And then there is things called the profitable based forest bed industry. For example, in Uttarakhand, fine forests were planted extensively across Uttarakhand. They were mostly done for collecting resin, gum, and nothing more than that. Beyond other forest products are not yet manufactured in a commercial level, and if that is done, only then those forests can be sustained. And then the people are not interested in having forest hydrological zones either, because the hydropower dams and huge beautiful lakes have come up and the water is brimming in the townships. So people are less interested in understanding the intricacies of the forest hydrology, which a very well-educated person understands. So it is very difficult to convince them that the forests are the recharge zone for water, and they are no longer interested. Because, for example, the site in Champavat, which was done in 2017, there the people, 12 to 16 hectare of land was actually rehabilitated, and now they have just struck it out because we have a huge Pancheshwar Dam catering, and the tourism ministry is flourishing like anything. The entire degraded landscape is now full of resorts, all 4-star hotel buildings, and they are earning lot. So least interested whether the forest lives or not. Next is the strengthening of the village Van Panchayats, and of course the environmental laws. There are very good laws by the government of India, but implementation is definitely quite slack. And next, to conclude the findings, what can be the way out? So the viable methods of filling the knowledge gaps include the evaluation method and cost benefit analysis of a restoration site. Sir, okay, 2 minutes more. So we need to have the restoration sites, we need the cost-benefit analysis, and we need a robust rehabilitation value chain with other lucrative trades like tourism. It can be timber-based, it can be non-timber-based, rhododendron-based, medicinal plant-based. Uttarakhand and all the entire Indian Himalayan region have many options to carry out many types of resource value chain products. Almost 43 types of things are already being done across the globe, mostly European countries. Next is the adaptation of Rome, which is the very traditional one. And we need a bioeconomy model for restoration value chain and an ecologically and socioeconomically viable option for the sustainability. For that, the second point that comes up is just not at random 1 hectare or 10 hectare. We need to have that a threshold quantity of land to be rehabilitated, which will actually support the economy of the region. And it has to be region-specific resource value chain process that should be brought into effort, and that can actually bring in a very good rehabilitated site post our exit from that place. It can perpetuate longer. And thank you very much, sir, for giving me the opportunity. The poster is also in display, so we can have a discussion if anybody is interested later on also. Thank you.
I'm really thankful to the presenters that they have made very good presentation. On one hand, we have presentation of Dr. Madhu Verma, and she has in fact emphasized on ecosystem valuation of goods and services. In fact, that can really be a pointer to decision makers if we have to go for restoration of the forest landscapes. Then there was a presentation of Dr. Sugato Datta, and he has in fact shown that how communities, particularly the people, the planters, the farmers, and of course the tribals are important in any landscape restoration. And the next presenter, in fact, he has shown that how this food value chain can be in fact a very important tool as far as the forest land restoration is concerned and creation of livelihood is there. And the last presentation, in fact, that again emphasizes that if the laws and the policies are properly implemented, I think the restoration can be carried out to large extent. She has clearly, in fact, highlighted that the policies and law are not being implemented properly. So thank you very much. Yeah. Please.
Now, I would like to request Shri A.S. Rawat sir to kindly present mementos to the speakers of the session, followed by a group photograph. The speakers of the session, Dr. Madhu Verma, Dr. Sugato Dutt, Dr. George Rappold, and Dr. Paramita Ghosh. So, good group photograph, please. Group photograph. I would now like to request Dr. Ratnakar Johari sir, DDG Research, to kindly come on the stage and felicitate Dr. Shri Rawat sir. Thank you, Johari sir, and thank you, Shri A.S. Rawat sir, for concluding the session. So, with your permission, we are closing this session. Okay, thank you, sir. Now we will break for 20 minutes. I invite you all to ICFRE launch, where arrangement for tea and coffee have been made. We'll assemble in the auditorium at 11 for the next technical session, which is session 2A. And if some Indian and foreign delegates have not completed their registration, they are requested to complete their registration at the help desk. And they are also kindly requested to submit their pending registration fees also at the help desk. Theme for the session is agriculture, agroforestry, and food security. The host for this session is Dr. Sanjeev Chauhan. I request Dr. Sanjeev Chauhan, sir, to kindly grace the dais. Dr. Sanjeev Chauhan is currently Director Research at Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry, India. Dr. Chauhan has vast experience of more than 25 years of teaching, research, and extension in forestry and agroforestry. He has been IUFRO coordinator of short rotation forestry and IUFRO task force member on forest and bioenergy. He has 78 research papers and many review papers, popular articles, books, and manuals to his credit. I now request Dr. Sanjeev Chauhan to kindly conduct the session. Over to you, sir.
In this session, we have 3 presentations. So before we start the session, I request Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Dhimanji, and Dr. Monica Gabe to please take their seats. Well, of course, this session is important as well, dealing 3 issues: agriculture, agroforestry, and food security. Of course, we know that, yes, please. Everything that can wait, not the agriculture. So, of course, when we were 33 crores, we have been importing food items. So that itself was an concern. Today we are 133 crores, and still there is concern. Now it's not the food security, but the nutritional security. So we have many issues as such. So, but this session, of course, is in 3 parts: agriculture, agroforestry, and food security. But most of the presentation from our 3 experts, that is on specifically on agroforestry. Of course, as in the Indian perspective, we know that most of our domestic and industrial requirements, they are met outside forest. And in that concern, our agroforestry concern, our trees outside forest, they becomes more important. And indirectly, of course, we can say that they are conserving our natural resources, including forest as such, because we are by reducing minimizing our pressure on the traditional forests. So not taking much time, because already we are short of time. So briefly, I'll introduce my expert speakers. First, we have Dr. Chandrasekhar. Brother, he is presently country head, director as such India, chief of party Toffee C4 ICFRE, New Delhi, and the brother has a multidisciplinary education background with MSc Forestry and PhD in Environment Sciences. Of course, it is important for me to mention that our 2 out of the 3 speakers, they are alumnus of my university as well. Dr. Brother did his PhD from Hampshire and then IIRS ISRO. Dr. Brother has 21 years of experience serving research and principal scientist manager, head of the unit and research team leader, and has published around 400 research articles. Presently, he is looking after Toffee program of India, trees outside forest. That is a very comprehensive, rather you can say, very important aspect as such. So he's looking after all the 7 states. So he'll be talking on tree-based system approach for green economic transition. Dr. Brother, please, you start your presentation.
Display. Anyway, so while they're fixing the presentations, and good morning everyone. Thank you very much, Chair, and the colleagues and delegates. As already they've spoken quite a bit on like intersectoral cooperation is why it's important. And can you hear everyone? This backside.
Yes, audible, please. Oh, you're fine, sir. Fine,
yeah,
sir.
Perfectly fine. So this is where I just trying to go like the slide show on that. What are the evidence-based intersectoral cooperation required, and how the breaking the silos is very important when you talk about the trees, crops, livestock, and the environment together to addressing the climate, the mitigations, as well as the addressing the issues we have facing. I'm not sure this still displaying. We tested earlier, it's working fine. And that's what we need to identifying the infinite potential of the what you call the tree stewardship. And stewardship economy is going to be the vital forces. And this is what I will address most of the focus on this one. How this the landscape approach and the system approach is going to play the vital role that leads to the green economic transition. No? And that starts with the standard slide, so that we talk about the health of everything, whether the people, ecosystem, the planetary health, and often the most of definitions we miss that's called ecological aspect. And that's one of the key aspects for when you bring the resilience. And this is where we talk about the even like a G20, we talk about the one earth, one systems, and one health. And the way we connect the nature, landscape, and the people, and the way we grow the food and consumes and dispose, all the interconnected each other. So this is where the framework of a healthy connections to the healthy, the flow, and this is where the tree stewardship is going to play the vital role. It is from restoring the soil health and ecosystem services to the water and food security, there we grow the food. It is very clear that once we have a very clear mandate, recent the AR6, like the system you are looking at that one, how the strategic you are going that one, land use cover is going to play the important role here as well. Look in the gray area where we have in the system in the last 100 years or so, we are clearing a lot of the tree from the agriculture areas, and somewhat little bit conservation efforts towards pushing to the yellow line, but still hitting the 1.5 degree to 2 degree. But what is required really need is the green lines, where you have to bending the curve that leads to the significant co-benefit of the people. Until we link the ecology to economy is not going to work. So that's what we call, whether restoration we call it, regenerative we call it, resilience we call it, that links to be the what called revenue generations, and it's quite possible. That's what we're going to that one, where in the verge of what's called collapsing the system level interventions, but you have to address not only the symptoms but the root causes. This is where it comes to the agroforestry, tree outside the forest, and the system approach is going to play the vital role. Looking at India as used to be the one of the most what is called the agroforestry and cradle of the agroforestry, but we removed a lot of the trees in the last 80 years or so. We lost nearly 85% tree cover of the mainstream agriculture. I think this is what you need to bring it back, deficit landscape to the tree surplus landscape. That's what we call trees for the trees. Tree outside the forest, agroforestry, how is going to play the vital role. And as everyone know that one, we are the nearly measured landscape, hardly any trees left in the agriculture level. And this is what we call it in order to restore the resilience, we need to look into just not only the timber, but other aspect of the trees that play the vital role, whether it's supporting, provisioning, and cultural and regulatory mechanisms. So look into that one, we often, that is the gestation period we talk about, and nothing can grow under the tree, that is another issue the farmers facing. But clear objective is that one, that is a lot of the combinations, diversity, the sequence, and what we call right tree for the right place for the right purpose is going to the vital role. So that not just only looking at the tree in terms of the agricultural landscape, what trees can also eat into the food and other ecosystem services, and including the biodiversity. The number of products now come recently, the vital forces of the nutrition security or climate security, the food coming from the trees play the vital role. So this is what you need to look at that one. Other side, you look into the annual wood production in India and how much you are importing. Everyone knows these figures, like 3 million coming from the forest, the production forestry, but very limited because we are putting the stock side, and importing double of that is a 6 million cubic meter, but 86 million cubic meter coming tree outside the forest, but that's only timber side. But the other aspect of this one, you're not looking at that. When you talk a lot about you are importing a lot of the wood, but what about the food? Looking into that one, like just looking at the figures in the last night and earlier, some of the figures, the food grains, despite our highest producer, the food grains are still importing. And also the fresh fruits, we are importing a lot of the fresh fruits as well. Just like grain production, about nearly 305 million tons. Then look into that, into the amount of how much is the adds value. Wood, if you bring the annual, the import nearly 1.8 billion, but look into all the different food items you can import, that nearly massive, nearly more than the 16 billion worth of the importing. So that clearly shows that how bringing the more diversity, more food systems into the mainstream agriculture that play the vital role rather than just a staple few grains. And this is what, not only that one, that having a more trees in the mainstream agriculture is fixing the soil. We are nearly 100 million, the hectare of the soil degraded status, that's less than 1% soil organic carbon. This is also playing the vital role. So rebuilding, restoring the resilience, you have to bring the tree in the first. That is the catalyst of the restorations. That links to the crop diversity, rotation, organic matter, soil fungi, and the living soil. That's what the resilience will be built upon. We need to look at the both, not just only the soil. A rows of the tree around the farm can sequester nearly tons of carbon. They add nearly the double amount of in terms of the litter. That also linked to the amount of the fertilizer, how much reductions happen there. This is really very clear, the system we're talking about. And this is very another aspect we talk about, that a lot of floods. Every season, because of the extreme climate events, we have the torrential rains, or what you call high intensity rainfall, the gaps, that's also links to the lot of this soil absorption capacity, soil sponge capacity, because of high dose of the fertilizer, machinery using compactness of soil, and loss of the tree cover, that breaking the soil pan, or what called hard pan, that leads to the lot of the surface runoff. This is one of the issues we need to take. That's what resilience is talk about. And this is what we talk about, why 33% of green cover is required. It's very clear why it's required 33%. That linked to the amount of the groundwater recharge, that linked to the canopy cover. So this is also linked to the amount of the subsurface runoff become a surface flow. I think this is the real vital forces to bring the resilience, because of water is life, and water is required for the food productions and environmental security, all that flow around that. So this is what we call intermediate tree cover into the mainstream agriculture, that's going to change the landscape in terms of the drought and the floods, as well as the long-term, the sustainability of the farming systems. And this is one example I'm giving here is the day at least 50% of the surface runoff became a subsurface flow, we reach the what called water, food, and fuel security. And this one example I'm giving here is in the peak rainy seasons, if you change the landscape into the tree-based systems and not exposing the soil, building soil organic carbon, even the peak rainy seasons, the streams flow clean. That's what we call restoration, what we call the springs in the agriculture systems. I think that's what we're going to the real resilience you need to bring in. So study found there is a tree covers, no need to explain again, everyone know that one, how the barren land kept the fallow for the long durations, and how that leads to the subsequent further more barren. And the rows of the trees in the modern agriculture, even high intensity agriculture, that not only they bring the sustainability and resilience, but also in terms of economic return, in terms of reduction of the fertilizer use. So that's what clearly shows that a rows of the trees are the few trees in the farming systems around the farm, and also scattered like what called intercropping. That really brings about 15 to 20% of the fertilizer reduction, what I'm talking synthetic fertilizer reductions, and that's really carbon reduction, removal, both going to play the vital role. So the first times, I'm just running the few slides of that one. We need to link the ecology to the economy, very clear that one. Farmers, they are ready to adapt to the what you call system approach or the tree-based systems, but thing is missing is that one, we are not paying for the ecosystem services they provide, adopting the best practices. So this is where really they need to have an economic transition required. Means one other side is carbon you talk about, but others biodiversity, you're not looking at that one. Do you have indices to looking at that one, so that more trees added, everyone knows that it's increasing biodiversity, can be paid for the farmers. This is what we need to look into that aspect. And also the diversity, crop diversity, looking into the, when ask the children in the school, find out the food, the systems you grow, and they come out with these, the fruits and vegetables, but real, the farming system dynamics, there is huge diversity. And ecological approaches become very important in terms of the reduction of the synthetic gases, synthetic, the fertilizer used to the chemicals to the fossil fuels, and we have to move to what we call nature-based solutions. It's very vital, and that's where the tree-based systems are going to play the vital role in the future of the nurturing the soil, water, and ecosystem services, and also how the interventions like what we call a total factor productivity to the compound productivity, and bringing the more like a traditional crops along with the trees. This year we're celebrating the International Year of the Millets. Millets are the best crops to grow in the agroforestry along with the trees. And also the new, you think about the complete new dimension of economic transitions. So that the best of the coffee you can buy in the Assam coffee or Kodagu coffee, you can pay about 1,000 rupees to 2,000 rupees. But the sangri, I'm talking about one of the dry crop here, and they can neglect the species. The sangri, 1 kg of the dry sangri, it can cost about 3,000 rupees. Why can't you call a sangri estate? Like I just giving one example, we have 150 species that grow into this new dimension, new nutritional value we have to bring. That's where the transition happens. Again, there's the SAIDs is the biggest, the enemy you can call it about. I call the SAIDs in agriculture is really the big friend, and that SAIDs leads to the more carbon sequestration, also economic return. I'm giving us the example here. The pepper plant growing the drumstick tree, you can nearly about, the yield is about 40 kg, dry at 18 kg. Few trees of this life system itself, they make economic return, along with a lot of the shade-loving tree go along the trunk of the tree. That's really changed the dimension. Again, we know that synthetic, the fabric is one of the thirdest the polluter in the world, and moving to the nature text, tree-based textiles, that's also going to change the landscape. I'm just giving the few examples. You are more than 300 different the economic return you can bring into the farming systems. What is required? You need to evidence-based scaling, and how that's going to play the vital role, and how to bring the more trees, that's growing tree become profitable to the farmers, and bring the enterprises, bring the hubs, innovation hubs, and linking it to the sustainability in terms of the what called ecosystem services. That's where the value addition to that product is become more viable. And this is what you need to, the accountability, like one of the graduate came to me that during the COVID time, so that's, I not have job, what should I, do you have land? Yesterday I have the 1 acre land. Can you adopt these natural waste systems along with the agroforestry systems? And within one season, ask him to account everything is spending on that. He was so happy that end of the year, he tell that he's making nearly 2 lakhs the profit of that land. I think this is now he is adding the more trees, economic return. I think that needs to be the keep on going. This is where trees become a trigger, the catalyst of the resilience. And roadmap is very clear, and we have enough evidences then, research has been, innovation is there, technology is there. What is required? A context-specific outscaling and diffusion and impact measure, that's one. And in that context, as already our chair mentioned about the Tree Outside India program, is one of the largest programs in India, nearly $25 million to bring, making growing a tree is profitable, to address all the hindrances, drawbacks, so that bring that the dimension level, so that we can sequester more carbon, that's one side, but how to make economical viable to the farmers, they grow the tree. With a number of approaches talking about what is the lacking, what is the limitation in terms of the policy level, in terms of the value chains, in terms of the support, in terms of the QPM, that's one of the biggest things, introducing new germplasm, bring them together, the segmentations, bring them to interoperability, integrations, where enough research has been done, the crop level, tree level, livestock level, agronomy, climate, but you have to link them together. You have to break the silos, so that as a one entity, meta-analysis framework, as a farm is one entity, and the profit is the second entity, and the third one. That's what we talk about, the tree-based system. The green economic transition is very clear. Green Deal, we already know that one, but until you address that structure and functions leads to the ecosystem services, that will be economic return. I think that's what you need to address. I don't know, so how much time we have to, so digital transition happening, we are one of the largest, the cell phone users in the world in terms of data, in terms of the cheapest data economics, as well as in terms of people user-friendly, the tools. We talk about a lot of the technology. Enough digital transition is there, restorative approach is there, sustainable framework is what is the connecting dot. That leads to the economic return. So that this we talk about the breaking silos, the tools, because of often people move away from the traditional agriculture practice. At last, how trees grows, how the crop combination works, way to grow that one, when to plant, that's lost by the more when in the transition level, we have to bring it back. So they bring this system, niche modeling, right tree for the right place for right purposes, linked to the indigenous practices, the post, what called harvest mechanisms, that's what links. We talk nowadays a lot about the mobile applications, move to the chat, bot to the chat GPT. So this is quite possible to integrate local languages, location-specific recommendations. We can link that system. We developed a couple of these applications within a short period that needed testing it that one so that became more user-friendly. And this is what required. When you do this one systematically, green economics is quite possible. We're looking at the champions of the farmers, irrespective of all the green revolution, they have been doing the same system for quite a long time. They are now becoming champions. One time we were telling them that, oh, these are laid-out farmers, they're not adopting the green revolutions. Now I feel that they are the wise farmers, they're adopting the tree-based systems. Despite of the extra, more rain or less rain, and they are continue to grow something, always there's something to eat, something to sell. I think that system is required. It's very clear that revenue generated is linked to the regenerative practices, and agroforestry tree-based systems, lot of evidences show that 8 to 13 times more return of the investment profit than the conventional systems, and also along with what you call contentment and the increased ecosystem services, and also the helps in breaking the silos, addressing what. I think this is the vision I put forward for since last few years. Everyone know that even Lancet Commission recommended that our food plate should consist at least 30% coming from the fruits and vegetables, and used to be the fruit eaters and basically depend on the plant-based systems, and but still we are consuming the food coming from the tree-based system less than 3%. And if you bring the average into that one, about all the foods coming from horticulture, vegetables, and that comes about less than 10%. But you reach to 30% by 2030. That's coming at least 30% of that food coming from the tree-based system, agroforestry-based systems, and at least 30% of that plate constitute this one. I think we already reached the sustainable development goal. And that is what we call a pre-industrial era. But you bring it to at least 50%, that what used to be the ancient food system wisdom, we used to be talk about the agroforest-based systems. I think with that, like my last slide I'm talking about, we in ecological framework, production follows functions. Let's leverage the technology, diversity, local intelligence, wisdom, how to grow to how to cook to how to dispose, and all bring to one framework, what we call sustainable, resilient, restoration framework to bring back the living soils, living planet, and planetary health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Of course, we shall be taking question at the end of the session. So I request now the next speaker is Ms. Monica Gave. Has more than 30 years of experience in community forestry, governance, traditional forest-related knowledge, and sustainable livelihood. She holds a MBA in strategic management from University of Belgrade and University of Barcelona, and a PhD from Latin America, Faculty of Social Sciences. She coordinates IUFRO Division 9 Forest Policy and Economics. She would be talking on a very important topic, that is the power of the small. The role of indigenous people, local communities, and smallholders in sustainable food-related food system. So I request Ms. Monica to please start with your presentation. Since she has to leave at the earliest, so that then your time remains only 50 minutes, please.
Yes. Thanks. Well, thank you all, and good morning to everybody in person and on the virtual channels. It's my pleasure to share with you a few thoughts with a very simple objective, which is to convey the notion that smallholders, indigenous peoples, and local communities have an important role in food security. And sometimes this role is invisibilized. That's why I wish to focus on this today. So my presentation will be very brief as required and very focused on the context and the linkages between food security and biodiversity, and some suggestions that maybe policymakers wish to reflect upon. So the first thing we should do is we're discussing food security. So what is food security? Then food security has 4 dimensions. First of all, food should be available in enough quantity and quality for every individual to have a healthy life and develop their whole potential. The second dimension relates to accessibility. So it's not only that it should be available, but it should be accessible for each individual, each family. The third dimension, which is very important, is stability. It's not good to have access to food in good quality and quantity only sometimes, and some days no food at all. So stability is also very important for good health and the full human development. And then the fourth point, which is very important, is utilization. So how this food is utilized. And that also relates with hygiene and some knowledge about nutrition and healthy diets. So it's a complex package that doesn't stop in food production, but involves education and also capacity building. But we are not content with access to food or food security. which was in the Millennium Development Goals. Now we're aiming for more, and we're looking for sustainable food systems. So we're going way beyond the consumption, and we're looking into the way in which the whole value chain is involved in the production of this food and the food security, of course. And this has, as we know when we discuss sustainability, 3 dimensions. So we need to have a positive impact on society and benefits for people, but also we are looking, of course, to the economic side of profitability. This is not a charity, this is some people, farmers, producing food and wishing to have some income and livelihoods out of this production. And the third pillar of all this system is environmentally sound production. So it's not enough that we have these social considerations, it's not enough to have the economic side, but this has to be done in an environmentally friendly way, in a way that I'm not saying we shouldn't be ambitious. Of course we should think of nature positive, but at least nature neutral. And that means we are not degrading our resources, and we are enabling the next generations to also fulfill their needs. So we're not thinking of today, right here, right now, but we're also thinking of for the future. And that happens in a very difficult context we are now living, and a difficult context we're living to the future generations, which is the triple interlinked environmental crisis. So we have a problem with the terrible phenomena of climate change that's affecting our ways of life and our possibilities for thriving as a civilization, many civilizations, but as a species, the humans. And that happened because, that's why I put the Anthropocene there, that's because it's us who produce this massive and rapid change. And that accounts for the Anthropocene and the proposal that we are facing a new geological era in which mankind has the power to transform the planet, for good or for bad. And then we have, connected with this and the unsustainable use of nature and the changes of land use, and we've seen deforestation, degradation, and that has led to biodiversity loss. And we are losing species at a tremendous rate, and we're not even sure of what the ecosystem services they provided, because we don't know enough of our world. We know nothing about the oceans, for instance. I know this is a forest meeting, but the biodiversity in the soil that sustains our crops, we know very little of that. We're learning fast, we're losing it fast. And then we have the other challenge, which is pollution. And it's not only the carbon or GHG, but it's also the chemicals we use for food production. These chemicals have been designed in a time where we were not so conscious, or perhaps we were not so aware of the long-term impacts of this technological package would have on our health, our life, and nature as a whole. So then we get to our protagonists. So indigenous peoples, local communities, and smallholders. And it's a very important step forward we had in December when we approved the Global Biodiversity Framework, in which for the first time it really visibilized the role of communities as stewards of biodiversity and stewards of nature, and also of the knowledge on how to use these plants, these resources, for different benefits for people. So this traditional knowledge that sometimes has been eroded and sometimes it has been misused. I have to say, we have faced in the developing world, I come from Argentina, so in Latin America, but also in Africa and Asia, the issue of biopiracy. So the lack of recognition of the rights of people to the traditional knowledge, not only indigenous communities, but also local communities that know how to use these materials in a very useful way to heal, for nutrition, for many uses, also for even producing clothes and dyes. And we've seen that in the museum here when we visited on Tuesday. So the framework recognizes the role of indigenous peoples and local communities. It recognizes the importance of traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources, and it looks into ways to foster this. And it goes beyond that, because there's a specific target looking at the role of indigenous and local communities' traditional land as a source of in situ biodiversity conservation. And this role has been invisibilized before, but now it's in the forefront of the framework, and also the importance of participation in decision-making process. So we are moving ahead, slowly but surely. And then I wish to show you why we should care, So before I go into figures to show you that what seems to be rather small and with little impact and perhaps a little fragmented has a very important role, I want to go one step before that and talk about a little about the enabling factors that we need for these numbers to happen. And the enabling factors for this role in food security as well as biodiversity conservation, but also as, for instance, carbon dioxide sinks in the forests that are preserved or conserved or sustainable use by indigenous peoples and local communities. We have these enabling factors that sometimes are not well sorted out in policy, but more and more they're becoming apparent in scientific work, which are land tenure, secure land tenure, access to finance, because without land tenure, you cannot think of planning, so communities cannot think of the future. Without land tenure, there is no access to finance, but sometimes with secure land tenure, there is no finance available for smallholders, indigenous people, and local communities. And finance is vital for innovation and to go one step ahead in the sustainability of production, to incorporate new techniques. You need some funding going on there. And so this is very important. And then the access to market that implies organization. Because smallholders are usually fragmented and indigenous communities are not well connected, and sometimes this also happens with local communities, this fragmentation plays against the reasonable profits they should have and the reasonable market access. So those three are underlying factors. So you see, now we have made progress, and we have 1.5 billion indigenous peoples and local communities with secure land tenure. This is vital for all of this to happen. Then we need to reckon that, according to the latest figures that are available, 90% of all the farms in developing countries, so 90% belong to these smallholders, indigenous people and local communities. And I think this is also true for developed countries, because smallholders in developed countries also play an important role and also are struggling sometimes to move ahead. And then 30% of forest land in developing countries, and we know this is where the most biodiverse landscapes are, belong to these smallholders, indigenous peoples and local communities. So there you have a very strong key for stewardship of biodiversity, for in situ conservation, to make sure these genetic assets are preserved and also can serve to ensure food security, because right now we're very reliant on monocultures and genetically modified species, not in Europe maybe, but most elsewhere we are. So a pest could easily get rid of all these supplies. So with these diverse genetic banks that we have within these areas, we have the original species that gave birth through hybridization and gene drives and manipulation to the modern crops. So if we protect these assets, if we protect these genetic resources that are in the hands of indigenous peoples and local communities, we can have more resilience to the changes we're seeing and to the crisis we're facing. And then also, I mentioned carbon storage, and carbon sinks are very much also related with the smallholders, indigenous peoples, and local communities. And another very important topic is that these areas, these people, the smallholders, produce 70% of all the food available in the planet. So it's not that visible because it's rural, it's small scale, it's fragmented, but it's happening. And they do this with only 25% of the agricultural inputs. So talk about efficiency, talk about synergies. Nature provides these ecosystem services, and when they're wisely managed, we get a lot of production. And this is a tendency that we're looking into when we're discussing also the biodiversity, the global biodiversity framework, how to make our food supplies more resilient to climate change and to all the challenges we're facing. And then forest-related products are about 22, and this is a very tricky figure because most of the economy is informal. So it's very difficult to measure, but one measure we have is that 22% of the income of these families comes from these forest-related products. And the last point, but not least, is that these smallholders that maybe have 20 hectares, 30 hectares, maybe 100, maybe 5, when you have extreme mini land ownership. I don't know the word in English, sorry. So, but you get $1.3 trillion in value from the smallholders producing in forest landscapes. And that number is huge. It's huge, but it's not visible. But it's the reason why we have these families, even though subsistence economy, but they're still there. And they're there because they produce this income. So it's our duty to visualize this as scientists and give elements, inputs for policymakers to take them into account and to promote the organization and enhance this production. And also, it has to do with culture. I haven't put it there, but the reproduction of culture, the preservation of the immaterial heritage of the world lies with these people. So if they migrate to the cities because life is impossible in their areas and in their land, we lose the culture. The youth are leaving. So what are we doing to help the youth stay? Because youth are the ones that produce innovations also. Or perhaps they go to study to the city and then they go back and help the family keep the production going. Now we're looking into agroforestry. We're looking into more ecologically friendly production. This youth can help a lot. So that means also producing enabling conditions for these families to stay in the rural areas and continue these activities. So I will finalize with some ideas to consider for further research, because more research is needed in this field. We have data, but it's not significant in terms of it's fragmented, it's only some countries, it doesn't cover all the themes. We need to work more to understand better how this works. So first, know more about how to harness the potential and look into adaptation strategies as well, because they're already working on mitigation. They already have the carbon sinks, but how can they adapt to the shock that comes with the changes in the global climate? Maybe introduce and diversify with drought-resistant crops. maybe work to revitalize slopes to avoid landslides. So these are all measures that we should take into account. And then take action, by concrete action, not only the fancy declarations in international meetings, but concrete action to ensure the access to equitable benefit sharing for genetic resources related traditional knowledge. So this traditional knowledge needs to be in some way compensated, because these people are the ones who teach us how to use these materials. So we need to compensate for that. We have a legally binding instrument providing for that. And then also acknowledge his contribution related to the one before. For instance, we have a tradition in seed sharing. So in most parts of the world, traditional communities share their seeds with other communities. They exchange. And that ensures the genetic pool is diverse and it keeps flowing. And finally, learn from each other. We always claim that we should learn from each other, but we should learn from each other. So our Western science meets the traditional knowledge of communities, also smallholders and indigenous peoples, and we share and we see why they're doing what they're doing. They have the reasons. Let's have a scientific study about why they're doing what they're doing and why it works or what doesn't work. And so let's work together. And that's my last slide, so I thank you for your attention.
Since she has to leave immediately, so I think it's important that you can take 2 or 3 questions, please. 2 or 3 questions if you have, please. If there are, sure, that seems to be. If there are no questions, then we move to the next presentation, that is by Dr. R.C. Dhiman, Opportunities and Challenges for Agroforestry Expansion with special reference to intersectoral linkages. Dr. Dhiman is a practical forester, scientist and manager also. He has served as state forest farmer in Himachal, then scientist in the University of Horticulture and Forestry, Soran and FRI, Dehradun. And immediately after that, he has served Bimco Seedling Limited and ITC. Presently, he is looking after Toffee, Haryana. So I request Dr. Dhiman, you please start with your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I am glad to be here in front of galaxy of the scientists around the globe and from the country. It's my pleasure to stand in front of you and give the perspective of Indian agroforestry, how it developed and how it's progressing in the country. It's Indian perspective. Agroforestry in India is reasonably successful. When I say reasonably successful, you evaluate it on any parameter. Those may involve ecological, those may involve ecological and other parameter is reasonably successful. As a highly diverse agroforestry systems in India, starting from highly complex homestead gardens where multiple species in multiple layers they are existing, to highly productive agroforestry systems which you see in this particular slide, highly probably long rotation trees which are 40-50 years on farmland, to very short rotation trees which are harvested at 2-3 years of age for production forestry, highly productive, highly growing trees over there. You see one of the graph over there, C and MI curve, which foresters are fancy of, which culminate just in 3 years, as fast as this. Poplar in India grows 5 meters in height in 1 year, 5 centimeters in diameter in 1 year. So they are the fastest growing tree species on farmland. The productivity is very, very high. In many cases, it exceeds 50 cubic meter timber production per hectare per year. Very slow growing also agroforestry system. So you will find all kind of the agroforestry system in India. So for the economical parameters concerned, you will find some of the agroforestry system, they are generating 300,000 rupees per annum per hectare, as a huge amount of money that goes to in the pockets of the farmer. So you find a very diverse kind of agroforestry system, and they are playing a very important role in the Indian, I think, resilient agriculture, agri-ecosystem is playing a very important role. Now, it's slowly and gradually increasing. If we move from, these are the report from the Indian...
Sorry, sir.
Please.
I'm interrupting you in
Sure.
between. Since she has to leave and she is to present with the memento.
Okay.
So I'm
No issue,
stopping
no
you,
issue,
sir.
no issue.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Go
sir.
ahead, go ahead.
So, ma'am, you please continue with your presentation. Sorry, sir, I'm disturbing you.
I'm very thankful to Diman sir. I would like to request Dr. Sanjeev Chauhan sir to please kindly present memento to Dr. Monica Gabe, one of the speaker of this session, as she has to leave early. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So I would like to request Diman sir to please kindly continue his presentation.
Sorry for inconvenience,
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
No, thank you. It's okay. I think it happens. There are some urgencies and they have to be addressed. So what I was indicating is that there is a gradual increase. This is TOF means largely they are on the farmland and they represent most of the agroforestry systems in the country. So if you see in this particular table, TOF intensity is increasing, the efficacy is increasing over the year. These reports are from Forest Survey of India. And the tree cover, unfortunately, they are under conservation forestry, but in spite of that, the growing stock of the forest area is gradually declining. There is also a figure of 2019 where the productivity of the agroforests of TOF has been quoted as 85.16 million cubic meter. And from the forest is hardly 2 million cubic meter. And this 2 million cubic meter also, half of it comes from dead, dying, diseased, fallen tree. So actually from a bulk of the forest area is hardly 1 million cubic meter of the wood that is available. And the bulk of it is coming from the agroforest, and that shows the potential of the agroforestry system that is playing role in the country. And this particular 85.16 million cubic meter again is a rider that only 10 centimeter and what trees are accounted in this kind of the estimation. In practice, large number of trees for paper industry, for particle board, for MDO, for firewood, they are harvested much below the 10 centimeter diameter limits, and therefore the productivity of the Indian agroforest system is much higher than what is being quoted in this particular table. Now you see this picture, the gradual increase of 4% right from 2013 when we started monitoring of the TOF in the country to probably present state, and there is a decline of 4% of the growing stock in the natural forest. So there is significant achievement of the agroforestry in the country. I think this slide is very important in the sense that in forest, this hardly agroforestry, the exceptions are maybe the shifting cultivation or maybe some tonga cultivation, which is not very much in practice now. But I think shifting cultivation still takes place in certain area. That is the exception. But the bulk of probably the agroforestry is taking place on the farmer field. And it's not like the European countries farmer, they're very small farmer, their land holding is just 0.23 hectare on an average. In 2011, per capita, land holding was 0.1 hectare. So you can imagine that in small farmers which are contributing significantly toward the timber production and also making the ecosystem very, very resilient. There are some community land where there is some slight agroforestry practice over there, and probably institutional land very, very negligible. For example, here in research establishment, they may be having some trial, agriculture university may have some trial on agroforestry, but largely 95, 97, 98% of agroforestry is on the farmers field, and there will be small farmers in comparison to what they are existing over there. Now, this slide I just want to focus, as I said, that the farmer is the nucleus of our agroforestry system as a very small holder. So I think he is producing the kind of the plantation which you see at the bottom is 7-year poplar, which is ready to harvest, producing fairly good productivity. On the upper side is the traditional agroforestry system, which have been people maintaining it since ages. Some of the trees they are growing on bonds may not be planted but naturally occurring over tree, and they are contributing significantly towards this. There are a large number of mango orchards or other orchards which are contributing to it. Tea garden, they are contributing to the agroforestry of 25 million hectares. But 5 to 7 million hectare as of today is under a fast mode of input and output, which is providing a lot of convenience to the country in terms of meeting the wood demand of the country. This is basically is a synergy between two partners. One, the farmer is the key nucleus of the agroforestry system, and if you talk about the wood production, industry is a very important stakeholder. If you remove these two key holders from the country, probably the production forestry which is practiced in 6 to 7 million hectares, probably it won't exist over there. So it's a very, very important aspect of the Indian forestry that it has created some sort of ecosystem that is ecologically a little bit better stable and is providing a lot of support to the country. Now, I say this is the first ring of the agroforestry success story in India. Farmer is the nucleus. Second is the wood waste industry, they are very critical. And nursery growers, unlike in many other countries, is on private sector. Farmers, small farmers hold the nursery, they are growing the nursery in millions, and they are supplying the planting stock, which is market driven. Whatever is required by the farmer, they grow it, and they supply it to a farming community. So these are the three important constituents of the success of the agroforestry in the country, and equally important, they are the executive department, for example, Forest Department, Agriculture Department, Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Commerce. They are partly contributing to the success of the story. They are also responsible for framing certain regulations, and last one, the research establishment. They are in the government sector, they are also in the private sector, corporate sector, and today playing very significant role in developing the new clones and varieties and technology, and they are playing a wonderful role in moving forward. Now, I again put two more rings outside the agroforestry, which are the central government agency which make the policies and the program and provide the directions to the states for going ahead with the kind of the support they needed. And lastly, one is a ring where we call logistic teams. For example, as of today, most of the commercial agroforests, they are a local logistic team which are looking after planting of the tree, providing silviculture input in terms of pruning the trees and then harvesting the tree, the carrying the wood. So it's the last ring is playing a supportive role. The third ring is playing a role of a policy initiative, directions to the country, to a different state, and is working wonderfully. I think, as I said, that the challenges are very high. The farm size is reducing day by day. Now, currently there are, in 2011, there were 118 million farmers in the country. By now, it must be 150 million farmers. So they are very, very small farmers. Farm holding is getting segregated smaller and smaller, and these farmers again need to be carried forward in our agroforestry initiative. And in land utilization pattern, you will find only the mark with the pink, they are available for the agroforestry. The rest of the land, they are not available. So it's a very narrow kind of the land use system where probably we can go ahead with planting of the agroforestry system. Now, there are estimations by certain people, if the business as usual, we would be able to create 54 million hectares of the agroforest by maybe 2050. So that is one of the estimations of the scientific community. But think of a situation where probably there are certain things not in our control. For example, what happened in Ukraine and Russia because of the war, food chain in the entire world probably get disturbed. There could be many other things in future where probably something happened and that disturbed the food chain. So India with 140 billion people, probably they would have first priority for the food. There could be any eventuality where probably country may not be able to support the kind of the agroforestry which we are having as on today. In that case, probably I am giving one conceptual model, nothing to do with the practical, may be possible in years to come. Out of 72 or 75 million hectare forest land can be put aside 4 million or 5 million hectare area for kind of the agroforestry which the farmer are practicing if they exit out of it. Because there is no legal binding on the farmer. At least Forest Department has the legal binding to manage and maintain and control the forest area. But for the farmer, there is no legal binding. Tomorrow is an opportunity, a very good cash crop is available. They will quickly shift to the cash crop because they are concerned with their land resources, maintaining them very effectively. So there could be an eventuality in due course of time where the country need to divert its probably focus maybe from the current kind of agroforestry and to the kind of thing. In that case, if you can spare 4 or 5 million hectares, the productivity, average productivity of the good production system is 25, 30 cubic meter per annum per hectare. And if we spare 4 or 5 million hectares exclusively for this thing and practice the kind of the agroforestry which the small farmer are practicing, probably would be on the mark to produce the local wood procurement for the country. And the last option is given, our Prime Minister has given a slogan which talk all about Har khet pe, made pe paid, which means that every one of the field would have trees over there. It's very nice to have that kind of thing in the country. Then the first contract model of forest farming was initiated in the country. There was a rider by the government of India that only 20% of the farm area could be put under agriculture, under trees. 80% has to be put under the agriculture crop. Now, keeping that rider in view, I tried to work out a conceptual model where if we plant 100 trees per hectare on the boundaries only, not inside the field, I think a lot of job would be done, but all farmers need to be incorporated. Even if 50% are brought over there, then even I think we can have 750 trees per hectare or 25 trees per hectare. I think a lot of things they could be done. This is purely a conceptual model. I don't think that 100% of farmers would participate in, but anyhow, if there is a policy legal binding by the government that this much of the probably tree density is to maintain per unit area, I think a lot of things could be carried forward. Now, I think the way forward is, this is a, probably Kant Saab is not sitting here, this is his input from Cambodia, that a teak is now being targeted to be harvested at 8 years of age. At 3.5 years of age, the 50 centimeter girth is there. Yesterday, I was having discussion with the anatomical scientist over here, and he studied the parameter. They are nearly to the mature kind of the wood, and I think the way forward is now to need to go for high input and high output forestry, even for the forestry species, and species like that can be grown, then at least biomass is available, reconstituted wood can be formed over there, and that could be put into a large number of users. The only difference in this slide and what we do in India, there is no agroforestry in it. And agroforestry provides a lot of, I think, growth constituted by virtue of creating aeration in the soil, a root system grows prolifically, and then growth is also there. So if we introduce agroforestry over this kind of the plantation, still the growth productivity, as in India, could be enhanced. And this slide is very, very important for policymaker in India. If you see that in India, this is the first model of poplar plantation that was planted in the country right from 1974 and 76. I have monitored it till date. The only probably strong indicator is the price in the market. And if you see on the right curve is the price of the market, as in today it is 15,000 rupees per ton. People are planting poplar aggressively. And if the price goes down, it went down to 2,000 rupees per ton somewhere in 2004. People stop planting poplar. So I think this curve is an indicator for the policymaker that if they want to expand the agroforestry, there are 2 or 3 lessons. They have to maintain the price to the farming community, maybe at a level which is economically viable to them, or ultimately, what in India and many other countries, they see that there is an economical model is doing very good in one area, they try to replicate haphazardly in another area. In India also, we try to introduce this model in area where there is no wood-based industry. So what happened over there? A lot of money spent over there, but the wood could not be sold because there was no local market. So if in India, we really want to expand the agroforestry, then first create the industry, give them a guarantee that we are giving you 2 years of concession for your transportation of the timber from the area. These are the concession to you. In 2 years period, they would be able to develop the plantation over there, which other industries are developing. That model would be work very effectively unless and until the policymaker will make a decision, this is the area where we want to target, give the license to the very good brand company, they will establish plantation over there, and ultimately those plantations would be able to generate enough wood for creating a new niche for the wood-based industry over there. So I think again the policy initiative, I think the only one policy that created this kind of the structure is the Indian Forest Policy 1988. It put a iron curtain in front of, I think, industries and many other people. No more wood hereafter to the country from the forest area. Suddenly stopped. So the industry had played a very proactive role that they try to promote the plantation in the country. And what we see as of today is the synergy between the farmers and the industry. And the traditional agroforestry is there, but that is only for the providing more of services and social needs. But the wood production is basically coming from the commercial kind of the agroforestry. And there are policy, new draft is ready, but that also talk about everything about the agroforestry is the solution for everything. That is the new forest policy. There is agroforestry by the agroforestry policy by the agriculture department. These policies, they all support the kind of the agroforestry we are doing. And there are many, I think, at central level and state level institutions which are controlling these kind of activity. When we talk about intersectoral linkages and synergy, probably this is not under one umbrella. For example, as in today, corporate social responsibility has put under one portal where everyone see that what is available and what can be spent over there. Similarly, now the carbon credit is coming in the central portal over there. I think there is a need for creating central kind of the system for agroforestry also, because this is the third major land use after agriculture and forestry, has a very significant probably land use. And then some central institution has to look after that, how the agroforestry is progressing in the country. And I think there's another area, because they are having many institutions which are monitoring as on today the agroforestry kind of thing. ISRO is there, Forest Survey of India, there are State Space Research Institute are there. They are working in isolation, and they give a figure which many times contradicts with the other one. I am monitoring poplar for the last so many years, and I give an example that FSI gave a figure of 3,1200 hectare area under the poplar culture. But now with recent publication, they are indicating that is roughly approximately 1.5 million hectare. The source of the data is same, ISRO photo imagery, but the interpretation is different. It's the national money. If we put this national in a thorough way and give the responsibility to different organizations, your role is this much to monitor this one, and this role is their one. I think a lot of things they could be mobilized, synergy is there, then I think things would be better. I think there is another issue probably. Confusion is created by the definition of agroforest. What is agroforest? You will find in literature dozens of definition of agroforestry where they say any conceptual model is the holistic model, is a natural farming model, is a sequential, is a temporal integration, is kind of spatial integration, is a sequential integration. They are very good words. But when we go for monitoring, I don't know what kind of the agroforestry is. This single tree standing solitary on the farm, how much area we could pick up is an agroforestry? There is no definition for this kind of the tree. In forest, there is a very clear definition. There is a boundary, this area is forest, this area is agriculture. There is also definition of the forest. This forest has to be 2 to 5 meter in height tree. This has to be 10% of the crown density. This has to be 1 hectare in area. The potential has to be 2.5 meter, but nothing is available to the agroforestry. So everyone is interpreting agroforest in his own perspective, which area should be considered. For example, in this solitary tree, whether 10 square meter is an agroforest, 100 square meter is an agroforest, 1 hectare is an agroforest for this area. And for me, agroforestry is a science of agroecological interaction. I didn't find this definition anywhere. For me, it is a science of agroecological interaction between trees and agriculture crop. Interaction could be above the ground, interaction could be below the ground. And this interaction for this single tree, in the morning you will find this shadow maybe running to the 100 meter or 200 meter. It is affecting the agriculture in that area, or agroecology of the area. Where there is shade, it will affect the photosynthetic activity. Now the second picture you will find some farmer is growing nursery below the agriculture crop. Now, for a conceptual model, this is agroforestry, but could it be picked up as an agroforestry model over there? So there is a question mark what to consider. Also see of this thing. For example, this single tree standing on a rock would have a beehive, and that is pollinating your agriculture crops. And that in a way is providing agroecological interaction with the agriculture crop, but this can't be probably perceived as an agroforestry tree. See the other model. Agroforestry model, there is one model called a silvopastoral model where the animal graze over there. And in India, from Indian perspective, all the forests they graze the animals. Everywhere you find the animal grazing over there. Could be called that as an agroforest. So I think there is a need to remove this confusion and come to the probably task that this is our agroforestry definition, and I have been working over there on this definition. Probably would like to give a precise definition that what could be considered an agroforestry. And thank you very much. I think integrated working is a mechanism that could be carried out for intersectoral linkages? Do we need a separate institutional system? Is the third bigger land use in the country and very significant. Can we create a different department, center and state level? Integrated working, we started 4 decades back under watershed program and other program. Could be that a model at narrow level, but at a state level and center level, there could be a different model. As there could be a model where same responsibility to different stakeholders. For example, agriculture sector need to produce the agriculture varieties which are compatible to be high productive under shade, and the forestry sector have to produce highly productive clone. And if there is a better shade, probably kind of the action probably that can work over there. There is a call from many of the people that we need to have a agroforestry mission or agroforestry board also. And I think when I said that right action, right time, and right place mean in terms of the commercial agroforestry, resilience is more in traditional kind of agroforestry. But I said that if we tomorrow want to promote the commercial agroforestry, first think of the industry over there, right time and right place. That is only possible, and we need to strengthen the intersectoral synergy and conversation of agroforestry. Thank you very much. I think I have given my email. If someone has an idea what should constitute a probably practical definition of agroforestry, I would love to have their inputs and try to acknowledge them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Of course, we acknowledge that we had very important, rather 3 presentations. Of course, we could not take questions in between. So I request if we have the specific questions, please, before we conclude the session. Your questions, please. Yes, please. First, you please introduce. Yes, sir.
Loudly, please.
Switch it on. Switch it on, sir. Yes, sir. It's fine.
My first question related to Mr. Dhiman only. Your presentation was quite nice. I just was related to 1 or 2 data, like the teeth in the Burmese teeth that they are trying to do it in 8-year cycle. 8-year cycle, they are trying to tell the teak plantation. Now, in Punjab also and in Haryana also, teak plantation was made, and the guarantee that in 20 years you will get that kind of teak that is grown in the other area of the country. Now the problem is there are 2 setups that we have to change. One is the emotional value, that you will not get the teak of that value which is growing in the Allapalli or in other regions. So that emotional changes has to go to the society. And whatever wood that we are getting in, say, 10 years or 15 years cycle, we have to find the right use of that timber. So where the linkage from the industry has to take place. So normally the linkage with the industry or say other industry, the cottage industry or the furniture industry, is the teak is for the high value timber and high value furnitures and all, or the plywood factory or the high value veneer factory. But the kind of wood that will be available in 10-year cycle or 8-year cycle or 15-year cycle, the right usage for those things is very important. Third parameter that is important in that case, like teak or sal, those comes under the high category groups, the transit permit for the same. The movement of those articles, like for other agroforestry crop, the movement in the country is liberalized in almost all the northern states and most of the southern states which are in the agroforestry business. But for teak and sal and other important species to leave it from the transit rules, whether that will be permitted or whether that is possible.
Thank you, sir, for your question, but I could understand the last one. I could properly understand. I will respond to it. I think when BIMCO initiated this poplar program in 1970, it was, except for Haryana, there was no poplar plantation, but Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Bihar, it was highly under regulatory system. And if there was a need for the industry, they managed it. In today's perspective, there is hardly any state which have not relaxed the transit and probably felling regulations. There are many other species apart from teak and sal you talked about. For example, Equularia velaceae is coming up in many states. For example, sandalwood is being raised in many states. For example, red sandals is being promoted in many areas. Mahogany, they are highly conservative kind of regulations over there. My belief is that if there is a wood availability, this is the country where probably they can take a call. This government or maybe the future government would be proactive. I'm again indicating if there is a crisis of wood. For example, even currently also, we are importing wood worth 50,000 crore rupees per annum. And if there are crises building up in due course of time, the country will have to take a call. It's the country call rather than individual call. But there are issues with the transit and felling regulations in certain states. I think they would be resolved, as most of things have been resolved in like some of the species in India. Yeah.
So this is the production and this is the trade. The other factor to look into the trade is a trade deficit. So both in agriculture and in the forestry, you have to look into the factor which is what is the trade deficit of the country. Now, if you look the trade deficit when it has increased or when it has decreased over the period of 10 years, it is a different policy changes internationally which affects the trade. So we have to look into that aspect also. Because if I remember it correctly, Alfonso mango was banned by European countries because of use of pesticides. At that brought the trade deficit to a very negative factor. Same has happened with the forestry. Now with the certification in the European country, if your product is sustainable, you will get a higher prices. Now, to implement that into the fair and sustainable products, who will certify it? There are agencies. Where are those agencies? Not only in our country, but in Europe. So the cost of that involved to the farmers becomes so high. So he is not ready to do the agroforestry in that case. So that will bring the trade deficit again in a larger aspect, larger trade deficit. So we have to look into the policy changes and the trade deficit in a short span of time.
Sure, I agree with you. It's okay, we accept it.
Thank you so much. Hello.
Thank you for the nice presentation. I had a privilege to visit the best practices of agroforestry 6 years ago here in India. Basically what I visited was populous wheat-based agroforestry practices and also synergy with industry and farmers. So we Africans, there are a lot that we can learn from you, from India in forestry development in general and agroforestry in particular. So the reasons for the successes of agroforestry practices here in India, for me, are well explained, and thank you very much for the inspiring presentation.
I think if you remember, I gave a talk to you people when your team was entirely here, and I gave the perspective of the commercial agroforestry in the boardroom there. I was present there and gave the presentation to the ministers and other people also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Hello. I'm audible? Yes. So I'm Anupama Bharti, landscape architect from School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. My question is that what is the role of agroforestry in avoiding the human-wildlife conflict? Because yesterday we visited Rajaji National Park, where Director Ma'am had said that there is a wildlife, human and elephant conflict is happening because of agricultural practices are happening in the forest area. So what would be your role in avoid these kind of situations? Thank you.
I have seen around these buffer areas, many of the animals, they move to the kind of the agroforestry we created, spotted even leopards, even elephants. There is a movement of the elephants over there or other wild animals, but they are creating some sort of safer corridor to the animals also. Though the farmers are not happy at times, but at least I think if they move from the probably forest area, the biggest damage to some of the agriculture crop, I couldn't show, to the forest crop also, this is caused by the wild bulls in India. They migrate from the forest area to the farming area. somewhere now onward, because there is a dry season, no grass available in forest area, there is a lot of greenery in agriculture area, so they invade those areas and people they take care of by providing some sort of the tree guard on individual tree, and I think that's happening, but I think there's continue to be conflict and it would be continued in future also to that extent. But this is providing a safer corridor.
Thanks, sir. I'm Professor Vaidya. I am from Delhi, University University. My congratulations to Dr. Beeman, Dr. Chandrasekhar. Very good and relevant presentations you have made in this session live. My question to Dr. Beeman, what kind of impact it has created so far? It is 9 years post agroforestry policy, almost 9 years covered. So in terms of fund allocation to agroforestry implementation, in terms of projects, training program and convergence to agroforestry implementation, better implementation by different national agencies and to farmers organizations, particularly in Rajasthan, drier parts of India. And is there any sorts of opportunity for us that camphor fund can be utilized a little bit for, because we are unable to utilize that much of fund. But scope is there because it is also when we talk about green cover, we are showing that much of green cover. So why not to use some of the camphor fund for, agroforestry promotion particularly, and it could be intersectoral. How we can think about that?
Okay. Okay. I think post 2000 agroforestry policy, there have been a lot of movement in India. There was a submission on agroforestry which provided support to the farming community to an extent that they created the nursery. They also provided subsidy on raising the plants. There are other programs in the Ministry of Commerce where they are providing under Manrega, agroforestry has been considered as one of the activity, planting trees on farm and the other thing. What I think the perspective is the scale in India is very high. You see, so much area where it's just a peanut that goes to the individual farmer. So I think the scalability has to be probably accelerated to an extent that it created an impact. India is opening up its economy, and I think if wood is available in fairly large quantity, there would be a lot of potential for the export. The country is working very aggressively on certification of the timber that is grown on the timber. The country is working on carbon credit payment, which would be available very shortly. And there would be, I think, very good acceleration in this sportive kind of activity that would provide in due course of time. But there is a movement to some extent.
Thank you, sir. Last one, sir.
Sir, I am Nilesh Yadav, scientist from FRI Dehradun. My question is from Dr. Chandrasekhar, if you permit. Sir, in your presentation, one slide you mentioned that a lot of mobile applications and chat GPT application were used. So my question is, chat GPT is a latest AI-based chatbot. So had you used it for your project, for your data, for your applications, and what kind of results generated from chat GPT, just sake of knowledge of the house?
Thank you for that questions. What we've done is with the most of the existing applications are mobile based, and often the mobile based people download and they're not going to use that one. Then we shifted that into a WhatsApp. Basically, that link to the WhatsApp, people are using our own WhatsApp, right? So they can select the species and location specific. They do the chat, what's called the chat bot through the WhatsApp. Now, because of the new the intervention of the chat GPT and its options to bring it to a local language context to that one, also this using the AI-based, open AI-based algorithm, so that some of information can directly get so that integrated into the mobile as well as the WhatsApp. So that's what we are working on that one. So it's basically integrating the additional AI algorithm. For example, when I started looking into the chat GPT, was searching for that, what is the best agroforestry model for the Uttar Pradesh or like Assam, it come out with some interesting the model, basically looking into whatever the data available up to 2000 in the internet. This is compile them, give you some crisp answer. And I think that's really useful, that one. Of course, we cannot completely rely on that one because it's not using the latest. It depends on what are available in the open source crowd that bring together the context. So but still is very useful, that one, that look on Kisan GPT, you can look at that one, it's very useful, local languages, it's better used. I thought that why not to bring into our existing apps. That's what we are working on there.
Dr. Mateji.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Soyambo Amate. I'm from Nepal, and I'm the coordinator of agroforestry unit IUFRO. This is not a question, but I would like to ask, I would like to clear one thing. In India, agroforestry policy was promulgated in 2014, and in Nepal it was in 2019. I think it is only 2 countries in the world that have agroforestry policy in action. But do we need to have separate act, regulations, and that sort of things, so that our policy would get good directions towards developing agroforestry? In Nepal, since we have the only policy and we don't have the right act, regulations, and guidelines, it has not been developed as we wished. Just I would like to have this some query about it. Thank you, sir.
I think this is the follow-up the Indian agroforestry. There is even a graph on the government India is involved in drafting the agroforestry policy for the Nepal, and I fully agree that one is the policy, other is the investment landscape, and bring that one. So the same thing happening in India now. There is the QPM rollout, the quality planting material, one of the biggest things, and awareness program, and also looking to the buyback guarantee. I think that should be intervened into the program, and I think that's where they need to be bring the more investment. So similar what happens to the, for example, in the crop side, a lot of investment go into the subsidies, everything, but they come to tree side, they're not the same things happening. I think this is what the intervention real.
Thank you, sir. Before we conclude, last input from ICFRE Haryana, sir. If you have specific input, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I was caught unaware, but maybe I would like to comment for next 1 minute or so. First thing that the issue was raised about the utilization of KEMPA funds. So I think our nodal officer, Dr. Sachana, is sitting here. Maybe he would like to add to that. But as far as I know, there doesn't exist any provision for utilization of funds for agroforestry purpose. The second issue was regarding ACT. So I think as far as India is concerned, we are comfortably placed right now, and therefore we don't need any ACT right now as far as agroforestry is concerned. We have liberalized many issues. For example, take the case of Haryana, take for example the case of Punjab. We do not have timber transit rules, and so the farmer is not required to seek the permission for felling of the trees, for the transportation of the trees. And it's because of the reason that a forest deficient state, we always say on many occasions that a forest deficient state like Haryana and Punjab are good surplus state. It's because of these liberal issues, liberal policies that we have in the state. So if we go in for putting more restrictions, if we go for act, I think whatever we have achieved will go in negative direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Actually, we can discuss during the lunch time because already we are short of time. Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
That is one thing. Second thing is there is a provision for distribution of quality planting material seedling also. But I think that needs to be, somehow articulated with filling up, with the purpose of filling up of the gap, because agroforestry plays a very important role when we talk of the restoration of the landscape. So that when we talk of the agriscape or landscape, where agroforestry we want to promote, so we have to accordingly one of the recommendations for this symposium can be to look into the CAMPA guidelines so that the agroforestry also takes place as far as the policy or guidelines related to the CAMPA activities is concerned. Second, when we talk of the species, because we have been seeing the presentation related to Haryana, Punjab, in which only eucalyptus is popular, that gives the impression that 3-4 years you can harvest, and that is, because that is not the end of agroforestry. Agroforestry has to be, you can say, site-specific, landscape-based, where the ecosystem services or the services of those species, they have a wider role. As far as the linkages with the industries are concerned, so somehow whatever is the, you can say, availability of the wood of material from this agroforestry, the linkages with the industry is presently missing, because what is the requirement of the industry in a particular year in terms of what type of species. They also have to, you can say, their technology also, that what gut size and what type of materials they can use. So these are some of the gap areas, because otherwise the science, technology and all these things we keep on discussing at various forums. So these are the policy gaps as well as the linkages of the industry, and that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Of course, we had a very fruitful discussion in the session as well. There are many issues which both the speakers probably discussed. Of course, Monica, she discussed that ultimately the making use of indigenous people in biodiversity and agro-ecosystem. Of course, we are very sure, as per the productivity is concerned, during both the lectures, it has been stressed that we should talk about the agro-ecosystems. So basically, it's different than the conventional agri as such. So making use of different methods so that the farmers' income that is increased, and the forests they are conserved by meeting the demands outside the forest. So both the speakers, they have been very positive on this issue. Of course, there are certain policy issues, because as such, presently when we talk of the trees outside forest, we are very specifically targeting the agroforestry as such, where the major role goes with the farmers. As we know that the farmers, they are not the, rather you can say, environmentalist. Basically, they are raising trees not for the carbon, but for their economics. So we have to be very particular on that. So thank you very much. We have already taken much time. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I acknowledge the contribution of all the speakers. Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Sanjeev Chauhan, sir, to present mementos to the speaker of this session. The speakers, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, and Dr. R.C. Diman. I would also like to request Mr. Raman Kant Mishra, PCCF and HOF, Punjab, to present memento to Dr. Sanjeev Chauhan, sir. I will request for group photograph. Thank you, sir. Now, with the permission of host, I would like to close the session. And the next session is poster viewing session. The posters are displayed in the ICFRE lawn. I would like to request the delegates and participants to kindly proceed for poster viewing session, which will be followed by lunch. Lunch arrangements are also being made at ICFRE lawns. We'll reassemble in the auditorium at 1:30 p.m. for the next technical session, which is session 4A. Thank you. Have a nice lunch. Mera. with the next technical session, that is session 4A. The theme for the session is water resources, soil conservation, and mine land restoration. The host for this session is Dr. Manisha Thapliyal. I request ma'am to kindly grace the dais. Dr. Manisha Thapliyal works as Scientist G in Forest Research Institute, Dehradun. Her specialization is in the field of forest seed technology, conservation of forest genetic resources, and silviculture. She has also contributed towards preparation of project report on rejuvenation of Yamuna River through forestry interventions. She is a recipient of Young Scientist Award at Science and Technology Congress and Best Paper Award during 19th Commonwealth Forestry Conference. I request ma'am to kindly start the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shruti. Good afternoon, delegates, and welcome to the post-lunch session. This is session 4A, the theme for which is water resources, soil conservation, and mine land restoration. So I'd like to tell briefly about the background of this session. As we all know, that the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration aims to prevent, halt, and reverse the degradation of diverse ecosystems. This can help to combat climate change, prevent a mass extinction of species, and also reduce poverty. In this endeavor, various sectors have a significant role for collective actions on restoring and regenerating ecosystems as a core part of resilient landscapes for the sake of future generation and also for the conservation of the biodiversity. The water cycle plays a crucial role for resilient, productive landscapes that provide clean water, energy, and food. Landscapes with functional hydrology sustain biodiversity and contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Also, the degradation of natural areas due to mining activities has led to acceleration of erosion of biological diversity and creation of several other problems related to livelihood insecurity and global climate change. Due to mining, the direct disturbances occur relatively quickly, but the zone of influence outside the direct mining area is also considerable. So, we need a new systemic and inclusive narrative that can connect the foresters, farmers, agriculture, horticulture, mining, water resources sectors, conservationist communities, so on, for building resilient landscape. So this session on water resources, soil conservation, and restoration of mined out areas will have 3 presentations by our learned speakers. They are Dr. Shirong Liu, then Dr. Sudhir Kumar, and Dr. M. Madhu. May I request the learned lead speakers for this session to kindly grace the dais. The first presentation for this session will be by Dr. Shirong Liu, and I'd like to give a brief introduction about him. Dr. Shirong Liu is the president of the Chinese Academy of Forestry and chief research scientist in the field of forest ecology. He is the vice president of IUFRO, in charge of task forces, and a board member of Intercol and vice president of Chinese Society of Forestry. Dr. Shirong Liu holds a PhD degree in forest ecology from the Northeast Forestry Universities from China. He has been working on forest ecosystem ecology and forest ecohydrology at Chinese Academy of Forestry since last 3 decades. His research fields are forest ecohydrology, long-term watershed hydrology, and watershed management, landscape ecology, and forest carbon cycling. His current research includes ecosystem processes, forest carbon sequestration, and their responses to climate change in warm, temperate natural forests and in subtropical planted forests of China. So I invite Professor Shirong Liu to deliver his talk.
Okay, the first thank the session chair, Manisa, and I would like to thank you for the organizer, both the IUFRO and then India Council of Forest Research and Education. John reminded me a little bit nervous because I'm not very good at English. I haven't speak English for 4 years since the COVID-19. But anyway, today I'm going to talk about for landscape restoration based on the soil, water, and carbon synergy. Why I selected this topic, one is this session dealing with water resource, and then I have, sort of focusing on the current international trend, how we are addressing scientific research question, particularly we dealing with carbon and water. As many developing countries and China is certainly like the India. In the past, we do have lots of overlogging and harvesting, and then, this is across the country everywhere. We just clouding the forest for the timber and also clear up for the agriculture. And the same thing happened in India. This morning I heard several story presentations showing that. Later on, we have the flood and the drought, so many document information and showing that increasing, particularly under the climate change scenario. How the forest affecting the, through the forest regulating the flood and the drought, that's is still the debate and the scientific question. But anyway, once we destroy and then disturb, also degrade those forests, we need to restore that. And all the effort developing country, we do the same thing. So since 1999, we have the big campaign we call the National Forest Protection Program. That means we put lots of effort, invest on protecting our natural pristine forest, rather than overlogging in terms of the biodiversity conservation and also for solving some of the problem as I mentioned earlier. And also for the slope landing conversion program, that means convert slope land, previously the farmland, back to the forest or grass. This is a massive effort. That's going to be, nearly 40 years. So now you can see the NASA using their, long-term remote sensing data and retrieve how the world changes. Now you can see published in the Nature Sustainability, the China and the India leading the country, making this world, more greening. And the China, basically, we contribute 25%. A large quantity greening is due to the forest and reforestation, afforestation. And certainly, increasing the forest and increasing the carbon stock and carbon sink. So we also see the publishing in the Nature Communication, and majority of the carbon sink from terrestrial ecosystem contributed by the forest, particularly the biomass, because we have the long-term, 40 years historical forest inventory data and showing how that's increased. And every sector and the forest and even the other discipline of scientists agree that forests contribute a lot. But another aspect we need to mention that since the Jackson published the paper Trading Water for Carbon, and he sees that 13% of the rivers is drying out due to the reforestation or afforestation. But anyway, this is the point that they raise. Later on, in the part of we call the lowest plateau watershed. Previously, they have a very huge problem of the soil water erosion. But we put lots of effort, reforestation, greening the land, and eventually the sediment greatly reduced. But we have another problem, the water is getting less. So this is published in the Nature Climate Change, saying that revegetation in this area is reaching its sustainable water resource limited. So we need to concern that. So based on those information, we are thinking how we dealing the landscape restoration. Now I show one example, which in the upper reaches of Yangtze River. Yangtze River is the biggest river in China, in the southern part of China. But this, I pick up this, we call the Minjiang River. Minjiang River is similar like yesterday we had the excursion, went to Missouri. It's the hilly mountain area, and they have a huge variation of topography from 500 up to the 5,000. And you will see now spectrum of the vegetation type. In the bottom is the evergreen broadleaf, and then mixed conifer and broadleaf, and then conifer, and then shrub, and then meadow. So many different vegetation type, but certainly it's very nice. This area is also a sudden expansion of the Tibet Plateau. I think somehow we share some similarity if you compare in the Nepal and India. And this area, we historically have a different land use pattern. For example, for forest, for timber, for the alpine meadow, we grazing, and then for the farmland and also agriculture, as you mentioned, a settlement, nearly that's 400,000 people living in this valley. So still we have the challenge in increasing the population, but while you're developing economy and conserving those natural habitat. And particularly the panda actually habitat this area, Chinese panda, and not right now the upper reaches are fully protected and conserved for the biodiversity and also for the water resource. Because down this valley, they have the big city, is roughly 20 million people living in the Chengdu city. The Chengdu is a big city in the west part of China, is well developed, and they have the booming industry and all other purposes, but they need water anyway. So the area due to the overlogging and loss of old forest is clear up, replaced by the secondary regenerated broadleaf tree, shrub, and plantation. In the very beginning, people think that we need timber, so we planted lots of spruce plantation. And right now you can see this map showing the whole landscape is fragmented. The dark color means old forest, sparsely distributed. And then the pink one is plantation, and then red one is regenerated secondary broad forest. So now we have the multiple disturbances. One is, as I said, the land use, land cover change, and then also we have the problem increasing population using more the water, and then plus of the climate change and changing precipitation regime, and then they have the snow cover and the glacier and all these melting and putting those, the watershed is very complicated when we're dealing with those issues. We're using the long-term historical data from the hydro station, and you will see that generally the precipitation in this area is keep it stable, but a little bit increasing, but not statistically significant. But still, some part is have the drought to the problem. So anyway, as I said earlier, and during this whole process, logging and then reforestation and then due to the climate change, the increasing temperature and the CO2 and the increasing ET. So those you can see that when you harvest the forest, you will see, increasing steam flow, and then after that, gradually reduce. So this is the point. And we really want to solving this problem, how we use forest land reforestation, and then we increase the water supply. This figure show we're using the 20 years historical data and showing that the increasing the temperature about that accompanied by the increasing ET. That means evapotranspiration is increasing. Both is regenerated the secondary forest and then the plantation. So anyway, showing that we need to be track where the water is consumed by the vegetation, a different vegetation type. And this graph also showing how spruce and the natural secondary forest, restore and changes over the time. We look at the probably 100 years because this is a cold, even in the subtropical, but it's still very cold, high elevation, the tree grow very slowly. So those natural succession really take time. So we look at that, how the hydrological response during this process. We make some prediction and also make the multiple quantification of the ET, WE, and you can see the different type of the forest for the different restoration model, and you will see the variation. So here I would like to mention that old growth forest, even he has a very dense canopy and large leaf area, but it's still very low ET, transportation. So, and then he relatively have the high water use efficiency. But if we go for the carbon sequestration, we see the birch fir forests that have the high carbon sequestration capacity and compare with the other forest recovery pathway. And then this is a different pathway and showing how the natural old fir stand transfer to the spruce plantation and birds, and you can see they consume more of the water. If the old growth transfer to the young regenerated broadleaf forest, and particularly the plantation, it also has more evapotranspiration. So based on that standing, we think that we need to work at a different level. One is the stand level. Stand level, we try to improving the water use efficiency by transforming secondary regenerated broadleaf forest and also spruce plantation into the fir forest. And then second, landscape restoration, we really try to achieving the water carbon synergy by optimizing the spatial pattern of the different vegetation components, including the forest shrub and the meadows. And the first, at the stand level, I think the first seedling, because as I measure the individual tree and at the ecosystem level, small watershed, so we know this story, and then we try to convert those secondary broadleaf forests into that's a mixed one. So that's the way we are doing that, and plant this tree and in the canopy of the secondary forest, and the same thing for the plantation. Plantation here previously just for the timber, so this is the single pure stand, the low biodiversity and the very dense, and so we try to convert it through the thinning and open the gap, and then putting the first seedling under the canopy of the spruce stem, and then eventually also transform from the pure monoculture into the mixture structure of the forest. And at the landscape level, you can see how the forest cover changed with the water yield. We measure the different catchment, and then we trace how each catchment configuration with the different forest and the shrub and then the meadow, and then eventually how they contribute to the main tributary stream. And then we measure each of the vegetation, so we know that the increasing forest cover will relatively decreasing the water yield. And vice versa, if you have more alpine meadow, and you will more water yield. Another thing that very interesting, we're using the atosope approach technology and to tracking those how this through the landscape the water cycle. We found that the subalpine forest evaporate those vapor and go through the top of the mountain, and then they form the rainfall and then drop into the meadow, and then meadow is a very low ET, but is a high precipitation, and then into the soil, and then subsoil level, and form the water flow, and eventually go into the subalpine forest. That is a very good cycle. So you need to protect the both forest. If you protect the forest and the benefit for the subalpine meadow, if you overgrazing the meadow, and you will not give the well enough water to feed to the subalpine forest. That is the idea. So I think at the landscape level, we're really optimizing the landscape restoration pattern composed of forest and shrub and meadow, and to achieve the water carbon synergy, as I said. And the second, we at the land stand level, we try to transform those spruce plantation into the mixed one, and then increase water yield. The same thing and for the secondary regenerated forest and the birch forest, primarily the birch forest. And we transfer the birch forest into the birch fir mixing stand, and then either we reduce the water consumption while increasing the carbon sequestration. So anyway, through our research, we provide, the guideline to the local, the forestry community, and that we need to protect old growth forests, either the forest and the meadows, and because those has a living, not too much for that. This is a natural heritage. You have to make effort to protect it there. Well, when we do the landscape restoration, we need to wisely to use a different pattern. As I mentioned, that how you achieving spatially, optimize pattern and compose a different vegetation type, and eventually we achieving, increasing carbon sequestration while achieving the increasing water yield. But anyway, through this 30 years effort, we really see the good results. We see, from the central hydro station down the stream, we know that increased water yield, even though under the climate change, increasing evapotranspiration, but it's a good thing we get from this research, and also through the forest inventory, and we have the increasing carbon sequestration. So on time limited, I would like to conclude here. Yeah, thank you for the organizers, thank you for the audience, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Liu. It was a wonderful presentation on forest and water relations, and you highlighted the issue of reduction in stream flow because of the large-scale forestation activities. And you emphasized on the conservation of forest in alpine and subalpine areas, and also the meadows to increase the stream flow downstream. So that was a wonderful study that you did, and you shared the entire study and results with us. Thank you very much for the same. Thank you very much. So now we move on to our second speaker. The lead speaker for this session is Dr. Sudhir Kumar, and I take this opportunity to give a brief introduction about Dr. Sudhir Kumar. So Dr. Sudhir Kumar is presently working as Deputy Director General and is responsible for coordination of the extension programs of ICFRE and environmental related scientific consultancy studies at national level. He has worked on more than 200 technical reports that includes national level forest genetic resources, planning commission documents, monitoring and evaluation, R&R plan for mining sector, EIA, EMP, carrying capacity, cumulative impact assessment for various developmental projects such as hydropower, mining and sustainability assessments such as environmental audit, environment performance indexing for open cast coal mines, economic assessment of forest loss due to mining for the purpose of decision making. So Dr. Sudhir Kumar is going to make a presentation on ICFRE's experiences on restoration of mined out areas. So we welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha. My dear lead speakers on the desk and IUFRO Chair President Dr. John Rota, Dr. Pramod Kanji, and PCCF Haryana, all senior forest officers from respective states, and delegates from the IUFRO's countries who have been in this campus since last 3 years. I hope that you must be enjoying. And my dear friends from ICFRE and FRI, and dear students from deemed universities, those I think have been working since last 2 days, I think 1 month for making this program successful over there. In fact, Mr. Dew has already, given an opening remark on the importance of this forest on the hydrology. My presentation is not more technical, it is basically on the experiences of the ICFRE for mine restorations. And I have basically made 2 case studies over there. One which has been basically the plans and the DPRs has been prepared by the ICFRE and being implemented by the respective lessees or the miners. And the second one, the work is being executed by our own institutions in the various mines over there. And I will also be presenting the status of the mine in the country, about the open cast mine as well as the underground mine, the total mines over there. With this I will just start. In fact, we all know that India produces only 95 minerals and which contributes to our economy. They are metallic, non-metallics and the minor minerals including atomics. And the total reserve basically, if we talk about the major minerals, is around 232.35 billions. And in coal terms, if you take it, it is around 352.12 billions. And mining and the quarry sector contributes in the GDP of 2.5% of the GDP over there. And they too also provide the employments. This is a very current figure which we have presented even in G20 also, that mine sector employs more than 500,000 of the people for the various programs over there and for various activities. And if we talk about in India, the total geological potential of the mineral is country around 57.10 million hectare, and which includes basically the mine is 6.879 lakh hectare, 2.79 hectare for the minerals, metallic and non-metallic, and 4.10 million for the coal. And the cumulative total mine lease in India is 3,556, which includes metallic and non-metallic 3,095 and the coal around 462. And major states are Andhra Pradesh, Jharkhand, Odisha, Rajasthan, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. All learned delegates sitting over here, we know that wherever we have got the minerals, we have got the forest over there. And most of the times the minerals and the forest basically it overlaps. For example, we have seen and we have studied that even the Jharkhand coal is found within the Damodar basin. And since we are sitting here and we have been talking on the UN decades for the mine restorations, so sustainable development of utilizing mineral wealth for development as well as preserving the forest and wildlife biodiversity and drainage for the catchment, which Dr. Liu has also emphasized, becomes very important when the per capita land holding in our country is very less. I will not speak much on that because concept of sustainable development is known to almost all learned people over here. In India, we know very well that there have been number of legislations in protecting the environments and for the mining legislations also. The Environmental Protection Acts, they basically provide the safeguard for the environment, and for mineral conservation also there are numbers of legislations for mining purpose. This is basically the figure for the 164 mines which we could get it officially, because still we are working on that to get from the 3,578 mines. It's a figure that basically so far status of reclamation and rehabilitation of mining area is around 1,96,083 total lease area, out of which only 21% is under afforestation reclamation, and rest is still either it is to be opened or to be rehabilitated over there. We know that mining activities, it is a destructive activities, but we cannot avoid it because we require minerals for our development or for our development of the countries. And mining activities, we know very well that it required so many steps like mine exploration, mining planning, constructions, mineral extraction, mine closure plan, reclamation, rehabilitations. And when we talk about the mining extraction, it has got so many activities in terms of dredging, blastings, then tailing, preservation of tailing, and many more things. And we know very well that the impact of mine are very diverse. It is not only within the lease, it is outside the lease also. So when we talk about the impact, it has the impact on the aesthetic value, it has impact on the landscape, it has impact on the heavy metals and the topsoils. Topsoil is one of the important aspects of that, flora, fauna, and air, water, soil, and ultimately it leads to the human health over there. This is the photographs of the Bellary sectors, where in fact in 2000, this is a photograph which we took it prior to 2011, well before the closure of mining. So in fact, as I told you that mining does not have the only localized impact, it has the impact outside the area also. So earlier, as I said over there, there have been number of legislation in terms of the FC Act, EC compliance and all those things. But still, not only in that sector, even in many other states also, the condition of the compliance remains same, and it's not up to the mark as it has to be there as per the EP Acts or as per the FC Act which has been imposed for execution of this dumping and all those things. So this was the condition in the Bellary sector prior to 2011 before the court closed the mine. And as we can see that basically when we talk about the change in the land alterations and all those things, it lead mainly to the soil erosion as well, getting into the water and ultimately depleting the water bodies or making this water quality deteriorated over there, and ultimately moving either to the farmer fields or to the water bodies. And the problem we could identify in the mines was because there was very small lease, encroachment in the safety zone or mine pits, inflated reserves, improper dumping, poor infrastructure, untrained manpower, poor technology, and mainly the lack of monitoring and regulatory mechanism over there. We know that there have been number of legislation which I have already briefed. In 2011, Honorable Supreme Court has made a complete ban in the Karnataka for not having the mining over there, and we were asked to conduct the macro level studies. The study was done in association with the WII, IFM, FSI, and NRSA and NERI, and a macro level report on these three districts was submitted to Honorable Supreme Court, which is approved by the Supreme Court. And then we were asked, ICFRE was asked to prepare the R&R plan of the individual mines, which ICFRE took the task and started preparing over there. This is just, we all know here that there have been number of judgments, Samta Judgment, Drug Commission, and other things for the global trend for sustainable development. And ICFRE, you know that with having its pan-India presence and having the expertise across the country, and with the association of the many domain experts from the Central Soil Conservations and NIH Hydrology departments, we took this challenge and started working on that in that particular area. So earlier in that particular area, the concept of basically eco-restoration or forestation was only just to take some of the species and plant on the dump straight away over there. ICFRE, basically that what has been done over there, that ICFRE initiated these studies, and we had a number of consultative meetings with the stakeholders, in the sense that the stakeholders means all mine lessees, forest departments, environment departments, including the CEC, and including the FIMI, which is basically the association of the miners, and the ICFRE basically prepared a draft guideline for working out for preparation of the R&R plan, and these guidelines were approved by the Central Government Procurity and then thereafter by the Honorable Supreme Court, which has been implemented in Bellary sector for each every mine over there. So the approach ICFRE basically adopted is, you know that I would like just to emphasize over here one very important thing over there, that we think that eco-restoration is just a part of activities, but I don't think so it is there, because until unless the team who is working for the eco-restoration over there has to know the mining aspect of that area also there. Because we could see that the team which we have been working over there, we have experts from the mining, geology, and all various sectors, and each lease area and the outside lease area has been studied. The baseline data has been collected for the physical environment, for the biological environment, for the social environment, and thereafter only the prescriptions is being provided as a part of the mitigation. So it is not a sketchy just giving some of the guiding, it is a plan which has been given with the specification and with the cost. And even that, because you know that in mining, two things are very important. One, the dumping. If we can control the dumping, many things we can control over there. Same thing that if we can control some of our water structure outside, which is connecting to the basically catchment, then also we can control many of things over there. And another thing that air quality, which is basically mainly from the dust over there. So in fact, ICFRE basically is being providing basically within the lease, what should be the basically ultimately a lease which has got the total geological reserve has all to be seen. Because as I have just told you that in this sector, or not in this, even the Jharkhand sector also, the lease area is very small, and some of the lease area is having the 100%, I will say that ultimate pit limit, in the sense that they have got a complete area is basically having the mineral reserve over there. There it becomes challenge that how you can dump the area and how you can control over the area. So therefore ICFRE took all the challenges over there, and then we see to the issues of the focus for ours were improve affected land for beneficial sustainable productivity, that no further deteriorations of the environmental resources made, then no compromise for the public health and state safety surroundings are taken care, then maximum benefits for the sustainable actions are provided, and conservation of the valuable attributes and aesthetic provided over there. So these are the just basically structures and the recommendations which we have made over there. We have provided them the safety zone plantation guideline, then avenue plantation guideline, and these are some of the photographs that because there were three types of dump over there. One we used to call as active dump in the sense that where a dumping still has to be done. So there we have to have the progressive eco-restoration, or we have to make the progressive efforts over there, because the dump again has to come over there. And there were some of the inactive dumps. Inactive means that the capacity of that area is already full, it has to be restored. So this is a photograph which I am showing, it is an inactive dump where now no further dumping is going to take place. So this has been restored by the lessee with the ICFRE guideline over there. So this is just photograph of the geomapping, and then again plantation is starting from the grasses and shrubs and for trees. This is again for these things. And this is basically which I am telling a progressive dump. Means what we have said that the moment the first terrace is completed, it has to be rehabilitated or restored, and then we have to move on the second one. And ultimately at the end when the mine is closed, the complete dump is basically rehabilitated. So these are the species. Basically, species also which we are recommended is, we have got our own taxonomist and the biodiversity experts with us, so who are always with us. So they basically try to make them understand the local species and always emphasize on the plantation of these local species of grasses over there. And along with the grasses, these engineering structures are also very important over there. So we have basically suggested them to make the engineering structure with the localized material only, not to be imported, because we do not want it to have the another mining for this purpose. And this engineering structure, it is not just a retaining wall, or I can say the gullet drains and all those things. They have basically got a science on the background, because to make this structure, we have to have, or we have studied the rainfall of that area, hydrology of that area, catchment of that area, and the topography of that area, because ultimately whatever the drain or whatever is there, it has to be connected to the surface water drainage over there. So accordingly, these stow walls, silt settling tanks, garland drains, and all those things have been prepared. And ultimately, when it is leading to the river or the primary or secondary, then it has been checked, various kind of check dams are also being provided over there. So this is basically just photographs showing that the role of check dams, that how they are retaining the water, and things have changed and now basically that in Bellary sector, earlier that basically transportation used to take place with the 10-ton dumpers. Now with the recommendation of ICFRE and with the approval of the CEC and Autonomous Supreme Court, now they have to use the big dumpers with that to be covering with the covers and all those things. And now even because it's a dry area, so instead of watering, now they are coming forward with the fogging system. So ICFRE basically work out for the both the structure, that is provide the prescription in terms for the biological measures as well as engineering measures, and also provide the specification and the cost. And so far ICFRE, out of the 166 mines of that sector, around 129 mines have been completed, and this R&R plan of these mines have been approved by the Honorable Supreme Court and have been implemented in the respective mines and the outside mines also. So this is just, in fact, because this is one now the video of 3 minutes, which one of our lessee, Ismail, who has basically, जरा इसको देखो यार, नहीं नहीं अभी चलेगा.
INOs Limited, SMIOR, is one of the integrated and diversified commodity producers in India. With a rich heritage and more than 6.5 decades of experience in systematic, safe and scientific mining. SMIOR is an ISO 9001-2015, 14001-2015 and 45001-2018 certified company, with a vast mining lease area of about 2,000 hectares. The mining lease has distinctive manganese ore deposits. It has very low phosphorus content. SMIOR is one of the leading manganese ore producers in the country. SMIOR has a well-orchestrated open-cast mining operation with scientific and sustainable approach with due care to the environment. SMIOR believes in thanking nature for its bountiful gifts and conserving it in whatever way possible, be it through afforestation, reclamation, environment protection, or rehabilitation. As per the orders of the Honorable Supreme Court, Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, ICFRE, Dehradun, had prepared Supplementary Environment Management Plan, SEMP, in the year 2012 for SMIOR, which the company is earnestly and diligently implementing. The total budget for implementing SEMP is about 72 crore to undertake waste dump management, surface water management, and other biological measures. Waste material from the mine is being stacked in a systematic manner separately in the designated overburden dump site, stabilized through geotextile coir matting, and then various species of plantation is done to prevent soil erosion. Various engineering structures such as stow walls, retaining walls, gully plugs are being built as protective measures. A well-designed drainage system, silt-settling tanks, check dams and rainwater harvesting pits are being maintained to arrest the runoff from the mine as well as to recharge the groundwater. Plantation all along the green belt, safety zone and avenue plantation are being carried out to contribute to biodiversity. In-house nurseries for generation of saplings, development of rock garden, botanical garden and butterfly park on the stabilized dump is adding value to the ecological pillar of sustainability. SMILE has done reclamation of exhausted pits such as Temple Section 1, Temple Section 2 and Temple Section 3 that covers an area of 6.87 hectares. It is now a fully grown forest again.
This was actually ये क्या हुआ इसको? अच्छा, चला गया. This was basically R&R plan prepared by the ICFRE team and being implemented by the respective mine lessee. And this was the biggest. This is basically biggest mine of that area. Therefore, I just took a chance to make this one. And as I have already told you that this mining basically is not only having the impact within the lease, it to have the impact outside the area also. So therefore that as per the order of the Honorable Supreme Court over there, that SPV is also in the place. That is a basically special purpose vehicle over there. And now basically the transportation in that area is now totally reduced because the conveyor system is being introduced in that particular sector. And now, in fact, this conveys, there is a condition also that any mine which has got the more than 1 million ton has to have its conveyor and to connect to the loading site. So now you can see that earlier if you would have seen the condition in 2011, it used to be totally reddish. If you walk to this area, you will find the complete dust over there. But today if you move or visit to this area, it is a complete green over there. Even many of the people within this area, they are having their own agriculture and other activities. And the road condition in that sector after the implementation of R&R plan has improved immensely. And this is basically a check dam of the Narihala, which contributes basically to the Bellary or Hospet sector for the drinking purpose. So now the water quality of this particular dam has improved a lot. And
Sir, I'll request you to conclude, please.
Yes, just 2 minutes. Ho gaya. This is just earlier, initially just in first phase I have just showed about the metallic and non-metallic mines. This is basically a picture of the coal mines. So that total as on today if you see based on this satellite surveillance that 222 coal mines, around 30-80% of the mileage area under afforestation and reclamation is being worked out over here. This is basically one of the studies conducted by our FRI in Titurmari area. So they too also, this was implemented by the department and this is by the FRA. So they took this also studies as a part of consultancy over here. And they undertook all this particular technical reclamation in terms of leveling of area, contouring, benching, formation, retaining, and topsoil spread, mulching, geotextiling, and geograssing. And this, after that also they have made number of steps like reduction of the weeds, mixing of seed soil, mulching of slopes, prepare seed and pit diggings, etc. And taking other activities like planting by the root and planting by bubbles over there. And after 5 years of this completion of the restoration, the area has changed like this. And this is a benefit of this mine which has been worked by our FRA team over there, that they planted 29 species including 24 trees, 2 shrubs and 2 grasses during that time. And after 5 years now they have recorded around 103 planted species including 37 trees, 15 shrubs, 27 herbs, 9 grasses, 2 bamboos, 2 palms, and including there has been increase in the organic content, there has been increase in the bug density, potassium and the nitrogen and total biomass, and including the microbial biomass, etc. And earlier, before the site was just is a barren. Today, the BCCL imaged out this. Now it's a park over there. So, basically, ultimately, it is a conclusion that with this activity, because ICFRE is not new in this restoration and this reclamation over there, we have been working. FRA has been working since last so many years over there. So, we have contributed to achieve the SDGs goal also. And I would like to just tell over, in addition to this, ICFRE has also conducted carrying capacity studies for some of the states, like in very recently we have completed in the Sarguja district for the coal mine, and in Jharkhand also. So we have basically contributed for create a better awareness, developing informed business decisions, establish great clarity among the concerned, strategic plan, emphasize for the controlled and regulated opportunities. Then we have prepared a robust and management plan, develop sustainable mining, and develop reporting mechanism. So these are things just ultimately that we have contributed for the SDG goal. And still, Malati, we are too far because it is just we are at a very initial stage. What we could contribute, so it was just I will say even 1% of that. But very importantly, I feel it over there after my experience that if you really wanted to have a success in implementation of this R&R plan, so this reclamation rehabilitation plan should be essential part of the mining from the planning stage. Otherwise, normally, you know that mine closure plan is being prepared, which is being implemented at the end of the mine. So, which is not basically correct. If we have this mechanism within while preparing a DPR of any mine, then we can have the success over there. Then preparation of R&R plan is not individual, it requires the subject matter expert interventions. Otherwise, it will again going to be failure. And then periodic monitoring on implementation of R&R activities and performance challenge should also be a regular feature for midterm correction, if any. And as we know that we have got some limitations, our statutory authorities have got some limitations. So therefore, third-party audit by some organization, reputation should also be mandatory prior to any expansion and production of enhancement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You very well pointed out and rather emphasized on adopting a scientific approach for reclamation and restoration of mined out areas, and also pointed out that many a times the verdict of the Honorable Supreme Court led to coming together of many scientific institutes to prepare R&R plans for mined out areas. So thank you very much, sir. Now I invite our third lead speaker for the session, Dr. M. Madhu, for a talk. Before I invite him, I'd like to give a brief introduction about him. Dr. Madhu is presently serving as Director of ICAR Institute, that is Indian Institute of Soil and Water Conservation here at Dehradun. During 28 years of service, he has conducted many significant, he has had a significant contribution towards the development of soil and water conservation measures in tea plantations, assessed the rainwater use efficiency of tea and estimated crop management for tea crop, developed and demonstrated improved microsite condition for rehabilitation of wastelands. He has contributed significantly for preparation of soil erosion maps of southern states of India, that is Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and characterization and zonation of Eastern Ghats. Dr. Madhu has organized a large number of capacity building programs for senior level officers and the field functionaries, and he is a recipient of many prestigious international and national fellowships and awards. So I invite Dr. Madhu to give his presentation.
Yes, thank you very much and good afternoon. We are running short of time and next session is overlapping. Yeah, welcome to this, my presentation. Yeah, my dear friends, actually as we know that our laptop, our house, our garden, everything it is owned by us individually, we keep very well. Once we come to the nature, either to the soil or to the forest or any natural resources, we neglect it. We know that actually the soil provides nearly 95% of the food source of our, it is rich in the genetic biodiversity. Yes, we know that our father of the nation, he was mentioning we have to hand over all the resources, including earth, water, and forest, and so on, air, including the environment, as we get from the ancestor to the future generation. Thus we does it. Let us see actually how we are doing. It is our honor and pleasure to know that the country like India, over a period of 72 years, it has achieved self-sufficiency in the food in most of all the crops, starting from the food, horticulture, and so on. Even it is varies from multiply 3.3 to more than 127% from the various aspects. Particularly, even if you take eggs, it is 127 times in comparison to 1950-51. But with this, whether shall we compliment? We cannot compliment because by another 25 years, we are going to completing 100 years of independence. Our population like to going to increases. In that way, the food requirement and the needs also it will going to increases. I would like to emphasize here is that the forced harvest losses from the 15% to the 10%. That means we are in a position to reduce by 5%, and the water use efficiency should increase by 20%. That means from the current 40% to the 60%. And we know the precious nitrogen is the one of the precious nutrient, and that efficiency should increase by another 15% in order to achieve the goal. We know that globally nearly 15% of the total geographical area is suffering from various forms of degradation. India is contributing 37% of the total geographical area, it is degraded, but both at global level or at the national level, the water erosion is the predominant one. We as an Indian, we contribute nearly 20% of the sedimentation loss to the reservoir. Our reservoir sedimentation loss in terms of capacity to the extent of 1.2%, and it is affecting more than 5,000 hydroelectric projects. And of course, in terms of the food grain production, we are losing nearly 13 to 14% annually due to the erosion problem or degradation problem, but at the global level, we are losing 9%. The gross erosion rate is worked out to the nearly 15.39 tons per hectare, but of course it will be get deposited at the various places, and some part of it will going to lose to the sea. The land degradation drivers are loss of vegetation cover. Of course, we know that the landscape disturbances, unscientific land uses, and socio-economic issues. Yes, we know that the socio-economic issue is concerned the fragmented landholding, small and marginal landholding. More than 80% of the farming community are small and marginal and fragmented. And coupled with these are all resource poor, they are unable to cope up with the required scientific management of the resources. Due to that, we are losing, this is the figure actually, it is estimated by the various agencies, that I wanted to say that the huge amount of economically we are losing both in terms of, either in terms of production or in terms of monetary, we are losing due to the various forms of degradation. As per the recent estimate, we are losing nearly 2.5 to 3% of the total GDP we are losing annually from the degradation process. Of course, we are also losing in terms of the ecosystem services and also the other services what we get. Let us talk about what we do. Shall we take the action or shall we defer the action? The cost of action at the right time with the right direction, it will be lesser. That means even if you spend today, it would be, we may lose 1 rupee 80 paise tomorrow. If you are not taking action at the right direction, we may lose nearly 2 rupee 50 paise in future, apart from the losing the much more rich the biodiversity. Yes, we know that the climate change with respect to the Indian context, the 1% increase in the rainfall intensity we may increase 2% erosivity. That leads to the shift in soil erosion classes from 5 to 10 tons per hectare to the more than 10 tons per hectare per year. Due to that process, we may lose the 66 million hectare of area, crop area, due to the degradation process. We know that UNCCD, land degradation neutrality, it is not the question of only the quantity of the land we talk, it also talks about the quality of the land required to sustain the present ecosystem services in order to meet the demand population of the particular area. In that context, there are three parameters which is used: land productivity, land cover, and soil organic carbon. These are the three parameters as suggested by the UNCCD. With respect to the Indian context, our land degradation by 2030, the targeted figure, it is nearly about 4 million hectares. The government of India, it is additionally committed the 26 million hectare area, that is an additional committed area by the government of India to the globe. Overall, we wanted to treat by 2030 to the extent of 30 million hectares that cover 26 million hectares and 4 million hectare area that contributing at the rate of 23 million hectare per year the degradation. Of course, the land degradation neutrality, it addresses many sustainable developmental goals. It is not a new to us. What will be the strategy for the land degradation neutrality with respect to the Indian context? The targeted additional area is 26 million hectare. We wanted to treat the area affected by the soil erosion, the wind erosion, salt affected soil, acid soil, and also the physical degradation, and that equally it is distributed with respect to the neutrality is concerned. We have also listed some of the states where we need to prioritize to tackle this degradation problem, particularly the northeastern states and some of the central India and southern India. And we don't have exclusively any program in order to address this, but through the convergence by the Ministry of Farmers and Welfare, Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Ministry of Forest and Environment, and Ministry of Jal Shakti and Ministry of Rural Development. These are the four ministries. They are implementing many programs, and to address these various activities it is covered, starting from vegetation to the groundwater recharge, water harvesting, so many things. It will be addressed through the convergence approach by the government of India. These are the priority states as I mentioned. And let us talk about actually how much is cost. If at all we wanted to address land degradation neutrality of 30 million hectares, we need only less than 1% of the total GDP what we spend annually. We also, the fertility subsidy also we account it, the power subsidy also we are giving. Even if you spend the part of the power subsidy and the fertilizer subsidy, these degradation neutrality, it can be achieved very easily. We advocate many soil and water conservation technology, either in terms of vegetation or in terms of intra or interplot management and safe disposal of excess runoff and harvesting and recycling of runoff water, and special erosion problem, particularly the landslide area, landslip area, even including the mining area, and vegetation established in the non-arable area, what we discussed in the previous presentation. The government of India, it has given much more emphasis on watershed management, and currently we are running PMK SY2. The impact of watershed management, it depends upon the community and the leadership and the technology and implementation of the various activity at the right time. Of course, apart from these things, the success and impact, it will be dependent on the amount and distribution of the rainfall, because the rainfall is the key factor to play for the impact. And as per the estimate, area to be treated, nearly 100 million hectares to be treated. Even if you work it at the rate of we need 1.5% of the total GDP to treat 100 million hectare area and nearly 10% of the agriculture GDP to treat remaining area. And let us see what will be the impact is concerned. We talk about the ecosystem services. Once we treat with the best management practices, that definitely ecosystem services going to increase us. In that aspect, over a period of nearly more than 600 watershed has been analyzed that indicates a significant increase in the employment, the production, and the significant decreases in the runoff and sedimentation, and also the increase in irrigated area. And we have various forms of degradation starting from the water erosion, ravine, shifting cultivation area, so on. Even if you go with some of the sustainable management practices, these are the areas very potential for carbon sequestration and also the climate mitigation aspect is concerned. And we have also studied the drought mitigation effect of the watershed management treatment, particularly in the Indian Himalayan region, where most of the hydrological parameter it is on par with even during the drought period and also during the normal period with the well-treated watershed. And of course the wind erosion is also the severe problem. We are accounting nearly 18 million hectares. It should be addressed through the proper fencing mechanism, the fixing barrier technology, afforestation technology, planting of grass leaves, the continuous and proper management practices that we can be able to protect it. And we have significant area under ravine area. As per our estimate, it accounts 1 million hectares. As per the government of India, it is account 2.3 million hectares. We have the technology to treat peripheral bending, the leveling, belt terracing, and some of the engineering technology and water harvesting. The coupled with the bamboo is one of the potential species to both in terms of the carbon sequestration and also economic utilization part and the livelihood security of the rural mass apart from the rehabilitation of this gully land. And we have observed a significant improvement in the livelihood security and also the ecosystem services, both planted with the grass and also with the bamboo. And we also have alternative land uses covering about the agroforestry, covering the fruit species and other the agroforestry species, which are the species which are potential for the reclamation of these ravines land. This is the one of the study, hydrological implication of the conversion of the grassland to the eucalyptus, that is a group gum plantation. It was studied. Yes, the Dr. Liu presented. The plantation of eucalyptus has reduced significantly both surface and subsurface runoff. That means to say that but from the first rotation and also the copies rotation, there was a significant reduction in the runoff process. In that context, the government of Tamil Nadu has taken a decision, no more plantation of exotic species in the Nilgiri, because Nilgiri is one of the biodiversity aspect of the globe. Now they started multiplying and afforestation with the solar species, that is a native forest species. The geotechnical application with the soil and water conservation, of course, our previous speaker has pointed out. With respect to the mining is concerned, that globally we are having more than 10 million hectare area, and with respect to the mining is already covered with due to the paucity of time. I will be skipping. This is the sum of the technology, soil and water conservation technology. It is must compulsory should be taken, particularly in the upper catchment area, in the forest area, in order to increase the survivability of the vegetation and also the water resources. Apart from the soil and water conservation technology, we wanted to utilize the productive utilization of these land by growing some of the economical species, both productive and productive utilization will be way. In that way, the community participation can be expected. Of course, with respect to the spring graduation is concerned, the most of the hilly area either at the Indian context or at the global context, these springs are drying up. it is required the much more emphasis and rejuvenation with the suitable appropriate conservation technologies and measures. With this, of course, we talk about the circular economy. That means to say that we produce large amount of wastewater. It needs to be treated properly and it should be reused for the economic utilization. As we talk about the circular economy, for that we have a technology with us. Because I am from Indian Institute of Soil and Water Conservation, we have 8 regional stations. I am representing Indian Council of Agriculture Research, which is under Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. And the right of soil, either in terms of legally you talk, or in terms of any other, either in terms of respect you talk, we must do respect to the soil, either at the global level, or at the regional level, or at the country level. The way forward is that we need high resolution data set, either for the planning, implementation and monitoring, and develop a comprehensive basic planning that include knowledge based on land degradation scenario, the land use changes, the construction of water bodies and climate change. The adoption of area specific targeted agroecological approach that is required for the planning purpose. The focus on groundwater recharge, spring rejuvenation, ravines, mined area, that is also a concern. Increased focus on community participation is required. We need national soil policy and strong partnership and network and skill and capacity building. With this, thank you very much. Dhanyawad.
Thank you very much, sir. You emphasized on the different conservation measures for achieving land degradation neutrality, and also that the technology is available for rehabilitation of different ravines, dunes and all, and how the uses should be made of engineering structures, and the species have to be selected very carefully for plantations, and also livelihood security has also to be borne in mind while developing these plans. So thank you very much, sir. Now the session is open for some interventions. We may allow just 1 or 2 interventions as we are running behind schedule. So yeah, I invite audiences to pose any questions, and please also say to which speaker the question is directed to. Sure, Dr. Puro.
Yes, thank you. My question is for Dr. Kumar. Thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. One of the things that struck me in everything you were saying was that it seemed to be a gigantic lost opportunity to make use of the topsoil, the fresh topsoil being removed during mining operations in the reclamation process. Basically, the excellent work you described is working, working on a devastated landscape, whereas there are many very positive examples of large mining operations in other countries, including Australia and Brazil, in which they use the topsoil almost immediately as part of their rehabilitation process with remarkably better results. So just to suggest consideration of that to a greater extent in the Indian context. Thank you.
Actually, yes, it is very correct that topsoil is, because it's a very important aspect in topsoil is a very important aspect in the mining sector over there. But normally, that this mining, this topsoil is being collected by the miners, but it has been sometimes taken for either for the very old period ke liye, for very old time, or sometimes it is not being used also. So now that after this our interventions, we are trying to make them to understand the uses of this topsoil, because ultimately for any restoration, the topsoil has to be spreaded on for the restoration purpose. In our plans, we are trying to make it out and trying to not only topsoil, even the microbial, that beneficial microbes available in that also. We are also making out that how they can be also used. So we do have scientists for that, and they are basically teaching them.
Any more questions? Yeah.
I am Professor Dinesh from Bangladesh. Thanks to Dr. Shirong Liu for his nice presentation. I have a query to him. You told us that China started its massive forest landscape restoration in 1980. And also, you told about the carbon sequestration and water trading. I want to know that what was the rate of carbon sequestration of that area, what you have mentioned, number one. Number two, what was the species composition of forest landscape restoration? I mean, specifically I want to know the species was native species or some exotic species. Number three, you told about water trading, but I want to know a little bit more about the water trading, what you had at the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I just briefly respond on the first one. Because that's the area, I said that the increasing temperature and then even the old growth forest and still have the increase. And this is very curious for the many ecologists. For the over 400 years old growth and still have the carbon sink. If you take consideration of soil, because soil is a big carbon pool, but actually it's a very complicated process. At that time, and the people, scientists haven't got exactly how the carbon from the forest biomass into the soil can be stable and stabilized in the soil. And in the future, I think. But currently, the increase is biomass carbon roughly, 1 to 5% increase rate. And second, the species I talk about, I haven't given detail. This is the Foxoniana, is a fur and native species. Because we are ecologists, we want to try understanding the whole ecological successional processes and track back what's in the baseline situation. So the baseline situation, the native species is really evolve and then stabilize in this area. So the fir tree is very adapted to this area, and this is a very functional species in terms of the they have a large canopy and a leaf area, but still very low evapotranspiration. But if you look at the soil and litter fall, and then this species make soil quite, they have the large pool in the soil, because when this roots die and then when the precipitation goes through the canopy and into the soil, and then quickly get into the soil. So you don't see any surface flow. This is very good on concerning that's the soil water holding capacity. So as this species have so many, and then the very good features and to regulating the hydrological process within the stand level, soil process, and then also the landscape level. So we appreciate using the native species. Third one is the water yield, because we set up the small catchment. Each catchment, they have different components. Some of the forest, some of the shrub, and then meadow, and even some of the small watershed, they have the mixing composite. But we need to exactly know how much of that and through the various sort of technology and to quantify the inside of the vegetation and then measure each of the substrate home and how much water come in, come out. So that's we measuring the water yield. And then we're also using the hydrological station, because each big catchment, permanently they have the hydrological station. We measure that, and now the water yield is greatly increasing right now. So due to this, using different sort of strategy, once we increase the carbon sequestration and then, reduce the water consumption but increase water yield. That's the point. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Liu.
With your permission, if there is some time, can I ask one question if there is time?
Whom is it? Sure, sir.
Okay, thank you. My question is to Dr. Liu. It's good thing to note that when it comes to restoration of species, you're not only planting trees, but you're going in for combination of trees, shrubs, climbers, and very importantly, grasses, also meadows. Now, my question is, how do you ensure the compatibility among various species? Then also, whether you consider the criteria of habitat requirements of mammals, of reptiles, birds, and other wildlife species. And third part is whether you have started going in for plantation of species specifically targeted for providing the pollens and nectar for honeybees, moths, and butterflies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. A little bit difficult to catch up all that. And certainly, when you select the species, this species, you have to adapt it to the local set condition. This is the first priority. And the second, second priority is that a consideration on what's your purposes to use this species when they put it on the site. Previously, I talked about for that patient, primarily we're using the forest for timber, so that we think which tree can adapt to this site and then have the good timber and within the certain time. So the local people planted spruce. Spruce grows faster and then, compared to the fir, and they have a good, the benefit from planting the tree and eventually got the timber. But now if you turn to the priority of the water conservation, I told you this is the upstream. Upstream, we change the priority from the timber into the ecological conservation, particularly the water supply. So we concern that, and then we're using the species which is consume less water, but it still can have other function. As I said, more water can get in the soil, and then they have the buffer and through the soil and the roots, and then better protect those soil, either protecting the land style. Because yesterday we also went to that Mosori. Mosori, this area is very steep. The same thing in China is over 70, degree. So it's very careful if you do any kind of logging. Yeah. So, others, as I said, this is a variable topography, and you need to precisely identify the variation of site condition, and the sunny slope, and then semi-sunny, and then some of the it's a different topography and different slope and can fit the different species. So you need to catch up that, and also from the lowland up to the high elevation, as I said, the meadow, shrub, you need to well coordinate different kind of vegetation. And you wisely use that, and especially configuration, if you have very good combination, then eventually we use the different purposes. Today I haven't talked about the farmer, because the farmer is still living there. They use the economic tree, and then you need to smart idea. Right now you cannot do any logging. You may do the recreation, ecotourism, whatever, and also non-timber products. And so different things you can making together and think about how you select species, how to use your land. Okay, so thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Professor Liu. With this, we conclude this session. I'd like to thank all the three lead speakers for making wonderful presentations, sharing their thoughts and knowledge. I'd also like to thank the rapporteurs of the session who would have taken the notes and would be preparing the proceedings and recommendations to be presented during the concluding session. So I thank all the delegates for this interaction. And there's one announcement I'd like to make. There is a interchange in the venue of the session, technical session 5A and B. Technical session 5A on building resilience to climate change and its impacts in FLR will now be held in this auditorium, and session 5B on integrated cross-sectoral education and training has been shifted to ICFRE boardroom. So it's now over to the organizers. Thank you very much.
You can continue this side. I now request Dr. Manisha Taplial to kindly present mementos to the speakers of this session. The speakers of the session are Dr. Shirong Liu, Dr. Sudhir Kumar, and Dr. M. Madhu. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to request Dr. P.K. Joshi, sir, to please join them on the dais, please. And I wanted to request Dr. P.K. Joshi, sir, to present memento to Dr. Please. I request Dr. Joshi, sir, to please present memento to Dr. Manisha Taplial. Thank you, ma'am, for conducting the session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. As Dr. Manisha has already announced that there is a slight modification in the venue. So the next technical session, session 5, we have slight change in the venue. The session 5A will be conducted over here in ICFRE Auditorium. The theme of session 5A is building resilience to climate change and its impact in forest and land restoration. The session 5B is being conducted as ICFRE boardroom. So the delegates and the participants who want to attend session 5B are kindly requested to proceed to boardroom. The panelists for panel discussion for session 5B are also requested to proceed to the ICFRE boardroom. So now we will start with the session 5A. अच्छा उन्होंने दे दी ना तो प्रेजेंटेशन सर ने दिया ठीक है टच कर लेते हैं Sorry for the delay. Now we will start with the technical session 5A. The theme of the session is building resilience to climate change and its impact in FLR. I would like to request Dr. Pramod Kant, Chairman, Expert Appraisal Committee, Infra 2, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, India, to kindly grace the dais. Dr. Pramod, sir, kindly grace the dais. Thank you, sir. Ji, sir, I'll. Okay. Sir, the mic is on.
Since the time is very short, we should start it immediately. I may invite the speakers, three speakers of this session, Professor Hubert Hasnair, Professor P.K. Joshi, and Professor Gubalim Tadesi to please come.
Yes, sir. So this one, there are 2, 3. Okay. Yes, sir. Fine, sir. So which one? This one?
Which one is the latest one? The session is on the building resilience to climate change and its impact on FLR. The first speaker would be Professor Hubert Hasnair.
Yes, sir, you can do that.
Professor Hasnair is the head of Institute of Silviculture at the University of Boku in Vienna, chairman of the Scientific Advisory Board of the EFI in UNSU, chief editor of Forest Ecology and Management, associate editor of Canadian Journal of Forest Science, and currently serves as editor of the Austrian Journal of Forest Sciences. He leads Austrian Africa UniNet, a network of 70 universities from Austria and Africa, and acts as vice president of the Austrian Forestry Association. He has published about 270 scientific papers on forest management, ecosystem modeling, and the role of forest in the global carbon cycle. And his talk is on the European forest management under climate change. What options do we have? So we begin with Europe. Kindly.
just. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So, quite a switch from India and the degradation we heard to Europe's forest management under climate change. What options do we have? Now I hope I do it right. Is this enter? Okay. Before we talk about Europe, I think it's important that we get an overview what is the worldwide situation on the forest coverage. And here you see in green, in light green, what would be the potential forest coverage and what is actually the current coverage. And if you look at this, Europe was basically the first continent who was quite successful in reducing the forest coverage. Then North America, South America, and as we hear today, one of the hotspots is, of course, Asia. And what we should also not forget, the tropics in the Amazon area, but also in the Congo area. But let us come back to Europe. The land deforestation in Europe led to a promotion of non-native tree species. This is mainly driven by countries who had colonies overseas, and they of course saw that some trees grow faster, so then they said, okay, why don't we try it in Europe, especially in the UK, Ireland, France, and also in Spain. These countries had quite some colonies overseas. And the other thing is that in Central Europe, there was a very strong promotion on Norway spruce planted outside its natural range. We call these secondary coniferous forests. And just to give you here an example, it was mainly the central part of Germany, the Czech, Slovakia, but also Austria. And the idea was here that on beach sites, highly productive spruce was promoted. And here to the left, you see a spruce stand in Baden-Württemberg. This spruce stand is about 70, 75 years old. The trees have a diameter of 80 centimeter DBH. A comparable beach stand would never have this productivity. So this is an important thing when you drive around Europe. Is the species distribution really, as we would call it, the potential species distribution, or is it man-made? Here we have to see that this change in species distribution was strongly driven by the shortage of forest products. And since spruce and beech have very similar growing conditions, besides the temperature, this is a bit different, spruce usually grows very well on beach sites. What I think is important, especially here in this context, Europe is the only continent where we see an increasing forest coverage. While in all other continents we see a decline, Europe increases its forest coverage. And I have to say that this is probably the fact that we had a very low coverage at the end of the 18th century. And then when we had coal and gas and oil, this of course led to less interest in timber or less interest in fuel wood. And this really led to a recovery of the forest area, and this is still ongoing. Currently, the forest area in Europe is about 38 to 39%. Within the EU 28, I have to say, there are 160 million hectares, roughly 10,000 million tons of carbon are stored in the forest biomass. About 120 million tons carbon are sequestered every year. And what I think is here important, we still see an increase in forest area by about 30,000 hectares per year during the last 10 years. So Europe is increasing, and we see this in a lot of former farmlands. The forest basically comes back. We also see an increase in increasing interest due to the climate change debate and also the promotion of a bio-based economy. So if we talk about potential climate impacts in Europe, we should get familiar with the major biogeographic regions. Europe has these east-west facing mountains, which really is a kind of an important effect of the climatic zoning, and then the Gulf Stream, which comes in, and therefore you have a quite interesting and also very
detailed zoning. The important zones are here the alpine areas, then the boreal zone, then these continental zone, and then of course the Mediterranean area. And we set up a data set for these areas since 1950 to just look at the temperature distribution. And here you see the mean temperature development. This is the 10 years mean between 1951 to 60 compared to 2011 to 20. And you see something which I think is important. In the boreal zone and in the continental zone, the temperature increase is higher versus, for example, in the Atlantic zone. In the alpine areas, it's a bit lower, but this is a bit of an artifact because the Alps or the mountains in Norway are strongly also affected by the Atlantic zone. So in the alpine areas in Central Europe, the temperature increase is about at the level of the boreal zone. What I think when we talk about climate change in Europe, it's also the precipitation distribution, because the precipitation in general has not really changed a lot. But you have to understand the pattern. So these climatic zones have very distinct pattern. So while in the boreal and in the alpine areas you have more or less a summer maximum, which is important for tree growth, in the Atlantic region and especially in the Mediterranean region you have the opposite. And what we really fear in Europe is the temperature increase associated with a change in the rainfall pattern, so that we get longer drought periods, and our tree species are not set up for this. So the physiological inheritance of these tree species is strongly driven that there is enough precipitation available. And if you show here at an example, this is by the way from the area where I come from. So this picture was taken around end of March, early April, and at this time we should have the highest snow cover to provide a continuous moisture when the temperature goes up. So if, for example, the temperature increases, we have a longer growing season, but what is also very important, more rain, less snow. And this is a severe impact on the hydrology of mountainous areas. But not just on mountainous areas, it's also in the lowlands. And this is actually what we fear most. Longer drought periods for species which need a regular precipitation pattern. I would say this is even worse than the temperature increase. So what are the results of these increasing stress factors? It's of course an increase in weather extremes. Fire all of a sudden gets more important. However, we need to be careful. Lots of the forest fires are also man-made. Yeah, we should be very honest here about this. It's of course somehow climate-induced, but mainly fires are often made by human beings. Another thing is storm damage. Storm damage has a long tradition in mountainous areas, so this is not something which is really new, but is the amount of storm damage, does this increase? And also the associated risks with storm damage, mainly bark beetle infection. And a couple of years ago, we did a study where we tried to separate what is a management-induced effect and what is a climate-induced effect. I think we should be careful. Not all effects are climate-induced effects. And here this is a kind of an estimate of the separation. So storm, you could say half and half, climate and management. Then bark beetles is of course also a strong management effect. So if you have more deadwood in the forest, you of course have a higher risk for bark beetle outbreaks. And the most sensitive part is obviously climate, because if you have more deadwood and it's dry, then you have more fuel wood. So let's come to the role of forests. I mean, forests in our, for the global carbon cycle, also in the context of climate change, have two effects actually. On one hand, they mitigate climate. On the other hand, they are affected by climate change. And here is a distribution what happens with the CO2 emission right now. So about, you may say, 50 to 60% are currently stored either in the ocean or in the vegetation, and 45% remains in the atmosphere, which leads to the effects I have shown before. So you may ask, what options do we have? First of all, adaptation. And the key decision of a forester is always the choice of the tree species. I usually say trees cannot run away. So if a tree starts or decides to grow on this site, He needs to survive for the lifespan. Animals can run away, human beings can run away, but this plant cannot run away. Another issue which became very hot in Europe is the use of foreign tree species, because foreign tree species from areas where you have longer drought periods might be a good adaptation options to more or less prepare for longer drought periods, and here is Douglas fir is one of the species which became very popular. Another thing is, of course, the mitigation effect of forests by accumulating carbon and biomass as a renewable material and also for energy to replace fossil fuel and products. I think it's very important that we replace this, so either we can reduce the energy input or at least that we can use renewable energy or material sources. I think we should be very clear about it, that it's really also about materials. So here a nice picture of a forest in Europe. Why is this of interest? So here you see in the overstory a spruce-dominated forest, and this is a man-made effect because in the regeneration you see beech coming in, so broadleaves. And you see this type of pictures quite a lot throughout Europe. In the past, they really tried to remove the beech to promote spruce. So if you just let the succession run, it will become a beech-dominated system. And this has, to some extent, nothing to do with climate change. It's basically a change in the management scheme. And the big discussion is, should we let natural succession flow, or should we rather stick with spruce and reduce the risk by doing more interventions, or reduce the rotation period to reduce the risk to grow spruce? Spruce is the most important commercial species, and of course timber companies or also forest companies are very worried about what will happen if they cannot maintain the management of these species. Another issue is here, and we had a large project related to this topic. What is the adaptation options for non-native tree species in Europe? Currently, we have about 8.5 million or 4% of the total land covered with non-native. Non-native means tree species which came to Europe after 1492, so when America was detected, and which are not native to Europe. And here you see the four main species. It's Sitka spruce, mainly in Scotland. It's Douglas fir in France, Germany, Central Europe. Then Robinia on the Balkan, especially Hungary and further south. And eucalypt, Portugal, Spain. But it's also surprising that it's relatively a low amount of non-natives if you look at the total forest cover. But we should not forget that countries like the UK have about 65% covered of the forest area with non-natives, or Ireland almost 90%. So mitigation of carbon. So forests sequester large amounts of carbon. You all know this. Exceptions are disturbances. It's a big energy stock. So if we burn wood, it's of course CO2 neutral. But what we promote very strongly is the cascading use of wood. And I put in here a building from our university. So the important part is that if you cut trees, that you use it in long-lasting products, because if the carbon is stored in the forest or in a long-lasting wood product, it doesn't matter for the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. It's just that we need to store the carbon somewhere. And of course, the demand for biomass is increasing, and the question is here the consequences for the forests. As a result, and I mean, we could talk about this for a long time, but given the short time period, I just would like to show you one recent example where we finished. We did an assessment, what would be the potential harvest area, and the same we also did for the amount, of forests in Europe. Not all the forests are really potentially manageable. Part of the forests, about 5%, are protected by law, and about 20%, according to the current economic standards, are economically not feasible to manage. So the potential harvesting area right now we would estimate with about 70 to 75%. And this is actually a big debate in Europe. What is the role of European forests in the context of sequestering carbon? should we intensify the management or should we protect forest areas to store more carbon in our forests? So to summarize, the conditions for forest growth are changing. The increase of damages, storm, bark beetles, and fire is increasing. Forests are of increasing importance to mitigate climate change effects and to provide renewable resources. There are some interesting, almost I would say even conflicting interests. But we should also not forget, and I think the previous speakers have shown this very well, forests provide also important ecosystem services. And my last picture is something from, a picture from Scotland. This is Sitka spruce, and this is an area where 30 years ago there were no forests. This was just an investment by companies to grow forests. They make a lot of money with these forests, and 30 years ago there was just meadows or more or less degraded land. So you see, planting trees is it can be a success story, and this should be the main message also here from my side to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hasnair. I think you brought out several important issues, particularly the dilemma whether the harvesting is to be allowed. Does that help the climate change mitigation, or protection is the best way out? I think this is also the dilemma that we have here in India, in fact in a massive way, and we have kind of disallowed harvesting altogether. So maybe on this dilemma or something else, one question could perhaps be raised at this time, because the time is very, very short. Any question? One question. Yeah, there is.
Actually, I have just a comment to complement one of the points that the speaker did about adaptation. And actually, we have also a lot of research coming from the European forest showing that it's not only the selection of species that can accelerate adaptation, it's also the selection of the adequate forest genetic resources. So in some cases, you can get a very good adaptation in a forest just by choosing populations that have pre-adapted to the new conditions, the new environment brought about by climate change. Just a comment.
Thank you very much. So no answer needed for this, unless you would like to make them in.
I agree.
Okay, good. So we now have Professor P.K. Joshi. Professor P.K. Joshi comes from a very famous institution here in India, the Jawaharlal University. He is a professor at School of Environmental Sciences in that university, and also chairperson Special Center for Disaster Research. His research addresses some of the most pressing questions related to climate change, while integrating data sets from a variety of land uses, land use cover, glaciers, because glaciers in the Himalayas have been melting a lot, and there's a lot of work that is done on that. Precipitation and temperature regimes. His areas of specialization include advanced geospatial analysis and modeling, landscape and vegetation analysis, and climate change. He is a recipient of many awards, notably National Award for Geospatial Excellence, P.R. Fisherity Memorial Award for ISRS and ISRO, that is ISRO body. He is fellow of many renowned societies like National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Indian Geophysical Union, and Indian Academy of Environmental Sciences, and is a member of GIS Academia Council of India. He would be speaking on climate change mitigation potential of forest restoration in India. A critique, he offers critique here. Welcome, Professor Joshi.
Well, namaskar and good evening to all of you, and respected chair. The topic I chose today to discuss with you all is climate change mitigation potential, and very specifically to forest restoration in India. We get to understand that, globally, people have tried looking at potential of restoration and restoration through forest ecosystems. And in this decade of ecological restoration, this becomes something very pertinent. And those figures are, very skewed. At times, those are very high. And one of the studies from India as well, it talks about somewhere 138 million hectare land is available for forest restoration, which appears to be very big because, but when you try looking at sub-details of that, so you get to understand there is, some compromise with food security and also the kind of processes, phenomena which take place on the ground. So we thought, looking at it from a fresh perspective of land use, because to carry out this restoration, you actually need land. You need land wherein forest restoration could be carried out. So we thought, looking from a land use approach and then commenting on what exactly is the state of affairs. We got motivated from the Paris Agreement, and there were multiple key points, and very specifically 6 key points, and out of those 6, 2 are the ones which interest us most. One is, everybody is talking about 2 degrees Celsius or 1.5 degrees Celsius, and people find forest is one of the mitigating measures when it comes onto the land. And another is greenhouse gases. And there again, we get to understand forest is one of the fundamental need when you are meeting all these kind of things. When we look at, India and its commitments in the global forum, so we get to understand we have committed to reduce emissions intensity by 33 to 35% by 2030 as compared to 2005. And likewise, we also wish to produce, 40% of electricity from non-fossil fuel-based energy sources. And when specifically we talk about the second commitment, we have seen countries outperforming. It has actually met the kind of, expectations which were over there. The third one, which should be of interest to many of us, is very specifically talking about forest areas, and wherein we have talked about to have or to create additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2030. And it has to be done through, addition of forest. And wherein we are fundamentally looking into full implementation of Green India Mission, other afforestation programs, and also looking at 140,000 kilometer, tree line along the national highways. So this is actually something very ambitious when I look from the lenses of academia. And at the same time, when I look at the kind of things people have talked about when it comes to nature climate solutions, this is one of the publications which has basically come from United States, but if you try reading between the lines, you get to understand it gives you a global glimpse as well. And herein we get to understand when climate mitigation potential is to be talked about, forestry, and very specifically reforestation comes out as a very promising way, and it has a much larger potential than many other ecosystems, though they participate in their substantial manner. But still, when you look at forest restoration, it is considered to be a key to net zero goal. It appears to be very promising and relatively low cost, and with multiple co-benefits. So that is what it does. So that is probably one of the reasons why India took this Herculean or this ambitious kind of goal of carbon sink. So to understand it at much more micro level, unlike the global studies which have been done in a very coarser resolution, we thought we will look into the local conditions. And this is true for each of the nation whensoever implementation comes to play. So I, being a very strong believer of geospatial technology and the way we look at things from space, so the map which you are seeing on your screen, this is one of the best and high resolution database which has been created in this country with a 25 meter cell size IRS list 3 data set, which was primarily meant for biodiversity characterization program, which was a nationwide activity. But while doing this, the scientific group could classify many of the sub-details, just not of the gregarious types or the phenological types, even looking into the local specific formations and plantations, different types and all. So we also take proud of the document ISFR which comes, and every time when we are releasing it, we get to see a critique over there as well. And anybody who is practicing on the ground, we do understand, there is a mix of plantation and natural forest. So unlike that database, it gives you a very clear-cut distinction between what actually is the natural forest and what plantation and different plantation types are. The USP lies in, it is just not in a whims and fancies. It has been done very systematically, very nicely, wherein more than 20 institutions have participated. While doing this, more than 16,000 geotagged, plots have been laid. So one should be able to revisit. You have more than 70,000 species which have been recorded through this activity. And when you look with reference to vegetation types, it gives you a fairly wide range of classification. And using 3-season data of IRS list 3. So one of the challenges which many a time satellite data is posed with is which season data one has used. But it has been done in a very systematic and calibrated manner. So we relied on the land use information based on this database. And while looking at the potential distribution of the forest cover, we even call it, environmental envelopes of forests. So we relied on some of the edaphic factors, climatic factors, and also topographic factors, and we used machine learning, precisely random forest algorithm, which has been, very frequently being used for such type of predictions and all. So we relied on that. So basically, we had tried developing bioclimatic envelope for forest using 12 variables, which are being represented as edaphic, climate, and topographic. We had a very good, nice presence data. However, when we are just working with the presence data, there is always a chance of overestimation, and that is many of the earlier studies have committed a kind of mistake. So we also tried developing pseudo-absence data based on the database which we have, so that we can balance out if there is any opportunity of overestimation when you are looking at the potential distribution of forest. And herein, as I said, machine learning has been used. So once we have got a bioclimatic envelope of forest, which is typically called as potential distribution of forest, we tried exclusive principle of land use land cover, wherein we tried removing out ice, snow, forest, wetlands, grasslands, assuming that these are the ones which don't need a restoration or which might not be getting converted to forest cover. And then you have national highways, agriculture lands, and settlements, which again were removed out of that. So the remaining of the area which we were left with, we tried looking at what exactly is it on the ground. So we had some of the archive field photographs, plus we relied on Google Earth images and some of the legacy data, including the land use land cover databases from the respective provinces, states, and all. And then finally, for those areas, we tried assigning carbon value. And this was more of a tabular estimation based on the National Forest Inventory data, looking at the forest type, looking at the forest density which could be there, and then looking at what kind of carbon value could be assigned to this. So at the bottom, what you see, these two maps, the one which is appearing more of a greenish tinge, it is actually the plot locations. And the blue one, these are the pseudo absence data which has been generated for this. So this is how, though it is all spatial analysis, but just to make it much more understandable, I have tried putting it in terms of numbers and all. The potential forest which we got to see is 101 million hectare, and as you keep on removing, like say snow, so you are left with 100.87 million hectares, and then subsequently current forest and native grasslands. As you keep on excluding these things, the number which you are left with is 1.5 million hectares of land, which could be restored to forest. But there is a fairly good amount of land which could be looked from the perspective of agro ecosystems and or agroforestry kind of system. So that has much greater potential, but again, eradicating the compromise with food security and all, the number comes to be somewhere around 14.67 million hectares. So the 1.5 million hectare wherein forest restoration could be taken care of, you have around 33% degraded forest within these areas. You have 28% of scrub, 8% of barren, and then subsequently the other classes, which gives you a really good amount, around 97% of this estimated area is actually talking according to the land use land cover map and the Google Earth images which we got to see. But we all understand that agroforestry is coming out as one of the promising sectors or promising sub-disciplines. So therein we got to see there is a greater potential. And some of the states like Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh, they stands out to be much more promising one when we are looking at these kind of things. Just to give you a quick glimpse of how we have looked at the satellite data and Google Earth for the locations which have come promising for restoration, we got a wide range of variety. You have, these are all different provinces in the country wherein you get to see clear land for agriculture that could be restored. When it comes to Karnataka, Odisha has a much more of a mosaic of landscape, agriculture and scattered forest. Madhya Pradesh provides you barren area or say rocky lands wherein such kind of things could be done. So likewise, when I talk about Nagaland or places in Northeast, so many of the banks of the river banks could be used for potentially restoration. So this was when we looked at land use and based on exclusion principle, what is the potential with us? So when we try converting it to carbon sink, we know that we tried looking at baseline 2015 and we very seriously believe on this, though there is a publication from Terry which has looked into the climate change and the kind of databases which are available. So since then, the special resolution is relatively very stable. So, monitoring, mapping something could be done very nicely. But still, if you have to add 2.5 or 3, the numbers are much big. So mitigation potential of forest restoration has been normalized with respect for each of the state. And when we see that, so Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, and Odisha, they come out very promising when you are looking with respect to carbon. So when you have 1.5 million hectare of land, it can promise you somewhere 60 odd gigatons of teratons of carbon, and likewise the 14.67 million hectare can result into 98. So the message which I wish to share is, when we are looking at such type of numbers, how to make those numbers much more reliable with respect to the land availability and all. So our preliminary conclusions and concerns from this is, our estimation appears to be, relatively much lesser than what global estimates have talked about. And the reason is very simple. The resolution matters a lot when we are looking at such type of studies. However, when we are looking at the estimates which we have done for forest restoration or say agroforestry, and when you are converting it into carbon, still the number is something very low with respect to the pledge which has been made to the Paris Agreement, and it meets close to 20%. And again, I take the responsibility of saying that we are very conservative while saying these numbers. So this is not the overestimation and all. But the good news is agroforestry, that appears to be much more promising when you relatively look at with respect to forest restoration. But we need a diverse portfolio or a strategy so that it can take the front seat when you are talking about mitigating climate change. Another window of opportunity is open forest, which is close to 30 million hectares. Even if you take 1/3 of that and try to do assisted or natural regeneration, probably, one should be able to bring it from open forest to a dense kind of category and increase the capacity of carbon dioxide sequestration. So that is literally a window of opportunity, and it is just not from our data sets, but it is while interacting with the forest managers and people who actually take interest in forestry. So that kind of thing has come. I don't come from a finance background, but still looking at the lateral literature, I get to understand that, if you are looking into conservation, you need somewhere 40,000 crore per year. This is one of the estimates which has come from a former foresters, and he further says that afforestation would be needing somewhere 20,000 crores per year. And if you look at the actual value, you have somewhere 11,000 crore per year. So you have a deficit of somewhere 49,000 crore per year. So that kind of numbers are in front of us. So one is ground reality, another is opportunity, and the financial challenges which we all need to see. But while talking to all forest managers, and many of you are into policy making and all, the potential strategies which we could see forward is agroforestry initiatives. Since morning we have got to hear at least 2-3 presentations from India as well, wherein people have seen this as one of the potential gateways. But the only challenge is, how do you support prices to the farmers or the people who could be involved into this? Another thing which is highly needed when you are attempting any kind of restoration of degraded land is the quality planting material. And that calls more inputs from the genetic engineering or cloning and all those kind of nurseries kind of thing. We are doing pretty decent when it comes to improving the cooking equipments or giving access to LPG. So there is a reduction in dependence on the forest for the fuel wood, and we have fairly wonderful examples when we look at this state and the adjoining state, and our Indian State of Forest report is reflecting on those numbers as well. And on the ground reality as well, we have seen forest improving in parts of Uttarakhand. From the sustainable forest management, which is more of a dependent on governance, so local governance, and at least at Gram Sabha level, that kind of intervention is much needed. We need to actually get down onto that level. Equally important is payment for ecosystem services. Academicians like me, we are talking about this for quite long, but we are yet to see how do you transform it into policy. We can help you in developing an interface, but still, this is something which is much needed, because there are some of the provinces which can fill the financial gap, which is huge, which can fill the financial gap if such kind of policy formulations could be carried out. As I said earlier, some of the provinces are much more promising, just not from the window of opportunity, but also from the window of performance. So we need to identify such type of geographical locations, their performances, so as to develop a better understanding and develop a better support mechanism. At the end, which is top of the town, national forest policy and the draft which had come. So, we need to bring in climate change perspective very strongly onto that. That is something very important. And given all kind of challenges which are being experienced by the forest managers on the ground, which are being debated by the academicians, researchers and all, you need other sectors as well to participate with an equal kind of responsibility. Talk about forest fire, talk about groundwater recharge, talk about afforestation, reforestation. You need other sectors also in the equal footage. So looking at, how those could be drawn very nicely in an actionable manner, because intentions are always good with the policies, but it is always the action which has to be determined when you are doing. And livelihood, being given the demography which we have, given the geographical region which we are representing, livelihood options are equally challenging and important. So these are some of the takeaways, if these make any sense to you. I stop here. Thank you very much. This is a publication which we have got through in conservation letters, which gives much detailed description about this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Joshi. Very interesting and somewhat worrying presentation. Worrying in the sense that we have only 1.5 million hectares available, and 26 million hectares is a bond challenge target. So this gap is just too huge. We need to ponder over this issue. The entire forestry community, in fact, the entire country will have to ponder about it, whether this about 2.5 to 3 billion tons of additional CO2 sequestration by 2030 is at all achievable on this land. The another point that you made for agroforestry, that agroforestry has a much greater chance of taking us towards the Paris target that we have. And you spoke of the MSP, the minimum support price. I wonder whether somebody would like to speak on that particular aspect also. So very short intervention in case, an intervention or a question would be very welcome. Is there any question here? Otherwise, yeah.
In classroom, we say all clear.
All clear.
So that's there.
It's all clear. Fine. That's excellent. So we actually needed to have a much greater discussion on this issue, but time is absolutely just doesn't allow us. So may I now invite Dr. Bubalim Tadise from Ethiopia. Dr. Tadise is the founder, Director General of Ethiopian Environment and Forest Research Institute, and presently lead researcher at the Ethiopian Forestry Development. Dr. Tadise has more than 30 years of work experience in forestry research and development in Ethiopia, holds PhD from Polytechnic University of Madrid, has conducted numerous forestry and natural resource related research projects, and has published in 17 book chapters, 32 journal articles, 18 proceedings, and has edited 7 proceedings. He is served in different capacities in international organizations and also local professional associations. He is the President's nominee for Africa and board member of IUFRO, board member of Forestry Research Network for Sub-Saharan Africa for NISA, fellow of Ethiopian Academy of Sciences, member and chair of the advisory board of the Ethiopian Forestry Society, and founder and director of the Ethio Natural Resources Organization, and board member of the Green Art for Environmental Protection and Social Development Organization, and has a topic which is very relevant to our discussion: climate change impact and forest and landscape restoration efforts in Africa. His canvas is the entire continent. Dr. Tadis, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. The title of my presentation, as I said by the chair, is Climate Change Impacts and Forest and Landscape Restoration Efforts in Africa. So with this, I will try to give you an overview of forestry resources in Africa, deforestation and forest degradation challenges, forest landscape restoration efforts in Africa, and climate change impacts, etc. So these are the outlines: a brief introduction, deforestation and forest degradation in the continent, climate change impacts, forest landscape restorations again in the continent, building resilience to climate change, and brief conclusion. In Africa, the continent hosts 17% of the world forest resources and 31% of the world's other woodlands. So you can see that the continent has huge forest resource potentials. Again, in the continent, 26%, I think the picture is clearly, you can see 26% of land mass in Africa is classified as a forest. And Africa is one of the most diverse continent for land use, with the territory split between cropland, forest land, grassland, wetland, and human settlements. And one of the biggest deserts of the world, Sahara Desert, as you can see in the northern part of Africa, is also found in Africa. Agriculture in the continent, in Africa, accounts for 20 to 40% of the GDP in the continent. So agriculture, again, is very important in Africa. Forestry, forest resources, forest products in Africa are very important. They have forest resources have paramount social, economic, and ecological importance in many African countries. They contribute to poverty alleviation in a variety of ways and provide important support mainly for sub-Saharan Africa. They provide food, feed, medicine, wood, etc. A number of economic advantages are gained from forest products. One over 2/3 of Africa rely directly or indirectly on forest resources for their livelihood. This is a huge figure. Coming in my country, in Ethiopia, for instance, for example, most farmers, smallholder farmers who grow trees on their smallhold size, describe trees around their homestead as a lifesaver, safety net, or tree bank, as it is converted easily. For instance, if there is any challenge, agriculture fails, or livestock are challenged, they cut 2-3 trees, they sell it, and they have a cash at hand. This is very important, especially for smallholder farmers. That's why they say that is a tree bank, that is a safety net. This is the case in most African countries. However, deforestation and forest degradation are hampering the forest resources of many countries in the continent. Deforestation, forest degradation is a serious challenge in the continent. These factors has come under severe pressure from growing demand for forest products, particularly fuel wood and other expansion of agricultural land. Population pressure in the continent is a huge challenge. That is not the case in Europe, in America, when the population grows is not a challenge. But in Africa, the population growth is a challenge. Therefore, there is a need for agricultural land, and always the forest land, the woodland, the shrub land is converted to agricultural land. This is a serious challenge in the continent. Deforestation. Every year, nearly 3 million hectares of African forests are lost, leading to 3% loss of GDP associated with soil and nutrient depletion. You can imagine that consequences or impacts after deforestation and forest degradation. Africa has the highest net loss of forest area at 3.9 million hectares per year, followed by South America at 2 points. You can see in the figure below, here this is low, and this is a gain of forest gain. So in Africa, you can see, and South America are losing their forest resources, and Asia, basically, I heard presentations this morning, China, India, forests, they are gaining forest. It is clearly indicated here, Asia, Europe, and North Central America, and Oceania, the forest, the balance is positive. Whereas in Africa and in South America, you can see that the net loss, your forest loss is very serious. Coming to my country, Ethiopia, deforestation and forest degradation is very severe compared to other African countries. Again, deforestation rate remain high, and the gap between demand and supply of forest products is expanding. Even so, government-initiated rigging efforts are ongoing. You can see this is a figure, results of National Forest Area Change 2013 at national level by Biome. This is loss and this is gain. So you can see Acacia comifera and Combretum terminal, these are the dry woodlands found in this area. This is where we are losing, basically, where we are losing is in this area. This is the lowland, boundary to Sudan, when large-scale agricultural expansion is for boswellia or frankincense-producing species and are converted to sesame and cotton. There's a large scale, and again in the Rift Valley, this is Acacia comifera, is the Rift Valley where we have a number of lakes where losing or deforestation is very high. And in the highlands, like for instance, dry Afro-Montane and moist Afro-Montane, where we are conducting impactful reforestation and afforestation programs. This is the case of my country. What are the major drivers of deforestation in Africa? As I said before, despite their actual and potential socioeconomic and ecological importance, forest resources are facing several challenges, like agricultural expansion, as I said earlier, population pressure and the increasing need for agricultural land, improper forest resources utilization, overgrazing or free grazing. This is a challenge, especially when we are conducting annual tree planting programs as the livestock management is free grazing. This is a serious challenge that affects the survival of planted trees. Bush encroachment and invasion of alien species, especially coming to forestry, the main species affecting the sector is Prosopis juliflora. Close to 1 million hectares is invaded by this species. As you can see, the landscape is green, 1 million hectares, that's good, but no biodiversity, no grassland, no, this is very, I think the same is true in Kenya. In northern Kenya, they have Prosopis juliflora, but in Ethiopia, the challenge is very serious. Bush lack of land use planning. I don't know the other countries, but in Ethiopia, lack of land use planning is a serious challenge. We don't have a land use plan. That is why agriculture is expanding on forest lands. The steep mountains are cultivated, and very fertile agricultural land are converted to eucalyptus plantations. This is a chaos. And poor afforestation, reforestation program. Basically, in my country, the politicians are mentioning figures, X number of billion seedlings are planted, but no concrete evidence or scientific survival, number of species, number of hectares, the objective of the plantation, etc. So these are missing. And climate change, as it has been well said by the previous speakers, is affecting almost the globe, the entire world. The magnitude can vary between countries depending on the altitude, latitude, and the geographical location, etc. But this is a global phenomena. But coming to Africa, the contribution to the climate change problem is very insignificant, and yet it is one of the hardest hit by the negative impacts. As you all know, the most contributor for the climate change, fossil fuel, heavy industries, etc. These are in the developed world, but the consequences are the least developed, like our continent. This increased climate variability, coupled with the high dependence of African economies on agriculture, creates the potential for dramatic negative consequences. Africa is the most vulnerable continent to the climate change and climate variability, a situation aggravated by the interaction of multiple stresses occurring at a serious levels and low adaptive capacity. You can see how the continent is, compared to other continents, seriously affected. Climate change is having a growing impact on the African continent, hitting the most vulnerable or the poor, and contributing to food insecurity, population displacement, this is the case in my country, and the stress of water resources. The impact includes higher temperature, drought, changing rainfall patterns, and increased climate variability. The picture shown below are from Ethiopia, taken very recently. In the southern part of Ethiopia, we had climate-related challenge the last 3-4 years with no rain, and you can see millions of livestock dead. This is a serious challenge, and the pastoralist people were displaced from that region. This is the climate change, and it is a resulting effect of enormous land degradation and significant depletion of pasture in Borana zone, that is the southern Ethiopia, is pushing pastoralist communities to the brink. This is a serious challenge. However, there are forest landscape restoration efforts in the continent. Many countries are doing excellent forest landscape restoration programs. Here I have colleagues in Kenya. In Kenya, they have well-established institutes, they have excellent restoration programs. For instance, I will mention some of the continental forest landscape restoration programs and activities. For instance, as you all know, forest landscape restoration can contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation by increasing productivity of landscapes, enhancing the resilience of forest ecosystems, and reducing the vulnerability of forest-dependent communities. There are, as I said before, a number of forest landscape restoration in each country. There are countries with best experiences. One experience I would like to share with you is Great Green Wall Initiative in the continent. The Great Green Wall Initiative was launched in 2007 by African Union So as you can see the figure below, the Great Green One initiative is from Cameroon to Djibouti. The idea is to restore, as you can see, the dark green color of the area. All is about 20 African countries to implement afforestation, reforestation programs, and sustainable agriculture in those areas from 7 to 15 kilometer span. So there are targets, there are initiatives, there are a number of international donors like FAO, World Bank involved in this. It brings together African countries and international partners under the leadership of African Union Commission and the Pan-African Agency of the Great Green. So as I said, FAO is one of the main partners of this Great Green One initiative. Again, African Forest Landscape Restoration Initiative, AFRI-100, is another very important initiative in the continent. African government is committed to bring 100 million hectares under restoration by 2030. This is, the African leaders has committed, pledged to restore such amount of land by 2030. This initiative regroups 31 governments and commitments have exceeded the target 100 million hectares. This represents by far the most significant commitment under the Bond Challenge, with African regions making up over 60% of the total share of the area committed under the Bond Challenge. So, as you can see, 31 countries has committed to restore, to reforest degraded areas. My own country has pledged 22 million hectares, 15 million restoration by exclosure, etc., and 7 million by afforestation and reforestation. This is a target of Ethiopia, but as you can see in this map, different countries has pledged to restore different degraded areas. So this is, again, another effort of the continent to improve the forest landscape restoration initiatives. Ethiopia, as I said, pledged 22 million hectares of afforestation and restoration, and approved. In 2011, Ethiopian government have approved or prepared climate resilient green economy. That climate resilient CRG strategy has 4 pillars: forestry, agriculture, transport, and energy. So this clearly indicated how forestry should be developed, how to reduce emissions from agriculture, from forestry, from industry, from energy, etc. So different line ministries in the regions have targets to implement the CRGE strategy. This is again another important move, especially in my country. And again, in the you can see in the map, the country has divided or prepared a map prioritizing, like for instance, priority 1 to restore 11 million hectares, priority 2, 18, depending on the slope, on the population, etc. There are efforts, there are initiatives to restore degraded lands. This is pictures taken in Ethiopia in different rehabilitation of forest land. This is basically through exclosure. So people are not there, livestock are out, so it is protected. You can see the response. Then soil and water conservation activities are also integrated in this exclosure program. So in Ethiopia, there are best practices of exclosures, and we have seen results and outputs. And the degraded farmland is rehabilitated through soil and water conservation activities, again, by government initiatives, by external donors. There are wonderful experiences and outputs in different degraded areas where we have seen forestry and soils have recovered, and wildlife biodiversity has also recovered. These are pictures taken from my ministry. Again, this is the case of my country, but I know the different African countries have better restoration and forest rehabilitation experiences as well. So building resilience to climate change in the continent and elsewhere, climate smart agriculture in the landscape in Africa is promoted by different countries, including my country. This is one important solution. Climate smart agriculture is an integrated approach to managing landscapes, cropland, livestock, forest, and fisheries that addresses the interlinked challenges of food security and accelerating climate change. So climate smart agriculture, increased productivity, enhanced resilience, reduced emissions. So there are efforts to implement climate smart agriculture in my country and in other countries as well. So agriculture remains vital because agriculture is very important. So how sustainable agriculture we can have. This is one important solution will be this one. Strengthening forest landscape restoration efforts. Properly implement, as I said before, Great Green Wall, even though we have a strategy, we have the IUFRO and different partners. We started in 2007, but we are not implementing it as it was initially planned because it was donor-driven. There are some limitations. There are efforts. So we have to properly implement the strengthening, revise the strategy to implement this wonderful strategy to otherwise the Sahara Desert will be expanding to southern region. This is a challenge. Properly or scientifically implement FLR and not by campaign basis. Mostly, for instance, in my country, forestry and soil and water conservation programs are conducted by campaign, mobilization. So we are promoting to the scientific community, to the government, not a campaign basis. It should be scientifically with program, with budget, with professionals, with accountable institutions, etc. Otherwise, the results are not as expected. Strengthening monitoring and accountability mechanisms, set up accountability mechanisms, scaling up best practices because there are best practices, so scaling up, scale out, and implement the pledges. We have indicated figures. My country, 2,000 million. The other country, 2.5 million. So we have to have a strategy to implement this pledge number. Building and strengthening forestry and natural resources management related institutions. In most African countries, especially in my own forestry, no, institutional instability is a challenge. Every 3-4 years, we have different ministries. For instance, forestry is under agriculture, and then minister, and then authority, and then agency. This is a challenge. So establish appropriate institutions at national and local level, create and ensure synergies among institutions, government, non-governmental organizations, prepare and implement appropriate policies and strategies, implement land use planning, as I said before, establish appropriate land tenure and governance system. These are very critical for sustainable management. To conclude, climate change increases the need for restoration, both to help forest system to manage existing change and to buffer them against likely changes in the future by increasing areas of natural, healthy forest systems. It is imperative to properly and scientifically implement forest landscape restoration as an adaptive management strategy beyond reporting, beyond numbers. We have to be scientifically implemented strategies. The landscape scale restoration of degraded lands and forests is intrinsically interlinked with many sustainable development goals. If you see 17 goals, some of them, forestry or reforestation programs, have very linked. So while we are working with the restoration programs, we can ensure that we are working at the same time in the SDG goals. FLR will have a paramount importance to reduce adverse consequences of climate change, strengthen collaboration in different forms with different partners, national and international. Technical, financial knowledge are very important as we are living in the same globe and climate change impact doesn't have a boundary. Well, almost we are living in the same house. So a collaboration should be a must. Let us strengthen our hands, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tadesse. A very, very important presentation from Africa. The picture is rather serious. The impacts of climate change perhaps are the severest in Africa. Still there is a hope, as Dr. Tadesse has pointed out, that climate smart agriculture is a hope there. and FLR as an adaptive management strategy. So overall, I think there is no time. Otherwise, basically, I wanted to request Dr. Mark Broadmeadow to also speak a few words. But I wonder whether there is. Can I have 5 minutes? Yes. Okay. So may I invite Dr. Broadmeadow to also speak a little bit. You can choose your place there, or you can come here and speak from here. Just about 4 or 5 minutes on the vulnerability, on the adaptation, need for adaptation, on the focus on where the focus should lie in handling this climate change in forestry. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk a little bit about my passion, and that is ensuring what we do is fit for the future. And when we think about afforestation or forest landscape restoration, is what we do, are the species we're planting and encouraging to regenerate, are they capable of surviving the future climate? There's a huge amount to do for information, for research, and above all, communication to the forestry sector. In the UK, we have done some analysis of state forests, and if in the absence of adaptation, if the higher climate scenarios are realized, there is a risk that 62% of our productive stands will no longer be considered commercially viable for timber production by the end of the century. Now that's in the absence of adaptation, and we are embracing adaptation across the state forests, but it has proved a lot more challenging to get this message across to forests in private ownership that do look often to the back. I think we all know forestry is a very conservative sector, and we need to get these messages across to think for the future. It may not need anything different. Our species have got adaptive capacity, high genetic diversity. Evolutionary adaptation will progress, but will it progress fast enough to ensure that we have got those resilient landscapes that we want? We heard from the first speaker, we can look for alternative species. It doesn't necessarily be exotic, maybe further south or further north, depending on whether you're in the southern or northern hemisphere. So assisted migration has got potential. And as I say, there is huge diversity in our tree species. We haven't exploited them. And again, there may be the opportunities to use the same species, but provenances from further south or further north in your country that are better adapted to the climate of the future. So it's just thinking of the future and just adding to that into the thought processes when engaging in forest landscape restoration. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and we now must bring this discussion to a close because we have really short time. But just to conclude, the presentation on the situation in Europe that appears to be most positive, if we can call that positive, but this appears to be, at least on the face of it, the climate change appears to be helping forestry there. 40,000 hectares of forest cover increase every year, and the productivity also has gone up everywhere, and the productivity has gone up even because of the nitrogen pollution in certain areas. And the choice is the choices are always difficult to make, but the choice is is there between whether harvesting is better or whether total conservation is better. When you contrast with that the presentation on India, and a very important presentation that Professor Joshi made, and then that is what we need to now look at, because while 1.5 million hectares could be too conservative in estimate. But the availability of 76.5 million hectares by FSI, which was made in 2019, may be on the extremely higher side. And the Prime Minister has laid a target of 26 million hectares before us for the bond challenge, and whether we can achieve that is something that we need to really now start looking at very seriously. Another issue that Professor Joshi pointed out was that the money is needed at a very large, in a very large measure, 40,000 crore rupees. That would be about, let's say, roughly 500 billion rupees every year, billion rupees, Indian rupees every year. Africa is a challenge, but the good professor has brought out some good strategies also, and I think that we should be really working on, the global community should be working on, and the global institutions must help Africa and the countries in Africa facing perhaps the severest impact of climate change to tackle that situation. So with this, I conclude this session by thanking once again the speakers. This has been really an excellent session, as one was also expecting it to be, and because the three speakers and our guest speaker, if I may call Dr. Mark, brought me to that he brought out the scope of assisted migration and the possibilities that lie in the huge diversity in a species, within intra-specific diversity. And that allows for huge possibilities of adaptation, reducing vulnerability. So with this, thank you very much.
Sir, can we start with the memento?
Yes, please.
I would like to request Dr. Pramod Kant sir to kindly present mementos to the speakers of this session. The speakers, Dr. Herbert Hessenor, Dr. P.K. Joshi, and Dr. Wibulam Tedesi. I would also like to request Shri Rakesh Kumar Dogra sir, TDG Administration and Director in Charge, Forest Research Institute, to present memento to Dr. Pramod Kant sir as token of respect. I would like to request for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Pramod Kumar Kant, sir, for conducting the session. Thank you, sir. We can close the session. Yeah. Now, we will take a short break for about 20 minutes. And arrangement for tea and coffee have been made at ICFRE lawns. We'll resume in the auditorium at 4:50 p.m. for the next technical session, which is session 6. Thank you, everyone. Delegates are requested to kindly take their seats. Now we will begin with the last technical session. The last technical session of this international symposium is session 6. The theme of the session is experiences and case studies of sectoral integration for building resilient landscapes. The host for this session is Dr. Somit Saha. I would like to request Dr. Somit Saha to please grace the dais. Dr. Saha is Senior Scientist and Research Group Leader at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Germany. He is the coordinator of IUFRO unit, Temperate and Boreal Silviculture, and the Deputy Coordinator of unit, Ecology and Silviculture of Oak. He performs interdisciplinary research, cross-cutting restoration ecology, silviculture, forest health, ecosystem services, plant physiology, social ecological resilience, urban forestry, and forest transformation. With this, I would request Saha sir to please kindly conduct the session. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me? Great. So, welcome to the last technical session, experiences, case studies of sectoral integration for building resilient landscape. This is the last technical session of this great conference or workshop so far, symposium so far. And one of our tasks also is to keep you motivated so that you don't get sleepy. Yeah. I think the very important keywords are already there: intersectoral cooperation and resilient landscape. And we have heard this morning that planting tree is not only a forest restoration; it's a social, ecological, political, economic process. And that's the exact reason why we need to take care of all the sectors they converge for a aim, which is forest restoration. And then the resilient landscape. What is resilience? What is social resilience? What is ecological resilience is not the topic today. But keep that in mind that we are last speaker in one session mentioned that which species we should plant. So the landscape which we are creating today, trees takes hundreds or 100 years to grow. They should be also resilient for future climate change and uncertainty. So that's another thing we should think and try to link in this session. So we have esteemed speakers in this session, and I kindly request them to come to the dais, please. Dr. Shalini Dhyani, Mr. Lokesh Jayasawal, Mr. Shram Malik, and Mr. A.K. Ishuru Jayantha, please. Okay, so we have 4 speakers and we have only 1 hour, which means that we have to strictly follow the time. So we have 10 minutes per talk, and I will raise my hand after 8 minutes to alert you that you have 2 minutes left. Please pardon me for that. Everybody wants to go for the tea after this session as well. And so let's start. So the idea is that after 10 minutes of presentation, I will take 2 questions, and they should not be more very large questions, short questions, understanding questions, and perhaps if we have around 10 minutes left after the, then we can perhaps also have a broader question answer session. I try to synthesize the outcome of the session then. So, try to introduce Dr. Shalini Dhyani, our first speaker. Dr. Shalini Dhyani is a senior scientist at CSIR National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, India. She is Asia Vice Chair and Steering Committee member in the Commission of Ecosystem Management of IUCN. Shalini works on interlinkages between social ecological systems, including indigenous and local knowledge systems for ecosystem health assessments, restoration of degraded landscape, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation using nature-based solutions and sustainability science approaches. Shalini is experienced in sectoral integration for developing resilient landscapes and improving corporate community partnership for climate-sensitive landscape restoration from multidisciplinary efforts. She brings experience in science policy integration as the lead author of the recently released IPBES Global Thematic Assessment on the Sustainable Use of Wild Species and Asia-Pacific Regional Assessment of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. She has many high-impact peer-reviewed national and international research papers, edited books, and popular articles to her credit. Shalini, thank you so much that you made your time. So please, floor is yours.
A very good evening to all of you, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm not going to be very formal because I know that I have just 8 minutes and I have to sail through my presentation. So before taking you to the journey of the case studies that I have worked in last almost 18 years, I start my journey from Uttarakhand, where I started working on biophysical aspects of forest. But then I somehow realized socio-ecological linkages are much more important if I really want to create sustainable and resilient landscapes for future. And then, of course, I'll be taking you to other parts of the country where we are working with the corporates, especially private sectors, and developing some of these industrial mine void restoration and overburden dumps with understanding on why multi-sectoral, intersectoral collaboration and interventions are so much required for developing these landscapes. So very quickly, this was one interesting publication that came out from our group just last February, and this talks about people-centric approaches. So this very much highlights, based on a very intense exercise that we did for about 579 districts of entire India, and we found that basically a lot of potential lies for restoration outside forest areas, and this is something that a lot of presenters in all these 3 or 4 sessions have actually discussed. So that means there is a huge need of consultation. There is a huge need of also to move beyond carbon and also to move beyond forest areas. And this is something that I have been also believing in last all these years. So if I sum up on my understanding, that I think these are some of the important constraining and enabling conditions to scale up sustainable land restoration in our country. So financing can be one. So the recent UN report also highlights that there is only a large amount of public sector involvement in restoration, and the money for nature-based solution is mostly coming from the governments. So this is high time that private sector is also involved. A multi-sectoral and people-centric approach is there. And of course, I very much talk about this big data that countries are generating on restoration. So the enabling condition talk about the relevance and acceptance. Relevance by the communities, relevant solution for the communities. Incentives, of course, why somebody will come and join the movement of restoration if there are no incentives and livelihood benefits. Inclusion, convergence, I'm sure one of the next presenter will be talking about the convergence issue in this session. And of course, there has to be a lot of customized approaches that talk about innovations, effectiveness to make these success stories happen on ground. And of course, the end is sustainable and healthy, resilient landscapes. So, though I have presented all these sectors here, but that doesn't mean they have to follow the same hierarchy. It's basically all different, diverse, multi-sector actors that are present in these landscapes that need to come together, breaking the silos and talk to each other to plan these resilient landscapes. And I also have been talking about hybridizing knowledge systems, because I personally think we as scientists cannot be everywhere, and we as scientists cannot find all the solutions. A lot of this has to do with the communities, because they have been in these landscapes since generations. So a lot of solutions that they have might be very relevant. So this is one of the case studies, a very initial one, a very smaller one, where I worked with 20 hectares of hillock, and I find that the solution that I have was majorly to actually address the societal challenge. And societal challenge, those who are sitting from mountain areas, they know women drudgery linked to subsistence requirements, fodder collection or any other water requirement is a big, big challenge. So something has to actually address this challenge. So my model revolved around it. I talked about restoring these areas for the concern that women don't go to the forest very often, because that impacts their local conditions, that also affect their health, that also leads to a lot of accidents. Now, the most important thing is inclusion. How do you ensure inclusion? So that's a very important task, and it took me almost 2 years just to go for trust building in these areas. And especially a great leverage and entry point are women, because these are the conservators of forest and also destructors of forest. So Mahila Mangaldals in these areas, Gram Panchayat, school children, whosoever are there can be a very good partner in these exercises. The second area is innovation. When you're talking about innovation, and fuel wood can be one, in another area it can be fodder, in another area it can be NTFP, or what are other issues. I was very much focused to not going beyond fodder. The moment I was going into multi-purpose, I was knowing it would lead to human-wildlife conflicts. So it has to be very localized solution, understanding what women in this area want. So there is about 50% suggestion of species coming from women. There is only 50% that is coming from our scientific interventions. And all those suggestions that women gave, we didn't find those plants in the nursery. So there is another livelihood intervention where we could develop a local nursery by supporting local livelihood. So now, next area is effectiveness. Once you have inclusion, participation will lead to effectiveness. And effectiveness is when results start rolling out, when the milk yield of animals start improving, when a lot of women join your movement, and they also ensure that your model goes from this degraded area to their cropland bunds in agroforestry and agri-silvi model. That's the success that we achieved. Sustainability, what was the sustainability? Because once the government project is over, the project ends, the model ends. So we ensured that the next level of involvement comes through Livelihood Resource Center and community seed bank of only lesser known underutilized wild edibles, so that we can use them in agri-silvi models. Of course, annual monitoring, and that has the replication potential. Now, when I talk about effectiveness and inclusion, I should also talk about impact, because that leads to success stories and benefits shared with the communities. So we tried to test this case study that is running right from 2009. We tested it on the global standards of IUCN nature-based solution, and I was surprised because of the evidence that we generated. This was the first study from India that qualified for global standards this year, and I'm sure it's also because a lot of people have not applied for this. And now, after almost 10-15 years, we are also hearing about some replication happening in Himachal Pradesh. Now, with this community, government, academia collaboration that happened here, I moved to an organization where I get to work with communities and then later on also with corporate sector. And these are very important and crucial, because here you cannot only leave the lands for corporates or mine people to restore these areas, because these are hotspots of heavy metal. These are also hotspots of soil and air pollution. And most of the plantation that I've raised here is basically a monoculture. So they also now know that this is also susceptible to the pest attack. So now they're also interested to have more of biodiversity interventions, mixed plantations. So regular biomonitoring support can help us in better restoration planning for future, and wise choice of species, because scientific interventions here can help. And I had the previous speaker in the last session who talked about what kind of species, and this is where scientists can really help. Now, we did some couple of work that all scientists do, understanding how these contaminated sites can be used, how we can have some better protocols, how we can ensure mycorrhizal succession and contribution can improve restoration in these areas. So this all happened. But at the same time, we also tried to see that these mines are more than 50 or 60-year-old mine site. So that also means a lot of topsoil is not available. So if I talk about a condition in a state like Rajasthan, that's potentially an arid area, if a contractor is building this topsoil from somewhere nearby fertile land, that also means that I am actually not creating a sustainable landscape. I am actually compromising the farmer's productivity that he or she gets from that area. So my intervention was ensuring that tree plantation is supported by seeds. It is also supported by a lot of slope stabilizing species, and then selecting species that are more air pollution tolerant and accelerating the soil amelioration by microbial combinations. So these are some couple of pictures just to show how this has been raised in zinc and coal mines. So it's a one of them is a dirty mining and other one is not so dirty mining in India. Another area where we have tried to work is auditing private sector mining. Now they do a lot of this work of mining from their department as per what government has been assigning them the task. So now here is again a very important interest of a scientist and multi-sectoral involvement to see what kind of species they are growing up, because forest department is involved, academic and research organizations are involved, giving them their know-how. And if we have some kind of better understanding on what kind of species, because climatic and local successional patterns definitely need to be followed in these areas, especially highlighting on the concerns that I discussed. So if I come up to some of the next slides, some of the concluding slides of my presentation, I see that these 6 keywords can be very relevant if I want to talk about accelerating the momentum of transformative changes in sustainable land restoration, because I not only work on forest landscape restoration, I see broadly this as a sustainable land restoration approach. So again, incentives, convergence, innovations beyond forest areas, private sector financing, and of course, monitoring, learning, and improving, because every single case study is a different approach altogether. You cannot fit one case study approach into another area. So that is something that we have learned in last so many years. And coming to the last slide of this discussion and my presentation, I think these are some of the key takeaways that you might find relevant if you think it's workable in your work areas. We started talking about climate sensitive restoration planning a few years back, and now we are also trying to see how resilient thinking and resilient planning in context of specific restoration can play a role. So it has to be very context specific restoration planning, with the uncertainty very much in the center of planning. We know we live in a very uncertain world, and warming world has brought a lot of uncertainty, so that has to be kept in the center. Mainstreaming systems thinking approach. I'm so happy somebody in the morning was talking about this, of following a social transformation approach, because restoration has to be linked with livelihood, it has to be linked with incentives to make it a success story. And of course then multi-sectoral involvement, that's very much the topic of this presentation, and trying to promote as much as possible mixed forest formation instead of monocultures or fast-growing high biomass yielding species. And last but not the least, I think this is very important, mimicking forest successional patterns. This is something that many of these industries, many of the scientists even don't follow. If we have this better understanding of local pioneers, cereal and climatic climates, I think a lot of our job will be properly channeled to get better outputs. So with this, thank you so much for your attention, and I really enjoyed giving this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were perfectly on time. I really appreciate that. So as I said, that we could take 2 questions from the audience, please. Okay, seems everybody understood, but I actually not understand one thing. So, for example, you talk about convergence of sectors, but there could be many different conflicts of interest. For example, say biodiversity conservation versus biomass production. So from early on from the restoration planning, how this kind of conflict can be mitigated in sectoral approach?
Thank you so much, Sumit, for this. And I think it becomes relevant because we have been working with different sectors when we do go for these planning. But the problem that we face right now is that these different interests have not been clear to us also, because everybody is sitting in their own silos and planning. So for example, we get to know something that forest department is planning at the very end, or maybe industry at the very end. So if there is a more approach where everybody can come together on a table and we discuss like these are the priorities and how we can go along with it, I think that can improve our planning approach. So if planning is improved, I think that's how we can move. So sitting in the silos, not understanding what aspirations are, And I would like to just press on one important thing. My last slide was about climate-sensitive restoration planning. And this was something as a scientist and academician that we have developed. And we thought that can be a very impressive approach of how private sector is involved, how this big data generation can be monitored. But fortunately, I get to walk in a meeting of Maharashtra Forest Department last year, and I was surprised. I was surprised how they're monitoring their landscapes using artificial intelligence, generating this big data. But again, they were not knowing what scientists are doing. So this is some kind of a gap, a communication gap that is there. So that needs to be sorted in the planning process and sitting together.
So I think I got the answer of my questions. Everything come together in one table. So we need to have also a table in our democracy, and also, and I think we have that, and also equal importance to everybody. So now it's, thank you again, Shalini, very much. And now my great pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Mr. Lokesh Jaiswal, Indian Forest Service. Mr. Lokesh Jaiswal is a senior level career professional from Indian Forest Service, working as a Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Chief Executive Officer, Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority CAMPA, who also funds, sponsor our event, thank you so much for that, in the Forest Department of Telangana State in India. He holds a Master of Science degree in Environment and Sustainable Development from the prestigious the Bartlett Development Planning Unit at University College London, at London, United Kingdom. Prior to that, he did Bachelor of Technology degree in Civil Engineering from IIT, Indian Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, India. Mr. Jaiswal is involved in planning and implementation of various activities related to compensatory afforestation, natural forest management, forest protection, biodiversity conservation, forest fire management, information technology and communication, etc., for the conservation of development of forests and wildlife in the state of Telangana. He brings with him the experience of over 35 years in Indian Forest Service in various capacities, including forest rejuvenation, leadership in urban development, poverty alleviation, silviculture, climate change mitigation, and adaptation. So thank you so much for being here. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Good evening to all, and thanks for the nice introduction. I am working actually in the Telangana Forest Department and involved with the forest landscape restoration for the last 5 years. And I will just take it through the slides, my experiences and what is actually happening in the ground as far as the forest restoration is concerned in Telangana. If you take the forest area, you can see most of the forest area is actually on the north and eastern side and a bit in the southern side. And it is actually along the Krishna River and also the Godavari River as such. And if you take the canopy density wise, so we have open forest and scrub forest. So these two actually combined is about 1.29 million hectare, which is almost about 47.85% of the total forest area, and which is of the primary concern to us as far as forest landscape restoration is concerned. Now, these are the definition, of course, is the ongoing process of regaining lost ecological functionality and enhancing human well-being across deforested or degraded forest landscape, and the other one for the multiple benefits and land uses over time. This is again the principle for the FR, so I will not go into detail. As far as Telangana is concerned, it is the youngest state in India after the reorganization of the combined Andhra Pradesh, which happened actually in June 2014. And it's being a very ambitious and progressive visions with our Chief Minister being at the helm of the affairs, and committed to the fast-paced sustainable economic development, and at the same time to increase the forest and tree cover up to 33% of the geographical area for the national policy. And that's how actually the Telangana Auditorium, that is the green garlanding to the state, evolved as a state flagship program in the state. In fact, if we see the principles involved to improve the degraded natural forest and river, rural and urban landscapes with appropriate forestry interventions to increase the forest and tree cover, biodiversity, carbon sequestration, land degradation neutrality, hydrology, and well-being of the people for the benefit of present and future generation. So these all actually are enshrined starting from the international and then to the national and down below. And this Telangana Auditorium actually started in 2015-16, and its objective was to increase the green cover up to 33% in tune with the national forest policy. And the strategy was like extensive plantation outside the notified forest and planting inside the notified forest and rejuvenation of the degraded forest. So the entire area of the state has been covered actually in the strategy as such. And the mandate was actually to plant or develop like 2.3 billion seedlings. And in which if you see the outside forest area, it was almost like 1.3 billion and 1 billion actually inside the forest area. It's a huge task, and it is supposed to be the third largest, you can say, the effort after China and Brazil. Now, talking of the sectoral integration, which actually is the theme of this particular session, I will take you through like how the things have happened actually in Telangana. It's not like anything bookish thing I'm talking, but actually what has happened in the field as such and in the state of Telangana. It has come with a very robust institutional arrangement. We have the state level steering committee headed by the chief secretary, monitoring committee by the principal secretary, district level monitoring and coordination committee by the district collector, then Haita Rakshana committee at the village level, Gram Panchayat level, then urban parks also the same thing like the state level and district level, and all departments are participating in the program. So there is a total coordination from all the departments. You can see like all the important departments are involved in this. And regular meetings are there, and all this goes for the planning, implementation, monitoring aspect. Second thing is funding. Now again, the funding is the major, like you can say the pillar where you're, even if you do the planning and all those things, if funding is not there, you cannot go ahead. So here like assured funding has been made, and we have actually taken other schemes like NRGS, which is from the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme by the Panchayati Raj and the Rural Development Department. Then there are state government schemes which is given by all the state departments. Then Compulsory Association Fund Management Planning Authority, of course, CAMPA is a major amount going into this. Then we have the 10% of Gram Panchayat and Municipal Fund, which is actually the green fund. And it is compulsory for each local body to have 10% of fund for, you can say, their forestation and other aspects. Then urban development authorities. Haita Nidhi is the new innovation where actually it has been created by taking like participation of all the people by donating just small amount from all stakeholders, like starting from the partition to the officers to the like all licensing thing. And it has come a very good support for the department and cooperative and individual funding. So we have explored all the options which can be tapped, and that is how the funding is being assured. As far as the Haita Nidhi, again, like it was announced by our Chief Minister only, and so far the contribution started actually last year only, and we have actually got almost 4.2 million US dollar. Then if you take the like expenditure on the Telangana Auditorium, which is the effort going on, so you can see like the state government, then NRGA, then CAMPA, then the urban development, or the municipal, and all the 10% of green fund. So if you combine together, so since 2015-16, cumulative is almost 1,297.5 million US dollars. So this is what is a major chunk of fund has been spent so far. Then coming to the planning aspect, how the sectoral integration is being done involving all the stakeholders. So of course the planning starts with the international policy initiatives. Now all these kinds of commitments or whatever like the conventions we have, then accordingly the national government take on those commitments and policies. Then subnational government level, like the state level, we take out what has to be done. And then it percolates to the district and local government and then the local landscape. Then outside notified forest, of course, all the places which can be taken up, and inside forest area also, whatever is possible actually for the, not only for the artificial regeneration, but also for the assisted natural regeneration for all the forest activities are being taken up, involving all the department as such. And in both like outside and inside the forest area, the bottom-up approach is there. It is participated at the village panchayat or municipal level with all the stakeholders, choice of species, planting locations, number of seedlings all decided by taking a track of the thing. And it starts in the month of November every year. The district plan is prepared and the state action plan is prepared. The same thing goes for the notified forest area also. Now, as far as the forest area is concerned, we actually had a lot of consultation. Of course, like 2019, under the guidance of like Dr. Michael Klein and also for Dr. Pramod Kant, we had presented like what are the things are happening in the ground at Brazil. And then we had the forest landscape restoration, like determining the different activities for the global and national commitments of Hyderabad. Then Forest Plus 2 USAID also has come up with their ecosystem services and also like prosperity aspect. And then we had from the ICFRE, we had the Godavari and Krishna River rejuvenation through the forest intervention. So these all inputs have given us to look into different aspects of the scientific inputs and also the coordination from the various departments and the stakeholders. And we have come up with like a state activity where actually we take up the forest activities which are helpful to actually do away with all the drivers of degradation and deforestation. Then implementation also like nurseries, it's not only the forest department which is doing, the Panchayat Raj department, municipal department, then development authorities and municipal corporation, other departments also they take up. And since if you take the nursery established like in the year 2023, we have the PRNR department, forest and all, and the major chunk is coming from other department other than the forest department. So that is the kind of coordination and collaboration is being taken up. Then implementation also like is a massive people's program, like all government departments, local government bodies, non-government organizations, industrialists, farmers, educational training institutions, students, self-help groups, and people representatives. They are totally actually involved in the implementation aspect. You can see like our chief minister, ministers, then all the public representatives actually going in the field. It's not like they're going in the field and seeing what is happening. And with that actually, all of the stakeholders are also involved in the process. This is of course like using the technical things we are monitoring how the forest cover and the things are changing over a period of time. And the plantation, if you see like inside forest area and then outside forest area and all, so major chunk is coming from the outside forest area. It's almost like 1.71 billion, and the total is about 2.73 billion as such. Other major achievement is like avenue plantations. Like people say like they once enter the Telangana, they know the difference from the other states. They see a lot of greenery all along the road, and they can say that now they have entered the Telangana kind of thing. And already like under this aided natural regeneration, about 1.344 million acres have been treated. And major thing is like peripheral trench, which I will be describing, then fire lines and urban parks, which is actually helping us in protecting the forest area in the urban areas, which are very costly out. So this is the unique thing, like in Telangana has been done. Like peripheral trench has been done to do away with the biotic interferences, and almost 11,000 an urban area we are doing the fencing or other things which are required there. And this actually help in reducing the biotic interference as such. Urban forest park is of course for the lung space for the urban people. Then regulatory framework and policies. Almost we have the clear vision given from the right from the top to the state level, the village level, and we have amended the Panchayat Raj Act, which actually gives 85% survival plantation is a must. Otherwise, the action will be taken against the Panchayat secretaries, and 10% of the green budget, and nursery at each and every ward and village level as such. And over 44 species have been exempted actually for the transit permits to promote agroforestry, and tree felling permissions are all online to for the ease of doing business. Then monitoring evaluation also, all departments actually are involved in the geotagging of all the plantation irrespective of the schemes and also the departments daily reporting, regular review by all departments. So it's not only first department, all other departments, all stakeholders are involved. Then third-party inspections are also being taken up, and online monitoring is there. Then livelihood opportunity, like huge funding is coming from the different department agencies. So it not only create employments, reduce rural poverty, but also like local people involvement, as was told by the earlier speaker. And also like useful benefit sharing is also being done. And we are actually in a process of scaling up the micro enterprises with the help of the USAID Forest Plus 2 program, where whatever like NTAP or MAP is coming, so not only like at one self-help group level, it is being scaled up to the district level and then to the state level also. And increased benefit from the agroforestry and gender equality is one of the things. Like women are almost getting 58% of the wages. So that is the plus point of this program as such. Then public participation, of course, as said, everybody is involved in this, public NGO, SSGs, then students, and they're visiting the like places of the forest area. And then at the same time, capacity building of stakeholders involved, because we have people from different departments. So it's necessary their capacity is also like improved upon, so that they understand what actually they are supposed to do. And that helps a lot actually in the quality output as such. Like here is the sensitization of the district officer, right from the district collector, and all the district officers are being taken up. Then at the same time now, there is a award incentive thing also involved in this, in which all the departments who are doing good work, they are being awarded at the state level, district level, and the award money is almost like, total money is about $1.83 million as such. And under CAMP actually, we are also actually giving gas award to the frontline officers because they are involved in that, in the, like all the forest activities. And they have given this like awards in the 26th January, so they are well recognized. And it gives a very healthy competition among the officers. Now, outcome so far, now with all this coordination, with all the involvement of all the stakeholders, right, at the administrative, at the planning, at the funding, and all other activities, Telangana actually there has been increase in forest cover and tree cover, 4.18% between 1921, this ICFRE FSI report. Increase in forest cover in all canopy density class forest. Whatever we prepared the forest regeneration action plan, that was based on the canopy density, and appropriate forest interventions were given in all those canopy density. And we are the only state, if you see the ICFRE report, where there has been increase in the forest cover in all the canopy density classes as such, whether it is open forest, medium density, or high density. Then increase of forest cover 3.07% between the last two. It is one of the maximum in the country. And overall, actually, from the 2015 to 2021, the increase is about 7.7%. Then there has been like increase in the carbon sequestration as per the ICFR report. Then in the SDG report also, we are now ranking at 4th. There, because a lot of SMC and water harvesting structure being taken up inside the forest area, there is ability of water and it is reducing the man-animal conflict as such. There has been increase in biodiversity because we are removing the monoculture of eucalyptus and replacing it with minimum 25 species, local species. And that is helping actually in the, like increasing the biodiversity and also in the flora and fauna also. Livelihoods and women empowerment also, like a lot of amount has gone for the, like for the bee leaf collection. Almost like $33.9 million and $24.4 million as bonus they were paid. NTAP collection and marketing, etc., they actually almost $57.46 billion they have won. Apart from this, they are actually getting this fuel and fodder also. And Hyderabad city has been awarded as the World Green City 2022. So that has been the like pinnacle of all the success which has come to the state among most of the like best cities actually in the world. So that is how the government of Telangana, not only forest department, but taking all the other departments, the offices, the stakeholders in total like coordination and collaboration, the forest landscape restorations are going ahead. And maybe like we will be achieving our targets by 2030 if everything is, or enabling conditions are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have no time for question at the moment. But one thing I really like in this presentation, first time today heard that you have a policy that 85% trees survive after planting. and you geotag them. So this is very important, that what's happened after planting, so we can talk about that later. So now I kindly request, I introduce our next speaker, Shreya Malik from Indian Forest Service. Mr. Shreya Malik is currently working as Deputy Project Director of Odisha Forestry Sector Development Project Phase 2. He is a recipient of many prestigious awards and fellowships, for example, Fulbright Fellowships and UNEP Asia Environmental Enforcement Award, to name as a few. His areas of interest are climate change and carbon sequestration, forest economics, and law enforcement in the field of forest and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good evening to all. So I'll just talk briefly about various forest landscape restoration activities and livelihood promotion through intersectoral convergence that is being achieved under Odisha Forestry Sector Development Project. To begin with, Odisha Forestry Sector Development Project is a JICA-aided, Japanese International Cooperation Agency-aided project that is being implemented by State Forest Department. Broadly, it has got 3 themes. We are working on 3 themes. That is sustainable forest management, basically through community participation, and simultaneously we'll also focus on livelihood improvement through intersectoral convergence. And we also take up some experiments in biodiversity conservation, particularly focusing on Satoyama initiatives, as well as Bhitarkanika conservation area initiative experiments. So under forest landscape restoration activities, we are taking up normal activities. We have almost restored 57,000 hectares of degraded forest land, taking up various activities like artificial regeneration, assisted natural regeneration, and establishment of various nurseries for fulfilling those seedling requirements. Simultaneously, we also take up various activities like drainage line treatment activities, consolidation and demarcation activities, and we also take up some fire line improvement activities. So these are basically the forest land restoration activities. Apart from that, as I have already emphasized, Satoyama initiatives, in which we focus on how the communities can live in harmony with nature, we focus on that. So under that activities, we take up livelihood improvement activities, environmental conservation activities, and natural resource and biodiversity management activities. We are also taking up certain activities, or basically I can say experiments, in Bhitarkanika conservation area. Bhitarkanika conservation area is one of the most important areas because it is also a national park. It is also a wildlife sanctuary, and 2 sanctuaries in fact we have got there, a marine sanctuary. So we take up some experiments in which we try to generate a long-term database of ecological and environmental parameters. We try to monitor them, and that effectively gives us some kind of health report cards in which scientific evidence is there, based on which we take up certain management inputs. Now coming to the most important part, the thing is that we are taking up forest land restoration activities. We want that the communities, the forest fringe communities, should be less and less dependent on forests, so that they become more resilient, and what kind of livelihood opportunities we can provide to those communities, forest fringe communities, and how we are co-opting other departments for intersectoral convergence. To begin with, for livelihood initiatives, almost we have mobilized around 6,000 number of self-help groups and common interest groups. Under IGA, that is income generation activities initiatives, we have provided a revolving fund of almost 2 lakh rupees to around 1,200 VSS, that roughly sums up to around $3 million US. We are also providing each VSS is that the village level committee which takes up the forest protection activities. So we have provided each VSS with a IGA facilitation center. Simultaneously, we are also trying to aggregate those VSS and to see if they can come up with some product clusters. And as a part of intersectoral convergence, we are trying to converge almost 36 different schemes from different departments in those VSS areas which are our focus areas for operation. Now the most important aspect is to achieve intersectoral convergence is that we have a dedicated process in place. So the focus is on process. So what we have is that at each and every tier of governance, be it at the state level, at the district level, at the block level, and at the lowest tier of governance, that is the Vana Suraksha Samiti or village level forest protection committee level. We have institutions in place. Those institutions at the lowest rung of the ladder, the livelihood plans or prospective annual plans, they will be prepared, they will be collated at the next stage of governance, and then finally it will be approved at the highest policy level, that is at the high powered committee level, which is chaired by the chief secretary of the state. So what happens is that a single direction from the chief secretary, from the highest administrative authority of the state, it does the trick for us. So it helps us in having coordination at the district level, where we have the district advisory committee. It helps us further, then it trickles down to the block level advisory committee and finally to the Gram Panchayat level. So all these livelihood initiatives that are being taken up are an integral part of a livelihood plan preparation. So what we do is that we essentially go for a livelihood opportunity analysis. We prioritize the needs of all the VSS. Then we identify those beneficiaries. We also decide on what are the needs. We definitely take up a need assessment of that VSS area. We prepare annual plans. Then all these plans are discussed and the issues are hammered out in the village Gram Sabha. And then we also simultaneously focus on capacity building of and skill building of those village folks. So to give you just an idea that we are operating over 12 districts, and the amount converged and the number of beneficiaries that have been benefited from our convergence, intersectoral convergence scheme, since the process is in place, the remarkable thing is that in all the implementation units, the progress is similar. So that is because the process is in place. And this gives you an idea of the number of schemes. As I have said, number of schemes, number of departments. You name any department, there is a high probability that you will find the department names in this list. So that is because forest department reaches those areas of community where the reach of other departments is very, very less. So definitely they are also inclined to cooperate with us in getting their schemes implemented in those forest fringe villages. So simultaneously we also try to provide other livelihood opportunities to those self-help groups so that they migrate from minimal income generation activities which may get confined into their families. And we try to focus whether these SHGs can be federated at a higher level. We can give them some value addition, and that they migrate to a larger scale in which the scale of operation increases. So we also try to focus in multi-product clusters for these VSS areas so that they get an opportunity to upscale their income generation activities. And we will identify a number of products. We then try to take a detailed analysis. We do a SWOT analysis of which products can be successful. Then we finally jotted down the 12 number of product, multiple clusters are feasible. And then accordingly we build up the capacity building of those SHGs who are engaged in those income generation activities. So this is how we try to figure out the GIS. We try to utilize GIS applications in trying to figure out which are the clusters, how to build up those clusters, so those village folks who are engaged in income generation activities, they can be aggregated and we can provide them adequate support from other departments also to take up those activities or to upscale those activities. In the entire process, we do have, we try to cope as many members as possible. The best example is we have a partner NGO with us who is working in the field with the project. And their basic job outline is they have to coordinate with all the line departments. They have to coordinate with the village folks as well. So we try to co-opt as many members as possible into our sphere of work. So this is how we try to mobilize the communities at the village level. Then giving you some examples of intersectoral convergence, we take up livelihood initiatives, not necessarily restricted to income generation activities, like we take up health camps, we provide them with vaccination camps for the animals, we provide them with agricultural equipments as well. Then energy needs are also taken up by providing them with liquefied petroleum gas, the schemes from Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, which gets implemented in those VSS. This is one example of the IGA facilitation center that we have built at each VSS. That is almost 1,200 numbers that we have erected in all those our areas of operation. This is further examples. We try to provide them with clean drinking water facilities. The schemes that are being operated by Rural Works Sanitation Department, we provide them some infrastructure improvement activities. Then we also provide them with, through the help of Agriculture Department, we provide them with agricultural inputs. Then we try to provide them with some additional income generation activities like honeybee rearing, pisciculture, and the like. So this is how livelihood interventions have progressed. And we also try to give them other inputs, like if there is some specific activities in which they are, the women folk who have aggregated themselves into self-help groups are trying to do, then we try to help them with the upscaling of their activities. This is one example of where the sal leaf plate. Sal is a prominent tree species, and they are trying to make those leaf plates as an alternate for replacement of plastics that we normally tend to use. This is how almost, this is another example of income generation activities that are being promoted through our project, which helps them in augmenting not only their livelihood but also their income. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were perfectly on time. Really appreciate that. So it means we can take 2 questions perhaps from the audience if you have. Yes, please, sir. Thank you, sir.
To hear you, explicate how you achieved all these. One question that came to my mind, I've been a forester myself, so these initiatives that come under the larger banner of, let's say, rural development activities.
Yes, sir.
What's the mechanism that you have to actually interact? In the sense, do your staff go and interact with the villagers? Do you then pass on the villagers, I think, to the relevant department of government, which is not forest? How does that operate? That linkage is not very clear.
Yes, sir. The link is very simple, sir. At each VSS level or the village level, the VSS level, we have got 2 animators. One is women folk and one is a male member. So they work as the connecting point between our department and village. So we want to call any meeting in a VSS, we want to inform something, the village people call for a meeting, they are the focal point for interaction. Then we also, as I said, this partner NGO is there. The partner, once we decide, suppose in a VSS or in a village, we want some roads to be built up or some wells to be dug up. So these partner NGO members are there who coordinate with the corresponding department because these schemes have been approved. So once the livelihood action plan, that is a component of microplan, has been approved by the Gram Sabha, then it gets approved in the district level also. DRDA is there, it gets approved there. So it is a part of that. The thing is that we need to intimate the department that the need is there in such a department. So there where the partner NGO people, they come in place. So we have partner NGO folks who coordinate with these. And the entire mechanism, it operates under the overall guidance of our forest department staff, sir. So we have adequate infrastructure support, personal support who hammer out all these issues.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up, if I may. How do you establish the link between this development and the afforestation effort? In the sense, is the success of the afforestation related to this subsequent process?
Sir, as I said in my one of the slides, the thing is that we are taking up forest land restoration activities. So we also try to focus on giving the village folks some activities so that their dependence on the forest gets reduced. So unless and until we may restore the forest that we have been doing for a long number of years. So if we can provide them with some other employment avenues rather than depending on non-timber forest producers. So what we try to do is that give them some alternative livelihood, and that too not only one livelihood. Suppose honeybee rearing can be taken place for 3-4 months. Mushroom cultivation can be taken for 3-4 months. So we try to give them some activity around the year so that dependence on the forest gets restored. So whatever input we are giving for forest land restoration it finally gives up in the long term gives a better result to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We should move to the next speaker. So it's my great pleasure to invite Mr. A.K. Isu Jayantha from our great neighbor Sri Lanka. It's amazing that you actually come from far away to here. So Mr. A.K. Isu Jayantha is working as an assistant conservator of forests. So he is actually in Sri Lankan Forest Service for the Department of Forest Conservation of Sri Lanka since last 12 years. He holds a master's degree in environmental management from Portland State University, Oregon, United States of America, and master's in organizational management from University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. He has served as a member of technical evaluation committees of environmental impact assessments of many national development projects. His work is focused on ecosystem service quantification, modeling, and valuation. So thank you, sir. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So good evening to everyone. So today I'm going to talk about the shifting from ecological restoration to forest landscape restoration and the lessons we have learned through the process and our future, our way forward. So before going into the details, I would like to talk about the general context of Sri Lanka, because Sri Lanka is an island hanging like a mango at the southern tip of Indian subcontinent, and we are having only about 65 million hectares, and out of that 65 million hectares, 29% approximately is covered with forest. So Sri Lanka, at the center of Sri Lanka, we are having our central highlands, and together with the bimodal rainfall pattern and the central highlands create three distinctive climatic zones like wet zone, dry zone, and intermediate zone. So altogether, considering all these factors, the nature have gifted us different types of diverse forest ecosystems, such as lowland rainforest, moist monsoon forest, montane forest, sub-montane dry monsoon, up to mangrove ecosystems. So despite the importance of these ecosystems, a study revealed that the unplanned development projects and the expansion of agriculture and scaling up of industries, and also some of the illicit activities have drive our forest into deforest areas. So, and also it enhances the forest degradation, and that context is exacerbated after 2010. You all know we had a 30-year war, so after 30-year war, government want to expedite the development. So with that, almost all the forests were under threat. So, however, as a conservation-oriented department, we had our national goals to increase the forest cover up to 32% by 2030, and I put. I told you that we are having 29% of forest cover, so increasing 3% is almost around 200,000 hectares. So 200,000 means 0.2 hectares. Our previous speakers talk about hundreds and thousands of million hectares, but we are having only 0.2 hectares. So the scale is very limited. So and also we are trying to, as a small nation, we are still trying to be complying with almost all the international commitments like Bond Challenge and also UN Decade of Restoration. So in order to achieve these targets, we have tried several strategies to improve our forest cover and the forest diversity. So we did assisted natural regeneration, restoration, and tank catchment enhancement, and also we removed invasive alien species almost in all geographical areas, lowlands, highlands, and also the coastal ecosystem. So we found some part of the budget, financial resources from our national budget, and also the corporate sector helped us through their CSR activities. And most importantly, we executed site-specific activities at different sites because the ecosystems and the geography were highly diverse throughout the island. And so we did planting, patch weeding, manage competition, fencing, fire controlling, and avoid herbivory. So, and these activities have been mapped based on different administrative districts. So now you see the Puttalam district and what we did as restoration activities. So this image shows the Monoragala district and Mana, Batiklo, Badulla, and Ampara. So, so I'd like to introduce our three key experiences and 3 success stories. So the first one is this Galloya Forest Reserve. Galloya means stone river, something like that it means like. So this is an ideal habitat for many large mammals like elephants, leopard, sloth bear, and deer. So you can see these pictures. So the area is covered with grasses. So 20-30 years ago, Forest Department has tried to plant it with eucalyptus and acacia in this site. So, but those plantations failed. So then. Now, as a strategy, we were trying to improve the forest cover through restoration activities. So here, and we support all the existing plants by weeding a patch around the base of that plant. And so this is another success story of wet zone of Sri Lanka. So we all know that we are monitoring success of restoration activity against the restoration trajectory. So this entire land lies within an international biosphere reserve called Kanneliya. So this biosphere reserve is highly is having very high biodiversity. So but this land, this patch of land is completely covered with cane fern. So locally we call it kakilla, but it doesn't allow any other plant to appear. So what we did was we removed the cane fern first, and then we arranged all the removed cane fern as a terrace, and then established the plant. So we had a on-site nursery there, and then we planted them. So this is how the story from 2018, 2020, and 2021, and this is now how it looks like in 2022. So I just visited 2 weeks ago the place, but I didn't able to bring a picture. So it's now almost covered with natural trees and natural forest cover. So these are the these are the species that we have introduced to the site. All the species are native species and native to the site as well. So mangrove restoration is also an important part of our restoration program, because we are having only about 15,000 acres by 2010, and now it has been improved up to about 19,000 hectares. So we had very different strategies at different sites. So we, if you could see the top left picture, so we have planted the mangrove rhizopora plant with the poly bag. So it's because it avoids the mollusk. Otherwise, if we plant the mangrove plant without the poly bag, mollusk will climb up the tree and eat the apical bud. So it will completely remove the plant from site. And also with the high tide, when boats are riding, with the waves, the soil will flush away and plant will be uprooted. So, and the second picture shows us a nursery of mangroves, and then the third picture shows us how we did some civil works to season the soil before applying the plants into the site. So we prepared drains as a herringbone system or fishbone system, and then we allowed to settle it for about 2 years. So then after that we can introduce the plants. And since mangrove restoration is very attractive and important, so we came up with a set of nice guidelines for mangrove restoration as well. So let's see the gray areas of our ecological restoration part. So we had very limited amount of community involvement, and also the other stakeholder engagement was also very low, and the financial resources and also the communication and interagency coordination is not good. So we did as our sole duty and had some support from the corporate industry and universities and some volunteer groups. So this implies us that we need to expand this program with all the other agencies and stakeholders. So IUFRO luckily helped us to have to train. We trained our officers about this forest landscape restoration approach, and with that, not only the forest department officers, we trained all the other relevant organizations and also the community even. So we have selected 3 sample sites, Galloya, Attanagalloya and Kanneliya, and so we have had all the stakeholder consultations and community meetups and also site visits with them. So IUCN did a nice job on coordinating all the things with IUFRO and Forest Department and all the other agencies. So we are still expecting the continuous support of corporate sector to continue this program. So this is one of the selected FLR site in Sri Lanka. So this shows that the forest cover of this catchment area. This is the catchment of Attanagalloya River. So the forest cover is very less, and this the right-hand picture mosaic says how the land use is diverse. So we are trying to improve the forest cover, forest or tree cover outside the forest area. So we will be improving the home gardens by giving important home trees and timber trees, fruit trees like things, and also we are trying to empower the community and reduce the dependency on the forest, and we are trying to improve their livelihoods by supporting especially the empowering women and all the other stakeholders. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation, short presentation, and thank you very much for the listening.
Thank you very much. I think we can take one quick question. No? So I would like to thank you, all of you, for very nice presentations and very much linking to our sessions. So we have started 57 minutes ago, so we have 3 minutes left from our 1 hour slot. So it means that I can try to summarize and synthesize the main point that I actually wrote. So Shalini, for example, started with very nice examples of different keywords like inclusion, impact, sustainability, innovations, how they are important for sectoral integration, and giving examples from multiple parts of India. Resilient thinking and uncertainty in the planning process. That's very, very important for future forest landscape restoration, as many of the climate change impact we could not predict. Mimicking forest succession, I really like that part, that successional stages are often forgotten in the forest succession, and that should be part also in the sectoral integration. And everyone should come in one table. And she nicely answered that, and later on I actually found that answer also in Mr. Jaiswal's presentation. I would come to that. So, for example, Mr. Jaiswal suggested, in Shram's presentation. So Mr. Jaiswal, for example, said that a very interesting thing I like, that 10% of Gram Panchayat fund must be allotted to planting trees, and that's actually at the very, very lower level. So that's where people are really engaged, and that can create a kind of movement, you know. So that's a very interesting. 85% of survival for plantation is must. So we should not leave the plantations after we plant the trees. So we need to check what's happened with our trees, and if there is a government policy to check up what's happening with the tree, that's really good. And very interestingly, I like that 25% must be local species in your eucalyptus monoculture. I know that eucalyptus plantations are very important for livelihood, it brings money, but at the same time less resilient to climate change impact. So I think that's a very, very big policy level shift. And then to Mr. Shram Mallik's presentation, so it's fascinating story also from Orissa, that how multiple sectors, for example, 36 schemes were converged in VSS program, and a very key thing was also sometimes top to bottom approach also works. So later from the forest secretary, for example, actually formed that whole convergence thing, and perhaps it would be continued also in future. Long-term monitoring of restoration. I really like that you put 80 covariance towers in the forest landscape restoration sites, and that's interesting. That says that when you restore the forest, the local biogeochemical cycle also change, and that can be also monitored. So that's a very interesting research approach actually. Community become less I really like this statement, that when community become less dependent on forest, then forest gets more resilient. So this actually really, sometimes I ask that poverty is main driver of degradation, one of the main driver. When poverty gets out, then forest rebounds. So actually I totally agree with you on this fact that in many parts of the world, poverty is the main driver. So when people are less dependent, then of course forest has a natural capacity to restore. And village, then the question is that where there is a table for bringing all the people, and that you exactly shows in your village clusters. Village clusters could be a nice example how different stakeholders and common people could be brought to discuss forest restoration. So this would be a more deliberative, democratic way of management, and that is very key thing. I really like that. And then we came to the last topic, and very interesting topic from Sri Lanka, where conservation-oriented landscape restoration was followed. So the main focus was conservation, so trees were not planted, mostly assisted natural regeneration took place. And also then I found a nice link between Shalini's presentation and your presentation from Sri Lanka, that successional stage should be considered in the restoration planning. And that's the way you actually also started. So I think that's a very good synergy in these two talk. And one thing I do have a question, so maybe we can discuss later, that there is a limited involvement and low stakeholder engagement that you have found. Maybe why, that could be we discuss later also. But by this way, I think I would like to close this session. So we are almost on time, yes. And now, thank you so much.
I would like to request Dr. Sumit Saha to present mementos to the speakers of this session. The speakers, Dr. Shalini Dhyani, Mr. Lokesh Jaiswal, Mr. Swayam Malik, and Mr. A.K. Isru Jayantha. I would also like to request Dr. Sudhir Kumar, sir, DDG Extension ICFRE, to present memento to Dr. Sumit Saha. And I would request everyone on the dais to please gather for a group photograph. With the permission of host, we can close this session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. With this, we complete all the technical sessions for this international symposium. And we'll break for 15 minutes for tea and refreshments and resume for the valedictory session at 6:35 sharp. Session of today's symposium on intersectorial cooperation for resilient landscapes. For this, I would like to invite Dr. John Perata, President of International Union of Forest Research Organizations, IUFRO, and Shri Arun Singh Rawat, DG ICFRE, and Dr. Michael Klein, Deputy Executive Director, IUFRO, to grace the dais. Sir, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Michael Klein to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is now the closing session of our joint symposium, international symposium. And as you have seen from the program, I'm very happy that Director ICFRE, as well as IUFRO President John Perata, will be informing now the audience about the results of the technical sessions we had during this very packed program today, because there have been parallel sessions, so one have visited only one always, so it's good to see what the other sessions yielded in terms of results, some key messages. And with this I would like to request Mr. Rawat to start with the information on the sessions of this day. Please.
A very good evening. In fact, before I read out the recommendations of the various sessions, in fact, I'm really grateful to IUFRO, Michael Klein, John Perata, that they have given us an opportunity to hold this symposium here at Dehradun, ICFRE, and at the same time, they held the IUFRO board meeting also. In fact, these 2 days exposure for us, in fact, I will just say that it was a great learning for all of us. And I must be thankful to all the delegates from our country as well as from overseas that they have participated here. And of course, as per the expected number. In fact, we were expecting some speakers from the lead speakers of the government side also, but because of their engagement, at least I will just say that the government perspective could not be brought here. But anyway, we'll just try next time whenever we get an opportunity, particularly on this restoration of this forest land restoration. In fact, a lot of efforts have gone into preparation of this workshop as well as the board meeting, and I'm really grateful to, again, John, for guiding us time to time, and again, I will just say that taking review also periodically. In fact, right from, this deciding the structure of this workshop and deciding the resource persons as well as other arrangements, all were done meticulously. And we have really learned a lot that how much, we have to really work as if the workshop or symposium of this standard have to be organized. So I'm really thankful to IUFRO again. In fact, whatever these recommendations of the workshop are concerned, in fact, I have got an opportunity to be here at one session, and I found that particularly the experiences or the learnings from the outside, in fact, were wonderful. And I will just say that because we have a country which has a lot of diversity, and again at the same time we have the states, I will just say that have many things which they do independently. So we found a lot of variation as far as the FLR activities in the states are concerned. So that we have learned a lot being in the research organization. I will not take much time, and again I am really thankful to my colleagues here, particularly Rajesh Sharma, Director IC, and our entire team of FRI for organizing this workshop. I will read out the recommendations of session 1A, which was held in the ICFRE boardroom. The session explored cross-sectoral approach, conservation of existing biodiversity, restoration of an ecosystem that are degraded and declined by various human and non-human interventions. Emphasis should be given to tested best practices such as agroforestry, using native multi-purpose species, traditional zoom cultivation with longer cycle, nature-based ecotourism led by community-based organizations for FLR. Ecological restoration through biodiversity enrichment presents a long-term potentially cost-effective and optimized solution to reverse the degradation of natural environment. Landscape restoration activities should be prioritized in line with the global partnership on forest and landscape restoration. Nature-based solutions involving indigenous people and local communities, the prevailing traditional methods, should be given priority for restoring degraded landscapes. Focus must be on biodiversity heritage sites, which probably recognize all over the globe to consider them under protected and landscape management. Recommendations of session 1B and 4B combined together, and which was held in ICFRE Auditorium. Nature-based solutions is one of the promising tools for policy and planning resilient landscapes where methodologies need to be optimized to assess the value chain and ecosystem services. The standards and methods should be uniform across the different government and non-government organizations. FLR study of the Western Ghats demonstrated that diversification of the land use are economically viable and economically profitable. Ecosystem services are one of the major sources of earning, so different groups of the society, and this need to be evaluated and improved. Major conflicts related to policy framework, governance, monitoring and evaluation need to be addressed. Simultaneously need to focus towards achieving sustainable development goals, creating livelihood opportunities and climate amelioration. Involving forest-based value chain and support sustainable economy. One of the best way to meet the increasing demand of the natural resources of society and support sustainable economies, active sustainable forest management helps landscape restoration by improving overall diversity, livelihood, landscape and increasing land profitability. Cross-sectoral up and downstream engagement is crucial for FLR by linking landscape management and supply chain governance. Bioeconomy model with restoration value chain framework needed for sustainability and perpetuity in rehabilitation site. Session 2A, which was again held in ICFRE Auditorium. This is on agriculture, agroforestry and food security. 3 R's principles should be adopted in agroforestry system related with revenue generation. Agroforestry can return more profit than conventional agriculture. Tree-based system approach for GET is essential, rebuilding the resilience through land, water, soil and ecosystem service can be suggested. Tree-based system can be encouraged for nourishing livelihood and landscape. Concrete action should be taken to achieve equitable benefit sharing related to traditional knowledge, acknowledgement and contribution of local communities for biodiversity conservation and food security, and set up a mutual learning strategy. Agroforestry is one of the options to meet FLR, and it should be encouraged through policy initiatives in government action missions. Right tree and right place for right purpose should be selected. Synergy between industry and farmer is essential for adoption of tree in the farm. Session 2B, this is on governance issues and stakeholder engagement in FLR. Policy and laws align closely and should support forest landscape restoration, where governance system versus landscape boundaries need to be demarcated. Research integration with locally conducted reference studies should be the focal point in the policy formulation of landscape-based governance structure. Landscapes such as wetlands, peatlands should be adequately included under the policy context. Mapping projects for decision support help in managing restoration of degraded sites, like water zone maps help in conserving of avian fauna in United Kingdom. Countries should envision and incorporate minimum arable and land shareholding under agroforestry system around the world. Despite shortcomings in existing sectoral policies, considerable policy learning taken place, informed by innovative new land management practices applied by the local communities. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. And actually, before I continue with the recommendations from the other sessions, I'd like to note that these summary points and recommendations will form the basis for a synthesis article in a forthcoming special issue of Indian Forester. And in that issue, contributions will be invited from both, not just the invited speakers, but also from poster presenters. And the point of contact for that special issue and the person who will be the guest editor is Professor Somit Saha. So who you should all know by now. So there'll be more information on that forthcoming. So since there were so many recommendations that came from these, and they're all visible behind you, I'll just highlight probably not all of them as I go through this. But in the session 4A on water resources, soil conservation, and mine land restoration, among the issues that were highlighted were that practices and approaches for managing synergies between water consumption and carbon sequestration in forest landscape restoration need to be developed. The local water cycle between subalpine and alpine meadows is key to maintaining the balance between carbon and water for the entire subalpine landscape. Efficient water utilization through pond lining and micro-irrigation should be encouraged to restore degraded lands. Rehabilitation technologies for degraded landscapes should include bioengineering structures and careful selection of planted species. And finally, the productivity, profitability, and prosperity of affected farmers in achieving agricultural development on an ecologically sustainable basis can be attained only when conservation of the natural resources is assured, presumably for the long term. Session 5A on building resilience to climate change and its impacts in forest landscape restoration. This session also highlighted the selection of appropriate species and the consideration even of non-native species where they do not have adverse effects on biodiversity in the restoration areas. Further stressed in this was the importance of having high-quality planting material in these programs, as well as the, in the case of agroforestry, financial incentive schemes are very important. Payment for ecosystem services should also be encouraged as part of the forest land, as far as the rebuilding sustainable landscapes. It's also stressed many times the importance of strengthening scientific and technical collaboration, and presumably that's across disciplines. We also learned that it's very important to do a careful reassessment of lands that are potentially available for restoration in order to focus on those that have the highest potential positive impact and greatest need for restoration. And funding for restoration measures, although it may be very significant at this stage, is probably still not enough. In the next session on integrated cross-sectoral education and training, policies related to this should be framed for optimal to suboptimal trade-offs with targeted milestones. Adoption of intersectoral approaches of transformative governance, administration, and management are important. Delivery design mechanisms for future FLR training should combine classroom learning with guided FLR field implementation programs. Facilitation skills are needed to moderate competing claims and conflicts over resources, as well as to guide stakeholders to agreed restoration goals. And finally, in this session, field-based learning is important to learn the process of restoring degraded lands, considering social, economic, and ecological aspects. And finally, in the session on experiences and case studies of sectoral integration for building resilient landscapes, forest rejuvenation requires a much wider consultation with stakeholders, sectoral intervention, and community participation, such as farmers, empowerment of women, and others. Restoration activities of sites should be encouraged to use native species, using traditional practices with a focus as we focus on different landscapes. Inclusion, impact, sustainability, succession, resilient thinking are key words that should be included in the forest restoration process. The use of exotics, specifically where native species are not naturally regenerating in such areas, should be taken into consideration for restoration purposes as required. And finally, it's important for us to remember that poverty is one of the main drivers for land degradation, and that these efforts need to keep that in mind in working in partnership and provide alternative sources of income and livelihood support in these efforts. With that is the summary of our sessions.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. First of all, for presenting now these results, and as expected, I think we all expected that intersectoral cooperation has many, many different aspects, and there are many, many different contexts and very different conditions under which forest landscape restoration or landscape restoration in this broader sense has to take place. So also these rich bullet points with content and aspects, of course, demonstrate this kind of diversity. And therefore, of course, it's important that further on such meetings should take place to discuss these things, particularly also, and this I think is the beauty of IUFRO, for interregional and inter-regional learning and learning from the experiences from maybe not so good examples, but from success stories and how actually society, local society, and then at the regional level and of course governments actually have addressed this issue, also always as a means to communicate this to society, to policymakers, to decision makers, yeah, so that we move forward. Talking about moving forward, I think in a little bit finally lighter moment, I just wanted to give you a little bit an outlook of what's next in IUFRO. Yeah? This is someone a usual point of presentation. Next year is another big year for IUFRO, another IUFRO World Congress, this time taking place in Sweden, in Stockholm in 2024. So as scientists and IUFRO scientists, we smartly avoided the pandemic, because exactly short before the pandemic hit the world in 2019, we had a World Congress in Brazil, in Curitiba, and then of course, then the pandemic hit, and we hope of course that in 2024 we are not hindered anymore to meet. There are no restrictions, and we can all, like we did here also now in Dehradun, meet for the IUFRO World Congress 2024. Just for your information, the call for abstracts is now open, so please visit the IUFRO website, visit the website of the Stockholm Congress. There you find all the information needed for your abstract preparation, in which kind of session and the different topics and themes and so on, and I wish you, of course, good luck with providing these call of abstracts, and of course also all the success in getting them approved, and the big and then also be there in Stockholm presenting either as an oral presentation, as a poster, and so on. We are very much looking forward to receiving many applications and many abstracts also and contributions from India, as well as here from the South Asian region. To this end, I would like to show a short video on Stockholm just to make you a little bit hungry, to show you a little bit what this location will be as a small introduction to the IUFRO World Congress 2024. Please, the video.
My name is Fredrik Ingemarsson. I'm the director of the IUFRO World Congress 2024 in Stockholm, Sweden. And IUFRO is a wide network for researchers from all over the world, a couple of hundred years old. It's about between 15 and 20,000 researchers connected to the network. So it's very strong. And then together, connected to that, you have all the stakeholders in different parts of the world. And every fifth year, they have this IUFRO World Congress, where you bring together stakeholders and researchers from all over the world, and you discuss the most important topics of today and the future. And that's the intention to do in Stockholm 2024 as well. And that's also when IUFRO put the strategy for the coming 5 years. It's an extensive program. You arrive in the Nordic countries. You can go to post-tours or pre-tours before the event to see the culture in that area, in these countries, look at forestry research issues, and also meet different stakeholders and the general public. And you discuss them from a global context, so it's rather interesting in that way. And then, of course, you have the in-Congress tours, which are truly exciting in the middle of the week, where you go in the areas close to Stockholm, up to 2 hours bus drive, or you take the train or the boats to visit different landscapes and discuss any industries and see how you can use wood and forests with the different products and services that is connected to it. Because there are many solutions that you can find from forestry that is very useful for a sustainable future and for a sustainable environment. So that's really what I'm looking for, that we will discuss in Stockholm 2024. How can forests contribute to a sustainable development? Also have all these researchers with all the knowledge from different parts of the world, bringing them together. That's a rather fantastic event actually in that aspect.
Well, thank you very much. So we're looking forward to meet again, latest in Stockholm in 2024. With this, I would like to ask our IUFRO president for the final vote of thanks.
Oh, with pleasure. I think you will all agree with me that this has been a fantastic last couple of days of the symposium, from start to finish, and of course everything went perfectly smoothly. We enjoyed the very, very warm hospitality of Day2 and particularly the ICFRE and FRI colleagues and students and all involved in organizing this. Of course, there are too many people to thank. This symposium involved something like 9 committees, which have been working for months, and many, many individuals involved, both from ICFRE and FRI. And the only way I can really thank them is to thank the Director General, Sri Rawat, as the leader of this wonderful organization. During the day today, the sessions, ran very smoothly, and I would like to thank the session hosts, all of our distinguished lead speakers, the rapporteurs, the masters of ceremony, and the volunteers who ensured that the sessions ran very smoothly and actually helped prepare the session notes, the summaries of each session. I would particularly like to thank as well all who presented posters. I had a chance to look at not all of them, but a good majority of them, and they were all very, very high scientific quality and wonderfully presented. And many of them were from PhD students, so it's very clear to me that the future of Indian forest science is is looking good. It's very, very high quality work, so I applaud all that we saw in poster sessions. Finally, I'd like to thank the many generous sponsors of this event. Without their help, it would not have been possible to have such a high quality symposium. And I think we also want to give special acknowledgement to those who put the scientific program together, and for which there are many. And yes, and this would be the scientific committee for this symposium, which involved colleagues from ICFRE as well as from IUFRO, from the IUFRO side. So, first, I'd like to start with Sri A.S. Rawat, co-chaired the scientific committee. Next, I'd like to acknowledge the contributions of Dr. H.S. Kinwall. There you go. Next, Dr. Dinesh Kumar. Dr. Manisha Tapia. Hey, Dr. R.S. Rawat.
to declare formal closure of the symposium. So I hereby declare the closure of the symposium. So thank you very much.
This really was a good event. This was an excellent event. I think we should all be.
Here is a small announcement. Vehicles are available outside to drop you at your respective place of stay. You may avail them. I wish you all a very happy and safe journey back home. Thank you. Another announcement, scientific committee members, please assemble near dais. Scientific committee members, please onto the dais.
He was doing everything. I think he's due for a special recognition. Right. Just to make